This boy could spend hours just staring at that sword. Not even the freezing wind could bother him. His childhood friend found him there again and teased him, saying he liked swords more than girls. Vlad didn't think that was true, but he also wasn't about to admit that Zemina was actually attractive. Since Vlad seemed so obsessed with that sword, Zemina said she could buy it for him. Then the shop owner walked over. Vlad had been scaring away customers by standing there too long. Zemina never let anyone insult her or Vlad, so she snapped back at the man. The blacksmith ended up kicking them both out but not out of spite, when these two were just kids, starving and freezing. That same man had helped them. His reason was different this time. The moment he saw the footprints in the snow, he realized Vlad had been standing there again for hours. The blacksmith didn't want his best sword to be owned by someone who'd stay trapped in this poor town forever. That blade deserved to belong to someone destined for greatness. That night, Vlad went to work. A place where men came to relax and spend time with beautiful women. One bald guy was furious because his time was up, and he didn't finish. Vlad got annoyed with him. He hated men who came to places like this. So he mocked the guy, saying, "Everyone gets 5 minutes. If it wasn't enough, you better pay again." That only made the bald man angrier. He was convinced they were cheating, cutting the time short. Vlad grabbed a candle. Everyone knew it burned exactly 5 minutes. He lit it and set a clock beside it. "If the time's right," he said, "you will feel the true terror." The man couldn't understand how such a young boy could seem so terrifying. They stood there silently as the candle burned out. When the flame died, the clock showed exactly 5 minutes. The man didn't even have time to regret his outburst. Vlad hit him once, saying that was his punishment. Then he kicked him into a back room so he wouldn't bother the other clients. He shut the door and said coldly, "Learn from your mistakes. Maybe in your next life, you'll be smarter." Vlad didn't feel any pity. He gave that man a beating he'd never forget. The sounds of it echoed through the building. A sunny day warms the village after a cold and troubled night. While a man has his breakfast, he spreads a rumor that the candle had been tampered with and that it wasn't 5 minutes. Vlad questions him, asking if he knows what he's saying. The man sitting down is Jorge. Confronted by a girl who asks if someone tampered with the candles, Jorge mutters with his head down. The girl screams, wanting to know who could have messed with her precious candles. She's hysterical, you can be sure of that. Faced with the situation, Vlad says they need to find out who did it. Our hysterical girl screams once more, saying our young man must go after whoever did this evil deed. Completely lost, Vlad asks how he's supposed to find the culprit. The hysterical girl says with absolute certainty that she already knows who it was. Stunned by the quick resolution of the case, Vlad asks who would have done that. Our hysterical girl takes the blame. Her name is Marcella, and she says she did it to squeeze some extra cash out of those drunk pigs. Jorge and Vlad, sitting there without a reaction, just stare at Marcella's scheming face. Leaving there, Vlad thinks and reflects on whether he beat that guy up for nothing. But at the end of the day, he's just an employee. Outside, a man says he's proud of our young man for his act of bravery last night. Surrounded by 3 other partners, the man praises our young man, saying he did a great job, and asks why something like this had to happen right when he was away. The 4 of them surround Vlad, and the man states that he made good money with the candles last night, and that he needs the cash. The man who wants the money goes by the name of Burley. Our young man, with eyes full of hatred, asks what he's trying to do. Without any fear, Burley mocks Vlad. He says it's not just about Vlad giving him the money, but about negotiating. The young man asks what kind of negotiation, since the money is rightfully his. Then, the man says straight to his face that he'll give Vlad something for a few coins. A pickpocket, the man says. Vlad replies, "Weird, stupid, and talentless." The pickpocket is just a little kid, all beaten up. Burley asks Vlad if he recognizes him. Then the man makes his proposal, saying he'll return the kid if Vlad pays 40 silver pieces, and that this is more than fair. Vlad watches the scene. Filled with hatred, seeing the kid in that state, Vlad asks about the boy's ankles and fingers. The man, in his audacity, says they're all intact, that he wouldn't have called him over if he had chopped the kid up, that it was just a lesson. Vlad closes his eyes, thinks, throws the bag of coins on the ground, and the man yells that he knew he could count on him. Vlad tells the men to kill the boy next time, instead of calling him. The boy is shocked by that. Burley replies, saying he's not a murderer, he's a bandit. Then Vlad tells him he's scamming his own employee's family. Behind our protagonist's back, the 4 thugs celebrate because they know he controls the street kids. Vlad, filled with rage, glares at the kid. The boy explains himself, says he's he's very sorry and that he tried to take care of himself. Vlad looks at the kid in that state, thinks, and asks if he broke any bones. All beaten up, with a soul full of bruises, the boy says he's fine. Just seeing that everything was okay, Vlad tells the kid to scram before he breaks him for real. The kid leaves, thanking our hero. Vlad is pissed as hell for losing the money. Now he's even further from his goal of 5 gold pieces. The sun shines brightly at the port. Merchants and sailors work on their boats. In his office, making some notes, a man tells our hero that the kid was lucky not to have lost his fingers. The man, with a serious look, raises his hand where 2 fingers are missing and comments again, stressing the fact that the kid didn't lose a single finger. This man is Captain Harvin. The captain remembers an incident in the past where he had 2 fingers and his ankle chopped off, and 2 children helped him. This made him become a public example for the people. Harvin mentions to Vlad that he heard rumors around the port that the candles might have been tampered with. Vlad, already thinking about the situation, replies to the captain, asking if he already knows about what happened. The captain tells our young man that the gossip is already circulating all over the port, but it seems no one believes it, stating that the madam makes the candles and that Marcella isn't the type of person who would do something like that. Surprised by everything the captain just said, Vlad replies that he thinks the same and that Jorge seemed to know everything already. Harvin replies to our young man that to do something like that, they would need a good reason. Even more surprised, Vlad asks the captain what kind of reason it could be. The captain says there's a 90% chance they're in urgent need of money. With a cold and thoughtful look at everything that's happening, Harvin asks our hero to be very careful, because there's only one reason for an organization to want to raise capital so quickly like this. A war against another organization, says the captain, already picturing men fighting with swords and axes, a mass carnage. I present to you the 5 leaders of the Sawara slums, the Knight of the Prostitutes, Jorge, the psycho butcher, Blackbeard, the gambling scoundrel, Dado, the old whale hunter, Captain Hoover, and last but not least, the con man, One-Handed Jack. The darkness of life approaches silently, hidden in the shadows, just like now. Our young hero, sitting, stares at the scene coldly and seriously as several men approach where he is. A shadow of a hook appears, followed by a voice calling our boy. It's him, the con man, One-Handed Jack, asking Vlad where his boss is. Vlad stares at him without any fear, with no expression of fear or anger. He just stares and can feel how much evil is in that man's eyes. Just as accidents happen without warning, destruction arrives unannounced. In his mind, Vlad confirms that this is really the con man. He notes that this is, in fact, preparation for a war. One of Jack's henchmen yells at our young man, asking if he didn't hear what his boss said. Vlad looks him right in the face, scowls and stares into his soul. Vlad, playing dumb, replies that he doesn't know, since he's just a candle seller. Boiling with rage at Vlad's audacity, the henchman calls the boy a son of a bitch. With a punch, the henchman smashes the candle box and yells, telling our hero to go look, since he doesn't know. All the candles fall. Vlad looks at it with a contained hatred in his eyes that almost glows. The henchman doesn't seem to be afraid of our young man, who, with a hateful expression, nearly devours him with his gaze. Candles are scattered all over the brothel. Jack and everyone there notice the tense situation. The atmosphere turns hostile. The brothel girls look on anxiously at all the commotion. Drunks with their mouths open wait for the worst. Zemina, stunned, doesn't even move. Damn, all these expensive candles are broken now, says Vlad, bending down to pick up the candles from the floor with a broom. With a sarcastic tone, he says that for this reason, he supposes there will be no more sales today. Drooling with rage, the henchman says Vlad has to be kidding, and that he must not know the situation he's getting himself into. Vlad tells the henchman to lift his damn foot, because he's stepping on one of the candles. Not believing what he just heard, the cocky henchman asks what Vlad just said. Without a second thought, our hero looks the man in the eyes and tells him to get his damn foot out of the way. Looking into the henchman's eyes, seeing that he's about to explode with rage, Vlad once again tells the useless guy to lift his foot. Freaking out with rage, the henchman tries to kick Vlad, who is bent over on the floor picking up the candles. Vlad knows that this fight is just a reflection of the war. Already prepared, he dodges the kick. He knows that on a battlefield, certain circumstances are already planned. With the broom, our hero attacks the crappy henchman, filled with all his hatred and strength. Inside, he knows he just needs courage and determination. With that alone, he's sure that victory is guaranteed. Vlad smashes the henchman's face. None of the brothel girls can believe what they just saw. The henchman and some drunks who were there are left without any reaction. Jack, the con man, just watches his henchmen get pummeled by Vlad. Vlad knows the rule of the alleys prevails. The winner stays on top, and the loser stays on the ground, at his feet. The useless henchman is on the floor, and Vlad points the broom handle at him. Seeing the situation and our hero's immense audacity, the henchman's friends rush Vlad. Jack's hook rises in the middle of the fight. None of the henchmen dare to take another step. They don't even say a word. With a serious look, the con man says he really liked Vlad and hopes he'll be a little understanding about the noise, since he only has one hand. Without fear of death, Vlad replies, "I don't discriminate against the disabled." "This son of a bitch is crazy," says Jack as he laughs at Vlad. With the hook at Vlad's throat and in a threatening tone, Jack says he'll have a private conversation with our hero later. Vlad shows no reaction whatsoever. Staring Vlad in the eyes, Jack asks which bum took him again. Without hesitation, our young man replies that if he can't remember, he probably died young. Someone yells from inside the brothel, "Con man, you hear?" Still with the hook at Vlad's neck. Jack looks for who shouted. The voice was Jorge's, who is surrounded by his loyal soldiers. He tells Jack that if he had given a heads up, he would have prepared a barbecue to welcome him. Already understanding the situation, Jack replies to Jorge, saying they're not that close for that. De-escalating the situation, Jorge invites the con man and his men to come up, since they're guests. Jack suggests skipping the barbecue and asks if they have good liquor. With a dark expression, Jorge says that Marcela never disappoints when it comes to hospitality. Already knowing something awaits him, Jack replies that in that case, he wants to try it. Jack and his men go up as Jorge greets them. Vlad watches the whole situation from a distance, while the useless henchman is still on the floor with a friend trying to help him. Vlad sighs after it's all over, knowing he almost died there at Jack's hands, or rather, at Jack's hook. Looking at the box with all the broken candles, Vlad wonders how many there were. Someone shouts, calling our young man a rising star. Vlad looks back. The one who had shouted was Jack, who came to tell Vlad that Jorge couldn't hold back and had praised him a lot. Jack says he's good at judging people's character. The con man makes a job offer, telling Vlad that if he gets tired of the burnt smell of candles, he should come work for him, that it wouldn't be bad to have someone like him. Vlad replies, saying he doesn't mind working there, since they pay him, feed him, and he even has a place to sleep. Not believing what he just heard, Jack laughs in the boy's face, saying he can give him that too. Before Vlad could expect it, the con man tosses a gold coin, saying it's to cover the damage to the candles. Vlad catches the coin, confused. He replies to Jack, saying it's too much. With a malicious look, seeing how surprised our hero was by the coin, Jack tells Vlad that working for him, he could have as many of these as he wanted, and introduces himself. The name's Con Man. Accompanied by his men, Jack leaves the brothel, thanking Jorge and saying everything was delicious. Vlad notices the man is very happy and wonders if everything went well. Zemina, on the upper floor of the brothel, calls for Vlad. She tells him that Jorge wants to see him personally. Vlad meets Jorge at the brothel's bar counter. Our hero is apprehensive, not knowing what's going to happen. Jorge gifts him a dagger, saying he planned to do it in the future, but circumstances required it to happen sooner. With a tone of concern and coldness, Jorge asks Vlad to carry the dagger with him at all times, wherever he goes. Jorge feels that the mood in the room is not good at all. Men are silent, apprehensive, and serious, as if waiting for something. In his mind, he deduces that the conversation between one-handed Jack and Jorge was not a catastrophe. Still sitting at the counter, Jorge tells Vlad that from today on, he will no longer sell candles. The young man retorts, asking what he will do from now on, if he will patrol or do collections. Jorge thoughtfully says he has information about Jack, that he brings people from outside and that, apparently, they are mercenaries who were once knights. "Just like you?" asks Vlad, acting curious. Jorge confirms, yes, just like him. Jack, the con man, already led countless men, but even for him, the ex-knight Jorge was a major obstacle to face, because sheep are not a problem for a wolf. But by bringing in Swordsman on the same level as a knight, the entire balance crumbled. Still sitting there at the brothel counter, Jorge tells Vlad that they are at a great disadvantage, and that they need him. Surprised by everything he has just heard, our hero questions Jorge, asking, "Why me?" Jorge tells Vlad that he will soon give him his first mission. Vlad is scared by everything and very anxious. Captain Harvin, even without being able to walk and with all his limitations, used his head, learned languages and math on his own, and now works for Captain Hoover. Seeing the captain, our hero realized that learning comes with effort and that knowledge takes you to much better places. While practicing, our protagonist remembers training techniques they taught him. There, alone, he thinks about everything he learned. Not very happy, he realizes he's always repeating the same mistake. It's been a month. After our young hero was struck by a black lightning bolt, he started hearing a voice and some demonic whispers whenever he holds a branch or anything that looks like a sword. Frustrated with everything happening to him, Vlad thinks it's better to buy holy water first, to see if it gets rid of some of the demons that might be in him, instead of buying a sword. Vlad thinks it's better to ignore it, because they say the more you think about something like that, the more it grabs hold of you. He shakes his head to get rid of these thoughts. Focus. Just do your best, he screams in his mind. He concentrates, gets into position, stays calm, and empties his mind. In silence, he focuses all his strength to attack. Thrust! The voice yells. Vlad delivers a precise blow to the ground with all his might. He realizes that, this time, it was totally different from the others. Vlad thinks that before he just swung the weapon, but this time was different. This was more, Vlad thinks, the way of the sword. Still in disbelief, completely shocked, Vlad thinks, what the hell just entered my mind? It's a full moon night, the cold cuts through the darkness, and snow covers the mountains. Wearing gloves, cleaning his blood-soaked sword, a man says you can never fool age. Seems the cold has gotten into my bones, says the man with long white hair and a scar on his face. Suddenly, he hears a noise in the forest and turns around quickly. The man says it could only be a fool or someone who did it on purpose. The white-haired man gets up, sheathes his sword, and walks towards the forest, from where he heard the noises. Again, the man hears noises, probably from someone lurking. He tells the person to show themselves, that he already knows they're there. Amidst the darkness of the forest and the fog, someone says, Sir Stanga? Still unable to see the person because of the fog, the man replies that yes, it's him, and asks, are you the one they call Vlad? Now closer, Stanga can see Vlad in a black overcoat in the middle of the fog, and says he heard the eagle was someone from the slums. Blonde hair, blue eyes, people might mistake you for some rich kid. Vlad hands Stanga a letter from Jorge. The letter says the enemy organization has hired a mercenary who used to be a knight. Stanga understands that's why Jorge needs him so badly. Our hero tells the man that he will guide him and that they should arrive in about 2 days, at night. Without even waiting for a reply, Vlad turns and walks away. Stanga observes Vlad's attitude, thinking he's a crazy idiot. The man tells Vlad he doesn't know if he should follow someone as idiotic as him. Vlad stops, turns around, and says, at least I'm capable of guiding you. The man replies that he doesn't really believe that. With a cynical look, the man stares at our young man and says there's no way he can be smart, since he's doing something so stupid. Not understanding what the man meant, Vlad stays quiet. With a psycho look on his face, Stanga warns Vlad that if they get lost along the way, he's dead. Vlad gives the man a cold look and keeps walking. Our hero tells Stanga to just follow him and not get in the way, because he doesn't want to screw up his first mission. This kid must be crazy. I made myself look threatening on purpose, but he made it seem like I was a little girl, just ignored me, thinks Stanga, starting to understand our young man a little and smiling. Seeing Vlad go on his way, Stanga understands why Jorge likes the boy and states that he's a child worth raising. Dawn arrives, and even more snow falls in the forest. The two take shelter in a nearby cave and light a fire to warm up. There, sitting around the fire, Vlad can't stop staring at Stanga. Even with his eyes closed and his sword in hand, the man has a bad feeling that he's being watched by Vlad. Tired of it, the man asks Vlad why he won't stop staring at him and if it's the first time he's seen a retired knight. Right away, our boy answers, yes. This close? Yes. Stanga asks if he's from the countryside. Vlad asks the man where he's from, and he replies that he's from the city of Dikia. Mocking the man, Vlad blurts out, now that's a hick town. The old man gets pissed. Furious with what he just heard, the man tells Vlad he better not get lost, otherwise he'll split him in two. Stop saying such scary things. I heard that knights' jokes are threats, retorts our hero, holding a generous amount of jerky in his hands. Seeing that delicious treat, the man asks Vlad if he has his share. Vlad replies that he only has one package and that he won't have anything to eat, leaving the old man furious. The old man lunges at Vlad's hands, snatching some of the meat from the boy and saying that now he has something to eat. Vlad stokes the fire and puts his portion to roast. With an empty stomach and cold meat in his hand, Stanga, watching Vlad's barbecue, thinks, damn, that smells so good. Being smart, the old man clears his throat and asks Vlad if he has any questions to ask. Vlad questions why so suddenly. With a sly look, Stanga says, for every question, a piece of meat. What do you think, young man? This isn't an opportunity that comes around every day. With his head full of questions and his mouth even fuller, Vlad thinks. He tells the old man to ask how many pieces he wants, that if he wants some, he just has to ask. Annoyed with the kid, the old man says he still has his pride. He crosses his arms, returns to his posture, and says that if knights receive something, they must give something in return. Vlad tells the old man he's already retired, but Stanga insists that he still follows this rule. Our hero asks the old man his name. The old man replies, Stanga. How old are you? Vlad asks next. 42, you brat. Curious, Vlad asks, do you know how to use aura? With a smirk, the old man replies that Vlad only looks innocent. Stanga tells Vlad that not all knights are able to use aura, and that using it in a real fight is something else entirely. Still without his answer, Vlad asks again, so can you use it or not? In a cynical gesture, the old man smiles and says, well, curious about the man's reaction, and still not knowing the answer, Vlad gets completely antsy, waiting for an answer from Stanga. In desperation, Vlad ends up offering all the meat to the old man, so he'll say whether he can use aura or not. The old man stares at the boy coldly. Vlad stares back at Stanga with the same intensity. Stanga replies, a knight can only receive something if he has given something in return. The old man says that sometimes he does whatever he feels like, and that for the past few days he's only eaten jerky. He draws his sword and says, but I have this. Vlad, almost exploding with excitement, says, seriously? Can I really see it? Stanga raises the sword to eye level, concentrates, closes one eye, and takes a deep breath. Vlad notices and asks why he closed his left eye. There, standing still, concentrating all his focus and energy, Stanga says he has to bring forth his world from the depths of his soul. Stanga's eyes glow, energy circulates around him, and he says, pay close attention, boy. An explosion of energy. The blade of his sword shines brightly, and he says, this is the essence of knights. Then, he opens his left eye. The force of the energy is so great that Vlad can't believe what he's just seen. Aura! Stanga holds his sword charged with aura. As Vlad had said, in 2 days they reach the village. The night is cold and silent. The old man says he feels as disgusting as a bum. Vlad replies that it's good they're a little dirty, and stresses that it's better to look like a bum than a knight. Frustrated with Vlad's response, the old man says he's referring to his mood, not his appearance, and that he's still proud to be a knight. He asks why he had to go through that hole. Dirty as pigs, with hair as messy as brothel women, Vlad says he was tasked with taking him there in secret, so they couldn't use the front gate. The old man huffs at the situation, and Vlad asks him to keep walking, that when they get there he'll prepare a bath for him. The two walk through the alleys of the village, and everything seems quiet. Noticing all the silence, Stanga says it's too quiet, and that it bothers him. Our hero replies that it's because of the time of night. The two continue walking in the silence that dominates the place. Stanga, still suspicious of the situation, asks if the place is always like this. Vlad, very nervous, replies no. Bodies lying on the ground, blood everywhere, many dead and wounded. Vlad looks at the situation and says it looks like they've already fought. Vlad thinks it's better for them to split up, and that he'll show Stanga where the back door is, that only the members of the organization know where it is. The old man asks Vlad what he's going to do. Vlad says he's going to the main gate to divert their attention, and then runs off, leaving Stanga behind. The tavern gate is closed and covered in blood. Vlad can't believe what he sees when he opens the door. The tavern is completely trashed, with blood everywhere. You arrived safely. Good job. It's Jorge, all beaten up, getting a bandage from a girl. He tells Vlad that they were attacked by the con men, and that, as he imagined, those who deal with money are on another level. Seeing Jorge in that situation, our hero asks if he's okay. Jorge replies to Vlad that it's been a long time since he last fought someone at a knight's level, and that's why he's like this. Not caring much about his injuries, Jorge asks the boy if he brought Stanga. Vlad replies yes, that since the front gates were being watched, he showed him the back entrance and that he should be arriving soon. With hatred in his eyes, Jorge replies that he's going to attack the con men tomorrow with all his might and end it all. Jorge asks what Stanga is like and if he's any good. Vlad replies that he's very good and that he seems to be a great person too. Jorge says that Stanga is very friendly and asks if he's lost weight, as he needs to take care of himself to live a long life. Vlad replies that he's very agile. He continues, saying yes, and that because he's a knight who knows how to use aura, tomorrow will be a big day. Not believing what he's just discovered, stunned by it all, Jorge asks, "What?" Vlad looks back and says it looks like he's arrived. Then, Stanga starts to climb the stairs. Quickly, Jorge asks if he really used aura. Vlad replies yes, that he saw him use it. Jorge, with all his strength, sticks his sword in the ground and tells Vlad to get behind him, and states, looking at Vlad, Stanga doesn't know how to use aura. Not understanding the situation, Vlad doesn't know what to do. The door opens. Covered in blood, the man enters. "You've come to a distant place," he says. "Long time no see, Jorge," he says, his face covered in blood. Back to that night in the forest, where the man was cleaning his blood-covered sword, saying that nothing can fool age and that the cold had gotten into his bones, remembering what happened in the forest. A cold night, covered in snow, a broken sword on the ground, blood everywhere, and the man saying, "It's possible," but a lifeless man, already on the ground, and him talking to himself, saying, "Either it was on purpose, or you're an idiot." In the tavern, Jorge and Vlad prepare to face the man who claims to be Stanga. Jorge and the man holding their swords. With his face covered in blood, the man says to Jorge, "You've changed a lot." Jorge asks why he sought him out now, after so long. Count Gaidar has passed away. Jorge is shocked by the news. Pouring a good whiskey into a glass, the man says it wasn't announced due to some complications, but that soon everyone will know. The man stares at Jorge with a bloodthirsty look. Jorge shows no reaction, just stares at the man, silent and cold. The man raises his glass of whiskey and suggests they make a toast. With the glass in his hand, the man says, "A toast to the regrettable Count Gaidar." Filled with hatred after hearing the news, Jorge concentrates all his anger. With all his hatred, he grabs his sword and lunges at the man. As Jorge advances, the man doesn't even move, just holds his glass of whiskey and says, "And also," Jorge attacks with all his accumulated strength and energy. The whiskey glass that was in the man's hand shatters in half. Vlad and everyone else present are surprised by the sheer force and precision. No one can believe that the man was able to dodge that blow. Mocking Jorge, the man says, "A toast to the new Count of Gaidar, Sigmund." Jorge can't believe he missed. In an act of fury, once again with all his anger, Jorge lunges at the man, screaming his name, "Godin!" Godin quickly turns and with his sword blocks Jorge's attack. The impact is so strong that the tavern floor could be felt shaking. Blade locked with blade, the two measure their strength. "Make Knight Jorge return. That was the first order I received from the Lord," says the man, there fighting against Jorge. Possessed by rage, Jorge yells that Sigmund is not his lord. The fight continues, and Godin tells Jorge that the Count knew he wouldn't come back friendly. Looking into Jorge's eyes, the man says he doesn't even hope for that to happen. The fight continues intensely. The strength of the two is gigantic. Jorge is fighting with everything he's got, and Godin won't spare any effort to defeat him. The fight extends throughout the entire tavern, leaving a trail of destruction. The energy released in the fight is very strong. Vlad and Marcella leave, as it becomes dangerous to stay there. Jorge continues to attack mercilessly with all his strength. Noticing all the commotion and seeing Vlad and Marcella standing there, men who were in the tavern ask what's going on. "Burley!" our hero shouts, telling them to come up quickly because Jorge is fighting. At that moment, Jorge is thrown like a doll. Vlad can't believe what he's seeing. Marcella is in shock seeing Jorge fall. Everyone looks at Jorge with no reaction. Then, Godin appears. "Still making naive decisions as always, Jorge," he says, even more covered in blood than before. Jorge falls to the tavern floor, and everyone there is frozen in disbelief. With Jorge lying on the floor, his men ask what the hell is going on. Badly injured and with no strength to get up, Jorge coughs in great pain. From the upper part of the brothel, Godin watches Jorge trying to get up. Without showing any reaction, Godin watches the horror scene he has just created. A dagger is thrown towards Godin, who defends himself quickly, effortlessly. The dagger was thrown by Vlad. In silence, the two stare at each other. Burley charges forward. Our hero yells for Jorge to get out of the way. Without strength, trembling, Jorge tries to move. Godin attacks Jorge, who is on the ground, who throws himself to dodge the attack. With great effort, Jorge dodges. He asks Jorge why he didn't obey the orders that were given to him that day. There, crouched and wounded, Jorge replies that he doesn't take orders like a dog. Godin retorts, looking coldly at Jorge and saying, "No, you're not a dog. Yes, a knight." Jorge becomes even more enraged by the sheer humiliation. Burley and other men of Jorge arm themselves and stand by his side, ready to defend him. Silently, Godin watches. Facing Jorge and his men, he says that the night has already gone on too long. Godin closes his eyes. "I just want to rest," he says. Vlad starts running because he knows what's coming. He's seen it before. The blade of the man's sword gleams. The aura emanating from it can be seen. Our hero screams no. Godin's left eye opens. Vlad begs him not to do it. Jorge's men don't know what to expect or what will happen. They all stand still. They can't believe what they're seeing. The light from the blade reflects throughout the room. Not even Jorge can believe it. With his eyes glowing, charged with aura, Godin attacks. Only a flash of light can be seen. The attack was very fast. Vlad covers his eyes because the light from the aura is so bright that he can barely see. It was all very fast, almost impossible to see. The entire tavern is destroyed, as if a lightning bolt had struck there. Amidst the destruction, Vlad gets up. He looks around and wonders what happened there. Our hero is horrified by the scene, blood and bodies everywhere. From the midst of the dust, someone appears. Vlad thinks it might be Jorge. There is a lot of blood dripping on the floor. Our young man Godin is paralyzed. Jorge was the first to offer a hand to the boy when he was still rolling in the filth of the alleys. He was able to recognize the value that boy had. Vlad remembers past moments with Jorge, of everything the boy had known in life. The moonlight approaches and takes over the place. With a murderous look and his body covered in blood, Vlad has no reaction, just stares blankly at the man holding Jorge's head. Godin has severed our hero's world and dreams. Vlad grabs a sword that was lying beside him. He screams with hatred, with so much fury that his eyes glow. Vlad attacks him with glowing eyes. A voice yells for him to stop. Our hero attacks Godin with the sword. A beam of light opens up. With a step back, he dodges the attack. Stunned by what he has just seen, the man thinks, the way of the sword. Godin tries to imagine how a boy from the slums can do that. He is extremely impressed. In a new attempt to hit him, Vlad screams for him to die. With great energy and strength, Vlad charges the attack. Godin kicks Vlad in the stomach before he could do anything. The kick was so strong that it sent our young man flying to the other side of the room. Godin coldly analyzes the situation. He keeps asking himself, was he born with it? It's not possible that it was instinctive. Lying on the floor and writhing in pain, the voice in Vlad's head tells him to breathe, that he can't lose. Godin, impressed with the boy's skill, thinks it would be a waste to kill him, even if he returns in the future with a much sharper and stronger sword. In the midst of all that, Godin remembers Jorge's teachings, telling him that it's always important to take care of those who show great potential. He looks at our hero there on the floor and becomes thoughtful. Godin smirks. He calls the boy and says that knights only charge what is fair. Not understanding anything, still a wreck on the floor, Vlad asks what he meant by that. The man replies, saying his name is not Stanga, he is not 42 years old, and he did not charge a fair price, and throws in our hero's face the jerky he got from the boy that night by the fire. Still holding Jorge's head in his hands, he tells Vlad that he will take him with him. With his psychopathic manner, he says that it is a fair price, and it is his by right as a seller. Lying on the floor, Vlad watches him speak. The man looks at our young man, waiting for some response. Still filled with hatred, Vlad says he will kill him. The man just ignores what he just heard. Godin turns, walks away, and tells Vlad that the way his life is now, it's no use for him to want to charge more for the jerky. Vlad gets even more nervous with everything. He can't believe things have come to this point. Once again, our young man screams that he will kill Godin, who doesn't seem to care much and continues walking. Vlad asks him to wait. Godin continues walking towards the door, holding Jorge's head, and Vlad screams for him to wait. Crying in desperation, bathed in tears, our young man begs for Godin to just wait. It is still night, and everything is quiet. Zemina helps our protagonist. He is injured and in great pain, and she helps him to stay on his feet. An intense pain suddenly appears where Vlad was hit by Godin's kick. He bends over, feeling great pain. The pain is so intense that it makes Vlad writhe. A voice in his thoughts tells him to get up. Then, he remembers a moment in the tavern, after the fight, where Marcella said some things to him. He remembered Marcella telling him to get up, asking if he wanted to die there in that place. At that moment, our young man was without any reaction, as he had just seen Godin leaving with Jorge's head in his hands and could do nothing. Marcella glares at him with anger in her eyes and slaps Vlad across the face. She calls him a child and tells him to snap out of it and pull himself together. She asks Vlad, who is still on the floor, if he knows the difference between the people who live in the center and the slum dwellers like them. Without waiting for any response from the young man, she replies, "Opportunity." Marcella says that these people, whenever they fall, they get back up. Vlad listens attentively to her words. "They can handle it, but what about us?" says Marcella, as she points and shows Vlad all the bodies lying there in the tavern, with blood everywhere. Marcella asks our young man to look closely and see the result of a single failure. She holds Vlad's shoulder and says, "We can't make a single mistake. If we make a mistake, we die. That is our destiny." Crouched down, face to face with Vlad, with her eyes full of tears, Marcella screams at him not to waste this opportunity. Our hero's heart fills with even more hatred after remembering all this. Zemina asks if everything is all right, if she should go slowly, as he is still crouched there. He tells her to continue. Still in pain, in a cold sweat, Vlad says he can't end things there. In the background, on the alley stairs, a man with a club in his hand yells, saying that there is Jorge's stooge. Vlad grabs Zemina's hand and they run away from there quickly. Their nest has been destroyed. Furious men with swords run after them to kill them. Although they are small birds, Vlad and Zemina run as if there were no tomorrow. The time for our young ones to fly alone has arrived. At a crossroads, the men lose sight of our young ones. They have no idea where they could have gone. One of the men says they might have entered another alley. One of them yells, asking to inspect every corner that everyone will be well rewarded. The man who gave the order was none other than Jack's useless henchman that Vlad had broken in half. He says he will make Vlad pay for all the shame he went through. The henchman asks the men to split up and search, that our young man can't have gone far. A closed wooden door, apparently with a broken lock. Vlad and Zemina hide behind this door in silence, as the men have just passed by. With his dagger in his hand and expecting the worst, Vlad thinks that at this rate, they won't escape. Vlad tells Zemina to go and only come back when everything calms down. Not understanding the request, she asks what he is going to do. Apprehensive, Vlad replies that he needs to get out of there, that the men are close and that it is dangerous for them to stay together. Seeing that all of this is madness, Zemina says she wants to stay there with Vlad and that she won't go. Vlad reminds Zemina of the promise she made to Marcella, that she would help him get to a safe place and then leave. Vlad asks her to go to the convent before the sun sets, or to Harvan's, Vlad suggests. But Zemina, angry, refuses. With great hatred, Vlad says that Zemina doesn't listen to him, that she seems like an idiot and can't see that he can't protect her at that moment. Frightened by Vlad's scolding, Zemina bursts into tears. A voice asks, "Who's there?" Vlad and Zemina are on alert. Zemina quickly grabs a knife that was on a table. A man with a lamp in his hand approaches the two. Zemina points the knife towards the man. It's an old man, apparently the owner of the sword shop. He seems surprised by the presence of the young people. The old man asks what they are doing there. Zemina, frightened and with the knife ready to stab him, tells him not to come near. Not understanding what is happening, the old man asks her what the hell is wrong with her, as he is in his own house and they were the ones who broke in. Zemina, with great anger, yells once more for the old man not to come near, or she will leave his guts on the floor. The old man becomes serious, silent, and stares at the young people. He replies saying that he understood the situation and asks Zemina to lower the knife. Zemina does not obey and becomes even angrier. She asks the old man to give her the sword. The old man seems not to understand what Zemina has just asked. She asks the old man to get the sword that hangs on the wall, saying that it is not safe outside the city. The old man stands there, staring at the two of them. Zemina, with the knife in her hand, says she is not kidding and asks him to get the sword quickly. Our hero looks at Zemina and asks her to lower the knife. With great anger, Zemina closes her eyes and shouts, "Bring the sword, old man!" Standing in front of Zemina, the old blacksmith thinks that this is how the slums work, the true character of people who need to steal from others to survive. There, standing and watching the situation, the old man thinks that he was once like that too, and says that now it's the girl's turn. She is still very apprehensive, with great anger, and holds the knife tightly in her hands. Still standing face to face with the girl, the old man says, "What a shame." Zemina fills with even more hatred for the old man. She makes a quick movement with the knife. Vlad screams, trying to intervene. The old man closes his eyes. The blade passes quickly. Vlad doesn't believe what he sees. With the knife that was in her hands, Zemina cuts her beautiful red hair. The old man opens his eyes, not knowing if he is alive or dead. With the cut hair in her hand, crying rivers of tears, Zemina offers the hair to the old blacksmith and swears she will bring the rest of the value later. In deep sadness, she asks him to please give the sword to Vlad. The old man has no reaction and stands there, watching Zemina cry. The old blacksmith thinks. He asks Vlad if he is leaving. Distressed, our young man replies yes. The old man thinks that this is the only thing he could never do in his life, not even dream of. Seeing our protagonist there in that state, the old man thinks that Vlad will succeed, that he hasn't even spread his wings yet. The old man complains and says that young people always make things more difficult for him. The old blacksmith asks Vlad and Zemina to follow him. During the night, the snow falls heavily as the old man prepares a cart. In the middle of the night, in the cold and snow, the old man goes out dragging the cart through the village road. The cart is full of garbage, and a voice complains that it can't stand the stench. The old man asks to keep pushing, saying that this is the only way. Suddenly, a voice shouts, and the old man looks back, frightened. It's three men. One of them asks the old man what he is doing out there at that hour. Already knowing what it's about, the old man thinks, "These bastards, they were here too." "Taking out the trash," replies the old man with the full cart. The man retorts, asking if that was the right time. The old man, angry, calls the men bastards for blocking the roads with the fight and says that his forge almost exploded because he had no way to throw out the trash. Not caring much about the old man's tantrum, the man says that the old man has a weird personality. He looks closely at the cart and sees in the background a man covered by a hood. He questions the old man about who the person is, since he has always worked alone. Showing nervousness, the old man replies that he gave a little bread in exchange for the boy's help in pushing the cart and asks the henchman if he doesn't want to push it instead. The man says that it's all right since he's the only blacksmith in the region, but that he needs to check who the boy is. With the sword in his hands, the man begins to lift the boy's hood. "Don't move unless you want to have something cut off," says the man to the hooded boy. With the sword, he tears the hood. The old blacksmith is startled. Like she's in a play, Zemina starts crying and says how hard it is to make a living. The man doesn't get all the drama and says it's all right, they can pass. The old man asks what they're looking for anyway. The man replies that he's looking for Jorge's little blondie, that his body wasn't found. The old man asks if they can go, and the man says yes, but he needs to be 100% sure and check the cart. The man calls over one of his buddies and tells him to check out the cart. In the middle of the trash, hidden, is Vlad. Zemina and the old man expect the worst. The man tells his buddy not to check the cart there, but to take it somewhere else to inspect it better. He tells the old man to go with his buddy. There, pulling the cart and following the man, the old man wonders if he should have taken another path, but realizes that was the only one they could have taken. Inspecting the cart, the man says the old man brought a lot of trash. He looks and notices something strange. Next to the man, Zemina is watching, looking pretty anxious about everything. The man looks at the cart while thinking. He asks them not to hate him, that this is just his job. With his spear and a lot of force, he stabs into the trash in the cart. The old man and the girl don't know what to expect. The man keeps striking the cart with the spear. He says he heard that Harvin put a boat in the river. Zemina and the old blacksmith look at the man, not understanding what he just said. The man's spear passes right by Vlad's face, who's lying there in the middle of the trash. The man says everyone went there and that they all think there's a good reason for Harvin to have put the ship in the river. He tells them to keep that in mind. The man finishes checking the trash with his spear and says, "All right, he's done." The old man takes the cart and goes on his way. As soon as the old man leaves, the man says, "That was the payment for the 40 silver pieces my brother owed." The man in question was the brother of the boy Vlad had saved. Still lying and hidden in the trash, Vlad hears everything. "Thank you, Otar." The old man and Zemina arrive at the location. "We're finally here," says the old man. All the trash dumped here goes outside the city. Crying and feeling very sorry for everything, Zemina says goodbye to Vlad and asks him to be well. All the trash is dumped. Along with the trash goes Vlad with his sword. The star the boy holds in his hands is something the old man made with his dreams, bought with the girl's tears. Vlad is outside the city. It's snowing a lot and it's freezing cold. He heads into the forest towards the mountains, and the moon shines brightly in the sky. The blade of the sword, Vlad admires it. He takes shelter in a cave and lights a fire. With the sword in his hands, he asks, "Can you hear me?" A voice replies, "Yes." Vlad asks, "Who are you?" The voice replies that it doesn't know. Confused, Vlad questions, "You had so much to say about swords, but you don't know who you are?" Vlad gets no answer. He says that in that case, it's better to help it, but for that, he needs its help in return. Vlad says he will help it recover its memories, as long as it becomes his sword. Even if it's the devil, he won't care. The only thing our young man is really afraid of is being a nobody in life. "All right, I'll tell you about my sword." Amidst the frozen mountains, soldiers patrol a camp of the Bayezid family troops. There in the camp, a young man carefully plans the next move. This young man is Joseph Bayezid, the second son of the family. "This is too easy," says the young man planning the move. One of his soldiers enters the tent. He has just returned. The soldier is Jaeger, who wears an eye patch over his left eye. Jaeger notices that something is bothering Joseph and asks if he's worried. The young man replies that it all seems too easy. Jaeger replies that the attack on the monsters is going smoothly, and the number of casualties is almost zero since they're all mercenaries. The young man retorts, asking if deserters aren't considered missing and irrelevant. Joseph says that a result with no variables or deserters would make everyone question his abilities. Not liking the situation, the young man mentions his father and his vassals. In that instant, Joseph remembers his damn older brother, Rudigerdi, son of another mother. Seeing the situation, Jaeger thinks, meticulous. The young man seems worried because he thinks that at this rate, there will be a lot of destruction. If Joseph fails to become the next count, his brother will do it in his place. The Bayezid family glorifies militants, and the proof is in their history, as blood brothers have fought each other over the years to get the position of count. Joseph comments that he doesn't have many swordsmen other than Jaeger. Jaeger tells the young master that there's something else he needs to report. He says there's a suspicious soldier. The young man asks if it could be a spy from his brother. With a serious expression, Jaeger replies that's not why he's suspicious, and that when the young man sees him, he'll understand. Jaeger shows a troll that is on display, hung up, and all cut up by a sword. Young Joseph, finding the situation disgusting, disgusting, and with his face covered by a handkerchief, observes, almost gagging in revulsion. This was probably done by a child who barely knows how to use a sword, says Joseph. Jaeger tells the young man to observe other dead trolls that are also on display. Seeing the corpses, the young man comments that they're also in bad shape. He keeps walking and observing the hanging trolls and notices they all look the same. Joseph realizes that one is a little better than the previous ones. He observes another one and notices something curious. Then he realizes they are the same cuts, but they look different. Joseph asks Jaeger if this was done by a single person. With a deafening silence, Jaeger confirms. Joseph, in disbelief, asks once more if it was really all of them. Jaeger confirms that yes, all those trolls are from the previous day. He also tells Joseph that the ones he saw earlier were from last month. He's astonished to hear that. Looking at it all, the young man thinks that's impossible to do in just 1 month. Barely containing his curiosity, he asks Jaeger who was responsible. The sun shines brightly in the forest, but snow dominates the landscape. Blood spurts everywhere. Trolls being killed, cut in half. Several men fight brutally against them with shields and swords. "Tighten the formation so they don't escape," shouts one of the men. Spears are thrown. Stepping on the body of one of the trolls, a man says it's almost over. He yells for the men to finish off the rest of the trolls that are still alive. The men look at him with a scared look, as if something is about to happen. Behind the man who is stepping on the troll's body, a 10-foot-tall troll appears, holding a wooden club that looks more like a tree. The men wonder what that thing is. The troll swings its club. It hits so hard you can feel the wind from the blow. The giant troll, with red eyes and reddish skin, has just crushed the man with the hit. The rest of the men can't even move or react seeing all that. The troll roars with great anger and charges towards the men. Fast and strong as a bull, it tramples and cuts the men in half. "This is crazy! Where did it come from?" the men scream, shitting their pants in fear. One group yells, saying it got past Group 5 and that they better fall back. Just as they're about to run, a very short, chubby man with a mustache appears on a horse. He yells, asking what the idiots are doing retreating, and that they won't be rewarded if they do. He orders them to advance quickly. "Nobody said there would be hobgoblins. You should have hired more expensive mercenaries," shouts a man, and they ask the chubby guy with the mustache why he doesn't come and fight. Feeling insulted, the fat guy with the mustache calls the men bastards and draws his sword. Before he can even fully draw the sword, one of the men is thrown at his horse's feet. Even the horse gets spooked. The monster holds one of the men by the head with just one hand. There's blood everywhere. The short, chubby guy totally craps himself in fear and thinks about staying far away from the monster. He sheathes his sword, soiling himself when he realizes he can't do anything. Even his horse notices he's a coward. Slow steps on the snow, a sword, blonde hair. Everyone is frozen, wondering who it could be. As the blonde-haired young man walks towards the giant troll, someone asks, "Riemann?" Everyone shouts, "That's right, Riemann the Laudable," who is none other than our young Vlad. With complete calm, he says he'll take care of it. Like lightning, he rushes with his sword towards the monster. The monster notices something, but isn't able to see our young man, who cuts it quickly. The monster was barely able to see what wounded it. Our hero realizes the cut was too shallow. The voice tells him to dodge, while the monster tries to hit our young man with its club. The boy is almost hit. He dodges quickly, and the monster hits the ground with great force. The young man, after dodging, gets into an attack stance. Nervous, he says he failed again. The voice tells the boy he's a complete idiot because he can't do anything even after being told that if he did something after it was explained, he'd be considered a genius. Face to face with the giant beast, our hero thinks he's just taking the long way around. The monster runs towards the young man, bellowing in fury. It attacks the boy, who dodges quickly. The monster tries to hit the young man again, who dodges even faster. The beast is impressed by the boy's speed. With all its fury, tries one more time to hit him with its club. The monster strikes with so much force that snow kicks up everywhere. It stands still in the middle of the snow mist. When it clears, it looks at the ground and sees that its blow hit nothing. "This time I will definitely..." The monster is startled. "Cut you down," says our young man, his blade blue from the aura. The monster looks back. "Riemann." Our young man runs with his blue eyes glowing. "Riemann, the Laudable, huh?" says Joseph. He tells Jaeger to investigate this person immediately. "Yes, young master," he replies. The young master thinks that all those crooked strikes make no sense at all. Joseph tries to understand how that boy could have walked the path of the sword in just 1 month. With a calm expression, he reflects. The monster is cut in half by our hero, who passes as fast as lightning. Our young man doesn't even break a sweat. He is a genius. Still on the battlefield, covered in snow and blood, soldiers collect the bodies of the dead trolls. They comment that there's only junk there and that they were hoping to find better things. "You were great this time, Captain," a soldier yells, trying to suck up to the captain. In an arrogant tone, our captain tells him to stop making excuses and keep carrying the bodies. The suck-up soldier replies that he's already done it and asks who would dare to touch the captain's things. The soldier says they're almost finished and, all excited, asks the captain where he's going and if he wants to do another job with him. He says that with the captain's swordsmanship and his brains, they would be unbeatable. The captain replies that he doesn't work with frauds. The soldier is not at all happy with the answer and looks at him with a certain look of anger, a mercenary's license. "You can't keep using it," says the soldier, confronting the captain. "I know someone great at forgeries," says the soldier Goethe. The captain looks back, deep into the soldier's eyes, and says in a threatening tone that he should know that babbling can get someone killed. He makes it very clear that if it's a threat, he will kill him. Goethe, seeing that the captain wasn't kidding, freezes in fear, with no reaction. Trying to smooth things over, he replies that he was just warning him for his own good, that it's a shame he earned so little being so good. Without much talk, our hero tells the soldier to shut up and get back to collecting the bodies, or he'll have to pick up his own head. Goethe runs off and gets back to collecting the bodies before it's too late for him. Our young man thinks that in the future he'll have to deal with that soldier, as he could be a problem. He turns and walks away, leaving the soldiers to load the carts with the remaining bodies. Seeing the captain retreat into the forest, the soldiers comment, asking if he's going to pray. One of the soldiers confirms that he is very devout. In the forest, our hero bows his head low, with his sword resting on the ground. He's so cool, maybe he's a noble. Maybe he wasn't even born in the same class as us, the soldiers comment, watching from a distance as our protagonist bows there. "Oh, for fuck's sake, I can't cut it in a single blow," thinks our hero, frustrated and angry, while everyone thinks he's praying. The sword's voice calls our young man a fool and replies that the principle of one strike, one kill lies in the element of surprise. Our hero doesn't know what that means. "You know, when you raise your sword and the enemy goes whoosh, that's when you should go wham," says the sword to our young man. He, not understanding anything, asks if he's supposed to get that. Not very happy with the young man, the sword asks if he didn't understand that he just has to go wham when the enemy goes whoosh. Our young man realizes that the voice in the sword isn't all there and has no idea what wham and whoosh are. Thinking he's crazy and realizing the voice is even crazier, he asks himself, "What the fuck is whoosh?" The soldiers around have no idea he's talking to the sword and swear he's still praying. The sun shines brightly on the troops' camp, but snow and cold prevail. A bowl of hot meat soup on a table. "What kind of meat is this?" asks our young man, not knowing if it's really meat. "If it's free, who cares?" replies a soldier with his mouth full of the suspicious food. The soldiers say it's rare for bosses to provide food, since they are the Bayzids. The food is a bit salty, but it's better than nothing. Our hero puts down the bowl and tells the soldiers to enjoy it, and leaves. The soldiers, seeing our hero leave, comment among themselves if he's going to see the priest again, and if they should start praying too. "You'll never be like him," someone says. In the church tent, "Welcome, Riemann," says the priest with a mustache and white hair. Our hero greets Father Andreas and asks if he had a good night. Andreas replies that yes, as always. With a smile on his face, the priest says he heard he was praying last night too, and that it must have been very cold. "How can I feel cold if I'm being embraced by God?" Our hero replies to the priest, remembering the conversation with the sword in the forest about that damn whoosh and wham. The priest, amidst laughter but very impressed, says that he seems more like a priest than he himself does. A small boy dressed in a church tunic approaches Father Andreas. The boy's name is Jean. He tells the priest that the meal is ready, and Andreas thanks him. The priest says he was going to have breakfast and invites our protagonist to join, almost forcing him to stay. Our hero replies that he didn't come there to eat. Already seated at the table, served with bread, the priest, Riemann, and the boy, Andreas says that there they will pray. Our hero looks at the boy Jean. The boy begins the prayer, giving thanks for the meal, asking that it give them strength to help those in need. With his eyes half open during the prayer, thoughtful, the priest looks at our protagonist. "What an honest devotee," thinks Father Andreas, admiring our hero. Even in this godforsaken place, he has not lost his faith. Andreas thinks that he needs to guide our hero, that his hands will always be stained with blood because of his battles. "This must also be a destiny that God has entrusted to me." With his eyes closed, the priest says, "Amen," and ends the prayer. Andreas requests that our protagonist stay and eat. Riemann thanks him and replies that he will stay. Seeing that fresh feast, he thinks he would never turn down a rare whole wheat bread and soup. This is real food. The priest asks our hero, who is there devouring all the food, about his swordsmanship. He says he's heard a lot about it, and that Sir Joseph has too, and that he went there 2 days ago to ask about our hero. With his mouth full, Ryman asks, and then, with a sparkle on his face, all excited, the priest says he recommended him. The priest says he is eager to see how our young man would grow. In disbelief, our young man almost chokes on his food. Andreas tells Riemann that the Bayezid family is a renowned family, and that the simple fact of working for them already provides a much better environment. He says that our protagonist is entitled to that, and this causes a certain shock in Riemann. In the snow-covered forest, our hero thinks that this couldn't have been very good. Frustrated, he thinks he's been noticed. The sword's voice replies that they had no other way, because its swordsmanship could only be learned through real experience. The voice says that perhaps the biggest problem was him getting too close to the priest. Thoughtful, our young man replies that he had to be sure. The voice asks if he is now sure that it is not an evil being. They say he has a great reputation, and enough divine power to be offered the title of bishop. Since he didn't feel anything strange about you, I'm sure of it, thinks our young man. Finally, he wonders if they should run. The voice in the sword supposes that maybe they will ignore our protagonist's fake identity, since he is very skilled. Our hero says that eventually, they will find out that he killed a mercenary who was supposedly stealing, and this will lead to him being accused of forging his identity and murder. You're pretty evil, says the voice in the sword. You were an accomplice too, you damn sword, our young man argues. It's better to run, replies the sword, saying that self-defense only works if there are witnesses. Decided, our protagonist firmly grips the hilt of the sword. They fled that night. Let's get Goda and run. Then they'll have a fake license. I think that might be a little difficult, replies the voice in the sword. Surprised, our young man doesn't understand what it meant. It warns that someone is approaching, at least an advanced knight. Our hero turns around quickly, ready to attack. The approaching knight is Jaeger, who is impressed by the young man's speed. With his sword pointed at Jaeger, our hero stares him down. Face to face with the young man, Jaeger wonders if he was able to sense him, and that he is much better than he imagined. With the sword pointed at him, Jaeger tells our hero that Sir Joseph wishes to meet him. Understanding the situation, our protagonist thinks it would have been better to run instantly instead of hesitating, and that if he doesn't act perfectly, he's screwed. Our hero replies to Jaeger that it will be an honor to meet Sir Joseph without showing any reaction. They say a poker face is a fundamental skill in a card game, thinks our young man. Jaeger, still impressed by how quickly the young man noticed him arriving, asks if he knew he was coming. Our hero replies that the priest warned him, but he didn't think he would come so soon. Standing, looking at our young man, Jaeger notices something interesting. The boy didn't seem intimidated by him. Jaeger tells our boy to follow him, turns his back, and walks away. Still standing, watching Jaeger leave, our young man thinks if he should run now, but the voice of the sword tells him not to even try. A knight like him can kill you before you even take 3 steps, the voice tells our boy. Jaeger continues walking with his back turned, fearless, imposing. Frustrated, our hero realizes he has no other choice but to go. Arriving at Sir Joseph's tent, standing, holding a book, he says it's a pleasure to meet him. Our hero bows and says it's an honor. Joseph asks the young man if he has any complaints about his work. Our hero replies no, that they are all very grateful for his consideration. Blonde, blue eyes. I thought you'd be from a fallen noble family, says Joseph, with a hint of suspicion in the air. Did you say your name was Riemann? He asks, and our hero quickly replies, yes, sir. Closing the book, Joseph says he should have warned him sooner. Jaeger slaps our hero across the face, who didn't expect that. He looks at him and doesn't understand. Jaeger stares at him seriously. Looking into the boy's eyes without any pity, Joseph says he despises liars. Wiping his face, our hero tells him his real name, Vlad of Suara. I see, you knew everything all along, our hero says to Joseph. He replies that it was confirmed that his mother was a divorced woman, but nothing was found about his father. Joseph looks at the boy and asks if he knows who his father was. Vlad, with his ignorant manner, replies, how can the son of a divorced mother know who his father is? Jaeger kicks Vlad. Our protagonist falls to the ground. Jaeger glares at our young man and tells him to remember his manners. Vlad glares back in great pain. That wasn't necessary. If you think about it, it was even a little funny, says Vlad, barely able to stand. Joseph says that being a group of mercenaries, he could have killed and brought one of them. He says he already knows why our protagonist fled from Suara. Joseph asks Vlad where he learned to wield a sword. Our hero looks at him with a distressed expression. Those eyes are hiding a lot, says Joseph. Vlad is startled to feel that Jaeger, who is behind him, has just drawn his sword. Our young man bites his lips in fear and distress. Replying quickly, our protagonist says he had a teacher who appeared and disappeared like a flash of lightning. Joseph looks at him, surprised by the answer. Vlad adds, saying that he didn't say his name, that he only told him one thing, that the secret of a man who is solitary and always victorious victorious can never be revealed to anyone. Joseph notices how firm our young man's gaze is and says that it's all right and apologizes for the harsh treatment. Our young man can't believe it and wonders if his answer just worked. Joseph says that our hero may not be aware, but that he is in a complicated situation and that he has an offer to make. Joseph, with great firmness, asks Vlad of Suara if he doesn't want a higher place. Power, freedom, survival, knighthood. I mean, things like that, Joseph adds. Our protagonist seems surprised by the offer. I, Joseph Bazid, would like to support you, he says with authority to our young man, who is on his knees. Swords cross with great force. Jaeger and Vlad face off in training. Men watch and ask each other if he's holding his own, or if Jaeger is going easy on him. They wonder if our protagonist will be Jaeger's new disciple. He's definitely extremely skilled. What luck, he's heading towards a promising future, thinks Jaeger while battling Vlad. Our young man is giving his all against Jaeger, but he is very strong. Jaeger calls our young man a brat and asks, "How did you manage to hold your head high in front of Lord Joseph with these ridiculous skills?" "A brat who doesn't know his place," Jaeger adds. Vlad is trying his best and still can't even touch him, and realizes that Jaeger is on a different level. Vlad realizes that if he tries to dodge, he gets hit right after, and that Jaeger's attack is too strong to be blocked. Jaeger attacks again. In this case, our protagonist thinks fast. Vlad, with his eyes glazed over, waits for the next attack. He knows exactly where Jaeger will strike him. Vlad blocks the attack and holds his sword tightly. Our hero's eyes glow, and he redirects Jaeger's attack against him. "He hit him! That's impressive!" shout the soldiers watching the training. "True, you should at least be able to do that," says Jaeger to our protagonist. Vlad, extremely exhausted, thinks he didn't really do it. "This guy just let me land a hit," thinks our hero. Jaeger tells Vlad that he will duel with him like this twice a day, in the morning and in the afternoon. Stunned, our protagonist can't even believe he'll have to do this twice a day. Jaeger says that the morning training is over and for Vlad not to get too cold as there's still the afternoon session, and walks away. As Jaeger walks away, Vlad watches him coldly. What a dedicated guy. He didn't even give me a single piece of advice, thinks our hero, frustrated. "Remarkable skills in swordsmanship," says the voice to Vlad. "He relentlessly blocked all your superfluous movements. You learn by getting hit," the voice continues. "No matter where I turn, there's no one on my side," complains Vlad. "I get it. What do you think about seeing for yourself?" In Joseph's tent, Jaeger says the kid could be useful. He's at a point where he'd even get the Count's attention, if he were a noble. Joseph confirms his judgment was spot on. Jaeger mentions there's one problem. The kid is arrogant, doesn't know his place. "That was to be expected," Joseph replies. "Since he grew up in the alleys, etiquette can be taught, if it's done slowly." Looking at Jaeger, Joseph says he has the right guy for the job right in front of him. "You can't trust a disloyal sword," says Jaeger. "Bowing his head the moment he saw me wouldn't have made me trust him," Joseph replies. "It's better that he shows what he feels inside." In a moment of reflection, our protagonist thinks there's something he must do, no matter what. In fact, this might be for the best. A relationship where both sides want something from each other might even be better. "If that's what you think," Jaeger replies. He's not exactly a wolf either. An image of a wolf appears behind Vlad, its eyes glowing. He seems arrogant, untrustworthy, and full of himself. "Try not to rush it. You'll need some time to build a big cage. So big that the wolf mistakes captivity for freedom," says Joseph. Night falls, fog and snow cover the forest. A soldier, shivering from the cold, asks why there's so much fog in winter. He asks the captain if Vlad is working for Sir Jaeger and says he should have won him over sooner and gotten his attention. Anyway, it must be great to move up. What could be better than going out as an expedition team in this weather, says the soldier. Another man approaches and asks if something happened. "Oh no, Roderick Nim, nothing out of the ordinary," the soldier replies. The man is Roderick Nim, who tells the soldier to get a grip and do his job right. "Yes, sir, don't worry about us." Roderick Nim leaves, saying, "Of course." The soldier lowers his head. So solid not even a needle could get in. How smug. He just finished his patrol, so he shouldn't be back for a while, the soldier grumbles. The soldier leans against a tree and thinks about taking a nap. He closes his eyes. Suddenly, he hears a scream. "What are you doing here?" It's Roderick Nim's voice. The soldier realizes he hasn't left yet. He continues to hear Roderick say, "Looking for a child? What does that mean?" The soldier wonders who Roderick Nim is talking to. He sees Roderick in the back of the forest, who says, "Looks like you're just a crazy woman, huh?" A voice replies, "I am not your child, Child, thinks the soldier, not understanding what's happening. What is this? Why did he stop talking? He thinks anxiously. He keeps looking into the forest and sees Roderick. Where is he going all of a sudden? That's not the way to the camp. The soldier doesn't understand anything. What is that? Roderick Nim is standing still in the forest, and a dark, gloomy aura surrounds him. The soldier starts shaking all over, not knowing what it could be. A strong, dark, and terrifying energy surrounds Roderick Nim. Our protagonist is tired from training and asks if it would hurt for Jaeger to go a little easier on him. The voice in his head says that this is a unique golden opportunity, that there's no shortage of people who would pay to train with Jaeger. Vlad stretches. That's how valuable he is as a warrior, says the voice. Remembering moments from the training, Vlad says it seemed like he just wanted to finish him off. The voice replies that this makes the fight even better. After all, everyone needs motivation. Not at all thrilled with what he just heard, our protagonist finds this kind of annoying. Suddenly someone shouts, calling our hero. Behind a tree is Goethe, getting our young man's attention. Vlad asks when he got back and figures the expedition squad isn't there anymore. Goethe looks scared. He says he plans to escape that very night. Vlad questions him about what he's talking about. With a frightened look, Goethe tells Vlad that his intentions in coming to talk to him are the best and that they should meet later to escape together. Vlad can't understand and says none of it makes sense. Goethe says it's not senseless, that he saw it all with his own eyes. That grove. Shaking all over with fear, Goethe says that the grove they went to explore is cursed. Vlad can't believe what he just heard. We've had a few deserters so far, right? But the pay is great and the work environment is good too, says Goethe, and our hero agrees. In a panic, Goethe says they weren't deserters, they just disappeared. Vlad is shocked to hear that. He's stunned. Goethe says he saw the ghost that takes people into the woods. Vlad can't believe he just wasted time listening to that bullshit. You piece of shit! Are you messing with me talking this crap? Says Vlad, slapping Goethe on the head. He shouts that he's telling the truth, that a warrior was lost yesterday. Vlad is startled and asks if it was Roderick who disappeared. The man says yes. Goethe says that while he was returning, he discovered something else, that all the men who have disappeared so far had black hair. Vlad realizes there really is a pattern to this. Goethe cries from fear and nervousness and thinks he should have just taken his stuff and left instead of sticking around for a good intention. Jaeger and Vlad accompany him to the scene of the incident. Jaeger seems suspicious of Goethe. He asks if they can trust that man. Our protagonist replies no, but that in any case he's not crazy. Jaeger doesn't seem convinced. In his mind, he says that Joseph sees this as an opportunity, that instead of a useless expedition, discovering a specific trend is more beneficial. But something bothers him. Jaeger thinks of Joseph and wonders, all the missing people had black hair, huh? 3 warriors were on duty, so nothing should have happened. Jaeger retorts to our hero, saying that none of them were really useful. I can't fall behind, thinks Jaeger, who, with Roderick's disappearance, someone more skilled than him must step up. Goethe tells the captain that the expedition squad is camped there. A young man introduces himself as Aaron, Roderick's subordinate. Jaeger asks him if he searched the entire grove and didn't find even a single trace. The young man says yes. Even with mercenary hunters, they couldn't find even a footprint. Jaeger finds it all very strange and decides he has to check it out for himself. Mounted on his horse, Jaeger orders the soldiers to search the area, forming groups of 3, and to spread out as far as the eye can see. The soldiers shout, "Yes, sir!" The day is coming to an end. The sun is already setting behind the mountains. Night is near. Goethe complains to Vlad, saying that this situation isn't right, and asks how he could do something like that to him. He complains once more, saying that Vlad is a fraud who takes advantage of people with good intentions. Our protagonist tells Goethe to stop talking and focus on the search, that he will compensate him later. They find Jaeger in the forest, who asks if they found anything. The answer is no. Jaeger says Vlad is useless. Our protagonist replies that he's from the city. Jaeger asks how they found missing people in the alleys. Vlad, our protagonist, always with a quick answer, says it's easy. You just grab someone and beat them up. That's how you'll find people. Goethe is shocked by the answer. You really are useless, states Jaeger, looking at our protagonist, who has a dumb look on his face. Jaeger realizes the sun is setting, and it will soon be night, and he wonders if he'll have to return like this. He looks to the side, sees a lake, and asks if they searched on the other side. Goethe replies that, as far as he knows, they didn't cross the lake to search, especially since it wasn't on the expedition's path. Jaeger realizes there are no tracks in the grove and that they've already looked once. He thinks they no longer have a chance of finding Roderick or the unknown woman there. Jaeger orders them to gather all the mercenaries as they are going to cross the lake. Goethe replies, "Yes, sir." Goethe whistles for the troop of mercenaries to assemble. Jaeger gets on the lake, stomps his foot, and says it's not completely frozen. He says winter is over, but the lake is frozen enough for them to cross cross to the other side. Vlad tells Jaeger that if they form groups to cross, it might work. The mercenaries arrive and ask if they found anything. Goethe says no, and that's why he called them. Jaeger tells the mercenaries that they will expand the search by crossing the lake, and warns that the lake is not completely frozen, so they will be divided into groups to make the crossing. The mercenaries agree. The groups begin to cross the lake. Goethe trembles. Vlad asks what's wrong. Shitting his pants with fear, replies that he has a bad feeling. Our protagonist says he's a chicken, that there's no such thing as a bad feeling. Almost dying of fear, Goethe replies that he really is scared, because he's not a great person like our protagonist. He says that a person like him needs good intuition to survive, and that's what he's feeling right now. Seeing everyone crossing the lake, he says they shouldn't cross. Vlad looks back and says he doesn't know anything about intuition, but he's sure of one thing, that if Goethe runs now, his death will not be peaceful. Our protagonist asks if it wouldn't be strange for the only witness to flee the scene. Goethe is speechless, frozen with fear. Vlad says that even he would hunt him down and then kill him. Our hero keeps walking and tells Goethe to stop with the nonsense and follow him, because crossing the lake is his only option for survival. Goethe, trembling, says that this is all bullshit and that no matter why, they are making a mistake. Goethe steps onto the lake. He asks Vlad if there's any risk of the ice breaking. Our protagonist replies that, of course, the ice could break, and that if he doesn't shut up, he'll break the ice himself and sink him in the lake. Goethe kneels and cries, saying he can't. Vlad grabs him by the collar of his shirt and tells him to get up now because they're falling behind. Goethe screams. Our protagonist says he's an idiot. Vlad notices. Goethe screams when he sees all the missing people frozen at the bottom of the lake. Someone shouts, "Bodies! There are dead bodies inside the lake!" Several bodies frozen at the bottom of the lake, as if they were trying to escape from something that was pulling them. Suddenly, a crack in the ice. Everyone barely understands what's happening until they realize the ice is breaking. The men shout to cross quickly, all at once. A hand emerges from the bottom of the lake. All the dead at the bottom of the lake have come to life and begin to rise. The mercenaries scream, saying they're surrounded. They scream for Jaeger's help, asking what they should do. With all his experience, Jaeger soon realizes that this is all just an elaborate trap, as if they knew they were coming. Jaeger finds himself in a delicate position. Night and darkness. These were not the territories of the living. Dozens of undead. The cold takes over the camp. Soldiers patrol outside. Candles, a cross, and a chalice. Someone prays, thanking God for watching over him once again. A priest and a child are kneeling, praying, asking to be guided to always follow God's right path. The priest notices something strange. The boy asks the priest what's wrong. The water that was in the chalice begins to tremble. A black aura begins to emanate from the chalice. "Oh my God!" says the priest. A fog begins to take over the entire camp. "Child! My child!" Something powerful screams from within the fog. A spirit of a woman, surrounded by an evil energy, searching for her child. One of the undead attacks Goethe. Terrified, he screams and calls for Vlad's help. The monster lunges. Our protagonist arrives quickly and cuts the monster in half right in front of Goethe. There are too many monsters, they don't stop attacking. Vlad passes among them as fast as a lightning bolt, cutting them all in half with his sword. Goethe does nothing but scream and tremble in fear as the monsters' heads and arms fly everywhere. Vlad orders the useless Goethe to grab a spear and do something instead of screaming. Dying of fear, he replies that he can't. "Crap," thinks Vlad, quite irritated with the situation. The voice in Vlad's head tells him not to get angry and to choose a direction before trying to escape. With monsters everywhere, Vlad realizes he can't move forward. Vlad thinks and wonders if Jaeger is safe. Jaeger fights with several monsters that surround him. Tirelessly, he kills them one by one. Soldiers are bitten and attacked by the monsters, which seem endless. Jaeger is tired and wonders if it will ever end. He realizes that this was all a planned trap. Jaeger can't say for sure who planned it, but their target is obvious. The eye covered by Jaeger's eye patch begins to glow green. He cannot hesitate. Monsters run fiercely towards him. Jaeger's gaze changes. His covered eye glows even brighter. The monsters, screaming, approach. With no time to react, all the monsters are cut in half by Jaeger. Soldiers shout for everyone to come and see Jaeger fighting and that he's with them. Jaeger continues to fight, killing the monsters one by one without hesitation. "Vlad of Suara!" shouts Jaeger and asks him to fulfill his contract. Our protagonist hears the shout and looks back. Vlad asks Jaeger what he should do. He orders Vlad to return to the post, hold out as long as he can, and protect Joseph, as was in the contract. Yes, sir, replies our hero. Vlad runs off and tells Gerda to come with him. Gerda just screams and trembles in fear. Seeing our protagonist running, he begs him to wait. Jaeger, worried in his thoughts, prays and asks that those who follow his will reach Joseph safely. Jaeger hears a noise approaching from behind. He realizes it's getting closer and closer. Jaeger turns with his sword in hand, ready to cut in half whatever it is. The approaching noise was Roderick, who has become a monster. Meanwhile, at the camp, Joseph is in his tent, sitting with a book. He hears noises outside, screams to stay away, strange noises. Joseph has no idea what it could be. He wonders if it could be an invasion. Vordan arrives at Joseph's tent, shouting. He asks Vordan why there is so much noise. Vordan doesn't know what it is. Joseph, irritated, asks why he came to him without even knowing what the situation is. Trembling, Vordan replies that Joseph's safety is the top priority. Joseph yells at the poor, fat Vordan, who didn't even remember to bring a sword for Joseph's safety. Vordan is speechless, seeing the stupidity he has just committed. You are not a lucky one, says Joseph, and tells Vordan that if he were in his place, he would be hanged immediately. Almost in tears, Vordan asks Joseph to forgive him, please, for the mistake. The priest and the child arrive at Joseph's tent, accompanied by 2 soldiers. Joseph asks Father Andreas if, by any chance, he knows what's happening. The priest replies that it is evil. He asks Joseph to look at the Bible he is holding, written with sacred ink. Joseph doesn't believe what he sees. The writing is trembling like a leaf in a storm. This is not a common object. Is there any way to stop it? Joseph asks the priest, who replies that he is not an exorcist. The priest says he will try to release as much of his divine powers as possible. However, with such a strong being, he might not be of much help. Worried, Joseph says he understands. He thinks that none of the remaining knights have created their own world, but for now, they are the only options. 3 men, a priest, and a child. Let's go, says Joseph. He leaves his tent and looks at the entire camp. Joseph sees the fog that covers everything. Soldiers shout, "I am not your son!" Joseph, with a handkerchief, covers his mouth and nose. He realizes that the fog is making the soldiers delirious. The priest replies that he is only sure that it is not a natural phenomenon. Joseph realizes he has just breathed in some of the fog. "My son," says a malevolent voice. Joseph and the others don't know what it could be. They see from the tent door a spirit, or perhaps a demon in the form of a woman, emerging from the middle of the fog. "Where is he?" asks the demon. The priest and the child have no reaction at all upon seeing that thing. Joseph's men can barely move, frozen by fear. Joseph himself can't believe what he's seeing. She passes before their eyes, looks in their direction, and asks, "Are you there?" Upon seeing Joseph, the demon says that she has finally found him, her child. Joseph stares at her. The demon approaches. "My boy, my child," repeats the demon. The priest concentrates all his divine power into a kind of protection for them. The child who was with the priest begins a song. The boy's song, together with the priest's power, releases a powerful yellow energy that envelops Joseph and everyone nearby. Joseph thinks there is no other way but for Jaeger to face the demon, because Cade and Maxim were not enough to defeat the opponent, even with the incredible blessings of Father Andreas. The demon persists in entering the barrier. "This is a curse," says Joseph. "A malicious curse directed at him." The demon burns upon touching the barrier made by the priest. "Who on earth?" The boy who was singing the song can't take it anymore. Blood comes out of his throat. The priest tells him to hold on, because the sun will find its way to them. The demon manages to pass its hand through the barrier. The boy has no more strength to continue. As an act of desperation, he starts singing again with all his might, at his limit. Joseph realizes that the priest is at his limit, and that soon the boy will not be able to continue with the song. He wonders if this is the end. Joseph thinks that this night is too long for him to wait for the morning sun. Joseph notices something approaching. That thing. Behind the demon's back, it approaches quickly. Joseph wonders what it is. Our protagonist, holding his sword. The voice in Vlad's head says that that woman was animated by the curse, and that a normal sword cannot cut her. "What are we going to do?" asks Vlad. The voice asks him if he can use the aura now. "You've got to be kidding me," our protagonist replies. The voice says there is another way. Vlad asks what it is. "Lend me your body for a moment." Vlad asks if it's possible. The voice replies that it knows it can use the aura, but doesn't know if it's capable of manifesting it in Vlad's body. "And even if I succeed in this, I won't be able to move for a while. Honestly, I wouldn't recommend it," the voice points out. "If I can't kill her, she will kill me," says our protagonist. "This is the way of the sword." Vlad wields his sword. "Let's do this," he says. "Are you sure?" the voice asks him. "I made a promise to Joseph," our hero replies coldly. "Since there is something I must do, I must devote myself, not with loyalty, but with faith." The voice respects Vlad's choice. Our protagonist runs towards the demon. The demonic creature turns to retaliate. Vlad does not hesitate. "Now, close your right eye," orders the voice. Our protagonist closes his eye. A bolt of lightning comes down. This is the world of the voices. Waves of blue light burst around Vlad, cutting the air with electric crackles. Small black fragments and dust float, as if gravity were unstable. Our protagonist's right eye glows. His sword emanates an intense glow and energy. The creature bellows. Vlad, charged with the energy of the aura, advances quickly towards the demonic creature. With a precise and strong cut like a lightning bolt, Vlad attacks the creature. The demon screams with the power of the attack. The priest and the boy are impressed with what they saw. Vordan also can't believe it. Joseph is in shock with everything he saw. Vlad's eye still shines brightly after the attack. Our hero falls to his knees. He screams. A huge discharge of energy happens in his body. Joseph, worried, shouts, "Vlad!" Vlad falls, barely able to move. Joseph realizes that those were definitely traces of aura. He doesn't know how Vlad did it, but he's sure he paid a great price. The demonic woman is still alive and calls for her child. The black energy that envelops her body hangs in the air. The creature crawls, approaching Vlad, who remains on the ground unable to move. Joseph runs towards Vlad and asks the priest and the boy not to stop the song. Joseph supports Vlad on his shoulders so he can get up. Our protagonist is exhausted. The creature crawls and screams for its child, getting closer and closer. She grabs Joseph's foot. Realizing the situation, Joseph feels weak for not even being able to get out of it. A voice shouts, "Joseph!" A hand grabs the young man from behind. The one who grabs him is Vordan, who, apologizing for the discourtesy, throws Vlad and Joseph away, pushing them away from the demonic creature. The creature bellows at losing its opportunity. Joseph and Vlad fall near the priest. "This is the first time I'm happy to have you by my side," Joseph says to Vlad. "Thank you, Mr. Joseph," Vlad thanks him. Still weak, he tries to get up. Very exhausted, our protagonist calls the priest and asks him to bless his sword. "We must kill this woman," he says. The priest thinks and says he's right. Holding the blade, the priest soils it with his own blood. He hands the sword to Vlad and says it is a solid blessing. Our hero wields the sword and thanks him. Vlad walks towards the demon woman. She still crawls on the ground, and Vlad looks down at her. The creature screams, pleading to find her child. Our protagonist looks at her and reflects that while he was attacking her, for an instant he saw women trapped in a dark prison, screaming for their children, while their babies were on the cold floor. A mother begging for her child back and trying to reach him. In this woman's terrible memories, she lamented while her child was freezing to death right before her eyes. A woman with bruised arms screams and cries, asking for her son. Vlad raises his sword and tells the creature to rest in peace. "Where are you?" A tear runs down the creature's empty eyes. Our protagonist plunges his sword into her. Upon being wounded by the blessed sword, the creature reveals her true form, sweet and feminine. "My son?" Vlad ends the suffering of that creature and the problem of the disappearances. A black and evil energy is exposed. In the forest, a hooded man in a black cloak manipulates the energy. The man has a dark smile on his face as he continues to dominate the energy. The man's connection with the black energy suddenly breaks. The evil thoughts have stopped. The man wonders if someone defeated her, but who would be capable of that? They definitely said there is only one knight who knows how to use the aura. Someone says, "As I thought, there you are." The speaker is Jaeger, who appears behind the man, surprising him. There's the rat that controls the puppet. The day dawns. Joseph asks if he is the person, the one who controlled the creature using the energy of darkness. Jaeger confirms that yes, and holds in his hands the head of the man he found in the forest. Holding a chest, Jaeger says that this must be the cursed object the woman was looking for. The chest itself became the child's coffin. Joseph asks Jaeger to leave the chest with the priest so he can investigate the problem when they return to Varna. Observing the camp, Joseph says that the expedition was a complete failure. Jaeger replies that he is very ashamed of it. "It was certainly a failure, but we will be returning peacefully. Was he useful?" asks Jaeger. "It seems I have found the person who will replace me as the sword," replies Joseph with a strategic look. "That boy will be a knight who will shine brighter than all others." An image of our protagonist appears with the energy of the aura exploding around him as he holds his sword. Some time passes. Vlad wakes up, all disheveled. He can't believe he was unconscious for 3 days. The voice replies yes, that he will have to be more careful next time. Sitting on the bed, Vlad is still confused. The voice says that it didn't know the side effects would be so extreme. Our protagonist replies saying that it's still a relief, and that he thought they would return immediately as soon as the camp matter was over. They were waiting for your recovery, says the voice. While Vlad tries to get up, the voice says that Joseph seemed to worry a little about him. Vlad leaves his tent and is startled. The camp is deserted, but it makes sense, as most fled after what happened. Suddenly, Goethe appears, shouting for Vlad, asking if he had woken up and that he doesn't know how worried he was. With a smile on his face, Vlad says, "How can it be? The guy who was barking about running away was the one who stayed the longest." Smiling broadly, Goethe replies that of course he stayed, because they promised a raise for those who stayed. He tells our protagonist that he only returned to the danger for him, and that he brought him back to the camp when he couldn't even get on a horse. He asks Vlad to make him look good later. Our protagonist says he will try. Goethe says that Jager asked Vlad to report to him as soon as he woke up, and that Joseph is in the barracks. He asks Vlad to go quickly. Our protagonist thanks him for the good work. Once again, Goethe asks Vlad to tell them and not to forget. Vlad just wants him to shut up. The sun shines brightly on the camp. Vlad arrives at Joseph's barrack. Joseph takes a bottle of liquor and asks our protagonist if he can drink. Vlad replies yes, that he worked at a brothel bar, but that he has never tasted a high-quality liquor. Admiring the bottle, Joseph says that this is a nobleman's drink. He continues by thanking our protagonist because he could have just run away. Vlad replies saying that they had a contract. Joseph replies quickly, saying that our hero promised faith, not loyalty. In his thoughts, Joseph analyzes the situation because the contract was nothing more than words, and yet Vlad fulfilled it. He notes that our protagonist is a talent he cannot lose. No, he is a talent I must have. Joseph tells Vlad that now it's his turn to fulfill his part of the contract and that he must reward him for his deeds. I formally invite you to join the house of Bayezid. Our young protagonist can't believe the proposal he has just received. Now we are in the country of Bayezid Varna. Jager, accompanied by Vordan, informs Joseph that the mercenaries have been dismissed. Joseph thanks them for the good work and says that the report on the expedition is still pending, so they will have to stay there for another day or two. Jager notices that Vlad is impressed with the city. He asks Vlad if it's his first time there. Awkwardly, Vlad replies that no matter where he goes, it will always be new. Jager calls our protagonist a country bumpkin. Vlad looks foolish. He tells Vlad to take the day off and look around the city. Vlad thanks him. "Don't get lost, child. Be at the city hall by dusk," Jager tells our protagonist. How I hate you, thinks our hero. Again, the voice appears in Vlad's head, saying that Jager seems to like him, just like Joseph. Not understanding what this crazy feeling is, Vlad replies that if he likes him a little more, he'll become the love of his life. But Vlad doesn't care, because he stuffed his pockets with a fat stack of cash he received as salary for the expedition. Now he just wants to grab some greasy food after so long, and wonders what's good to eat in the city. Suddenly, a hand pulls our young man by the arm and calls him by name. Vlad looks and sees that it's just the little boy who walks with the priest. Our protagonist asks if there's any problem. The boy replies no, and that if Vlad doesn't have any specific plans for the night, the priest would like to invite him. The priest? Asks Vlad. Our protagonist and the boy go to the church. Vlad is impressed with the size of the place and comments that not even the churches in Sawara were that big. The boy explains to him that while Soterna is the capital of the Bayezid country, Varna is the religious center. The boy asks Vlad to come in and wait a bit, that he will bring the priest quickly. Vlad enters the church. Standing in front of the altar, he is enchanted by the size and brightness of everything. Vlad realizes that despite using the name Orator Riemann, he has never stopped to say a real prayer in his life. With a silly look on his face, our protagonist feels that anyway, he has committed a sin. The priest arrives and apologizes to Vlad for making him wait. Very politely, Vlad says that it's no problem and thanks him for the invitation. The priest laughs and tells our protagonist that he doesn't need to be so modest. The priest has something in his hands. He tells Vlad that it's for him. Our protagonist doesn't know what it is. In the priest's hands is our protagonist's identity. The priest says that Joseph could have gotten it on his own without problems, but that the church's identities are more effective. Vlad takes the identity. On it, there is a cross, the symbol of the church. After all, the Lord's favor spreads throughout the continent. Our protagonist is speechless. Guarantor, Priest Andreas. There's a note written on the ID. "May the Lord show his face to you and have mercy on you. Bless you, Vlad." The priest asks Vlad to come see him whenever he needs. From that moment on, Priest Andreas will be his guarantor. Vlad is even more flattered by everything that just happened. A boy from the alleys, unable to even have his birth registered. With this sincere guarantor before him, he has registered his name to the vast world. Our protagonist bows before the priest to receive his blessing. From this day on, he is no no longer Vlad of the alleys, says the priest. He is Vlad of Suara. The county of Bayezid included 12 cities and 3 municipalities. Yager, on his horse, accompanied by Goethe, escorts a carriage. Men work on their boats, with ships anchored in the port. This is the distribution center of Suara, a church with giant staircases and towers. This is the religious center, Varna. In the carriage is Joseph, and outside, by his side, Vlad admires something ahead. That right there is the city capital, Sturma, Joseph tells Vlad. The city has a more modern architecture, the houses and buildings with detailed windows. With his executioner-like demeanor, Jaeger says that now they are all guests of Mr. Joseph, and tells them to keep in mind that any stupid thing they do will affect his reputation. Jaeger tells Vlad and Goethe not to wander around like a couple of hicks and to stay quiet. He informs them that soon the maids will bring refreshments and that they should wait. Standing there like two fools, Vlad and Goethe look at Jaeger. It's nothing. Just wait. Don't eat anything. If you eat like barbarians, you'll just end up spreading bad rumors, Jaeger tells the two of them. Vlad says that eating just a little bit won't hurt anyone. Jaeger says once more not to eat anything. A door opens. Goethe and Vlad enter a hall and are left speechless by all the decoration and the beauty of the place. Bayezid doesn't mess around, Goethe comments to Vlad, who agrees, mouth agape, almost drooling. I've never seen this before. They notice a strange movement behind the hall's curtain. Someone is hiding there and tells the two that he's trying to be sneaky. A man steps out from behind the curtain. Vlad looks at the man and is stunned by who he just saw. The man stares at the two and asks who they are. Vlad finds the man familiar, but his aura is on another level. Our protagonist seems distressed. It's as if he could cut a person in half just by looking at them. Goethe quickly replies with his name and says they are accompanying Mr. Joseph's expedition. The man says he understands. He stares at our protagonist coldly and asks who he is. Our hero replies that he is Vlad of Suara. The man replies that it's the first time he's heard that name. He stares at Vlad and notices that he's different, that he has a very fierce look and isn't letting himself be intimidated at all, even in front of him. The man is intrigued. Looks like Joseph got his hands on a pretty useful guy. I like him. The man puts his hand in his pocket, takes out some peanuts, and offers them to Vlad and Goethe. Vlad looks at the peanuts and thinks. He replies to the man that they were told not to eat anything. The man doesn't understand. Vlad repeats, "We were told not to eat anything from here." Goethe is mortified with embarrassment. What the hell, this freaking lunatic? He can't refuse a kind gesture from someone so noble, thinks Goethe, while slowly dying of secondhand embarrassment. Oh, is that so? The man replies. Vlad of Suara. His first act in the Bayezid mansion was to refuse the peanuts offered by Rudiger, the Count's eldest son. But they're great, says Rudiger. A man in his office is making notes and asks, "Did you say his name is Vlad?" Joseph replies, "Yes, father." The man is Joseph's father. He says that no one noteworthy has appeared in years, except for Jaeger, the one Joseph's mother brought. Joseph's father says that if he can turn our protagonist into a knight as good as those in the Bayezid family, he will reward him as well. Joseph bows and thanks his father. With a serious and cold look, Joseph's father tells him that he knows the sword is not his forte, but not to forget that he is in Bayezid. Joseph lowers his head as a sign of respect and agrees. Showing concern for his son, he asks Joseph if he's feeling well. Without many words, Joseph just replies yes. Still sitting at the table, Joseph's father says that everything is fine, so he can go. The young man wishes his father a good rest and leaves. As Joseph leaves, his father watches and admires him. Joseph's father tells Ragmus that they need to arrange for medicine for the young man. Ragmus replies that he will be very grateful for that, and Mrs. Oksana as well. Joseph's father says that Mrs. Oksana really worries a lot when it comes to her son. He asks Ragmus what he thinks about Joseph's report. Ragmus replies seriously that they should take the report seriously, since strange things are happening one after another. Joseph's father becomes furious and says they must find out who is behind this and who would dare to commit such evil acts in his land. The reports from Varna have arrived. Ragmus says it's apparently a clever combination of raising the dead and curse techniques. He points out that he believes this is the work of a master of black magic, or of more than 2 dark mages. Joseph's father says that if there are more than 2, it could be a group or an organization. Ragmus replies that this could be a possibility. Getting up from his chair, Joseph's father says that regardless, nothing changes, as the house of Bayezid must stand there, unshakable. He says they are ready to do whatever it takes to get rid of those who dare to stand in their way. With a look of fury and outrage, he says he hopes to meet them soon, those who dared to put his son in danger and create chaos in his land. It's night in Bayezid. The streets are empty. Joseph and Jaeger arrive at the city hall, where they arrange to meet Vlad and Goethe. He asks if they've been waiting long. Goethe replies, "No, sir." Joseph asks if he is Goethe. All goofy and happy, he replies yes. Joseph tells Goethe that tomorrow he will talk to him about his reward, but the poor guy has already waited all day hungry. Joseph says the maid will take him to his quarters and asks him to rest. Exhausted, Goethe says in that case he's leaving and exits, leaving Vlad with Jager and Joseph in the room. Joseph sits down and tells Vlad that now they're going to have a chat. He says that Vlad saved his life and decided to devote his sword to him in the future, and asks if that's correct. Our protagonist replies yes. Joseph says that Vlad once said he had a mission to accomplish, and that he understands this as a need for freedom, and asks if that's correct. Quickly, our protagonist replies that that's right. Joseph says that the fact that he says he will devote his sword to him, and at the same time wants freedom, is completely contradictory, and that things must be clarified there. He asks Vlad what he intends to do with his freedom, and that if he tells him, he can find out precisely what he should offer. Our protagonist remains silent and thinks coldly about the question. Joseph, sitting in his chair, awaits the answer.
The knight who looks like the blue moonlight, Godin of Gaidar. Do you know him? Joseph awaits the answer and remembers that he thought our hero was just a useful child. But did he have such an extraordinary history? He asks if the unidentified man who destroyed the tavern was Godin of Gaidar. Vlad replies that he hasn't forgotten him for a second. He is the man who killed his savior and destroyed the world he defended. He replies yes, and he is also the man he can't help but admire.
Joseph thinks in silence. The young man replies to Vlad that he can't help, that they are beyond the reach of his influence. Is that so? Vlad replies. But in his mind, he was already expecting this. After all, Joseph is just a simple son of a count, but he's happy to have told him the truth. In that case, Vlad says to Joseph, I suggest we change the contract. Joseph offers Vlad of Suara a 7-year contract. Vlad is surprised by the proposal. Joseph says that Vlad may not know, but he has put his pride as a noble aside, and that he should keep in mind that this action was a big decision for him. Vlad thinks that he may not know much, but it seems that this is indeed an unprecedented action. Jaeger looks at our protagonist as if he wants to kill him. Joseph promises a bright future for him for saving his life. He tells Vlad that he intends to clothe, feed, and train him during these 7 years and turn him into a knight whose reputation will not be despised no matter where he goes. Vlad is even more astonished by the proposal. A knight? He wonders. Joseph says that in return, Vlad will have to be loyal to him and will only do what he says and allows. And of course, Vlad will not be able to do anything about Godin. But Joseph gives Vlad permission regarding matters related to the alleys of Suara, and that he can help him with that. I heard that the child named Zemina is in a convent now. Vlad has no reaction or response. Just a whirlwind of thoughts passes through his head. Joseph asks our hero what he can achieve alone with just a sword. A sword is just a sharp weapon in this world, he says. Vlad is speechless. I have my own weapons too. What is your answer? Joseph thinks that the child was indeed aiming for something bigger. Jaeger objects, asking if there's any reason for him to be clinging to Vlad and going this far, that there are many useful children out there. Joseph, young but wise, replies that maybe it's true, that all these children have potential, but whether they will blossom or not is a totally different story. Jaeger asks if he thinks Vlad will be able to live up to his expectations. In silence, Joseph thinks, absolutely, I saw it with my own eyes. He remembers Vlad on the night he killed the demon woman. Jaeger says that Vlad is not only unpredictable, but also extremely rebellious, and dealing with him will not be an easy task. Joseph replies that that's what he has Jaeger for, and that 7 years is not a short time. It's enough to train, soften, and pacify Vlad. Tired just thinking about the work he'll have, Jaeger replies that he will do his best. Joseph asks him to please do so, and that the harder it is to pacify Vlad, the more brilliant the result will be. I thought you were just a useful wolf, says Joseph, standing in front of the window, where he admires the moon. But it seems you are a wolf that chases the moon, he adds. The day arrives and shines brightly in Bayezid. Jaeger takes Vlad to a room and says that from now on that will be his own private room. Our protagonist thinks it's great. Vlad is amazed by the room and notices that the floor isn't dirty, and there's even a bed. It's like a palace. For a moment, Jaeger forgot that Vlad came from the alleys and was not used to having certain things, even something as simple as a bed. He tells Vlad that generally those who serve lords come from rich families and can't adjust well. Jaeger pressures our protagonist, saying that he will be fine as long as he doesn't make any mistakes. Ah, refusing the peanuts that Mr. Rudiger offered me, says Vlad. Jaeger replies, well, whatever, it's not like you'd listen to me anyway. He tells Vlad to go to the training field after eating. They will duel twice in the morning and twice in the afternoon, just like on the expedition. To our protagonist's suffering, nothing has changed. Upon leaving the room, Jaeger can't believe what he sees. "Jaeger, my faithful knight," says a woman in a long white dress with her hair tied up. Jaeger whispers to our protagonist that is Lady Oksana, Joseph's mother. He tells him to greet her with respect, according to the etiquette he learned before. Vlad and Jaeger greet Lady Oksana, who wishes them a good morning. The lady looks at our protagonist and asks if this is the child. Jaeger replies yes, that Mr. Joseph brought him personally. Oksana looks closely at Vlad and says she understands. Vlad looks at her and realizes she's looking at him. Our hero is frozen, dying of embarrassment. The lady thanks Vlad for saving her son from danger. Our protagonist replies that he was just doing his duty. Oksana says she must reward him, as he did something more incredible than he imagines. Our hero can barely say thank you. The lady runs her hand through Vlad's hair, praises the color, and says it matches his blue eyes. She takes Vlad by the shoulders and says that for someone so thin, he has broad shoulders and would look handsome if he gained some weight. Our protagonist becomes even more awkward, and to make the discomfort worse, she says she will soon have suitable clothes made for him. Vlad can barely say thank you. Once again, the lady looks at him with kindness and affection. Oksana leaves and tells Jaeger to continue his work. He wishes her a good day. After the lady leaves, Vlad sighs in relief. Jaeger asks why he was so intimidated by her. Vlad replies that he had never been near a lady before. Jaeger says it wasn't so bad for the first time and thinks that even he finds it difficult to deal with the lady. He calls Vlad to eat. Vlad sits in the palace dining hall. Quickly, several men surround him. One of them spits on our protagonist's plate. Vlad looks at the man, who waits for a reaction. The man says he's sorry. He thought he smelled garbage and confused Vlad with a trash can. "But what is this?" asks the man. Our protagonist remains seated as if he doesn't care about their presence. Vlad looks at his food with the spoon, removes the man's spit, and throws it away. "Sooner than I expected," thinks our protagonist, and goes back to eating. The man wonders why he's so calm. Vlad remembers when Jaeger told him that every action he takes from now on will affect Joseph's reputation. Our protagonist tries to think of a way to beat up the man without affecting Mr. Joseph's reputation. The man calls our protagonist an annoying idiot. After so long, we finally get a chance to have some fun. Before the man can leave, Vlad asks what his name is. The man stops and looks back, not believing what he just heard. Vlad turns and, with a cold look, looks into the man's eyes. He notices something different in Vlad's gaze and wonders, "What the hell is this aura?" "Sovanin," the man replies, barely able to speak after feeling Vlad's aura. Vlad gets up from his chair, says he'll remember, and leaves the dining hall. Sovanin and the other men stare at his back. The sun is shining brightly in Bayezid as the Count and his men walk by. The Count notices something. He sees that the knights are in training. He approaches and says to watch for a bit. Ragmus agrees with the family leader. Something on the training field catches the Count's attention. He sees our protagonist on the field and wonders if it's him. The Count had heard he was blonde. He praises our protagonist's appearance and Ragmus shows the Count something. He looks towards an elevated walkway along the wall. "Someone is watching secretly," says Ragmus. "It's Jaeger," replies the Count, who thinks that first times always tend to bother Jaeger. "Let's see how skilled he is." Vlad, our protagonist, is on the training field fighting one of the men who was with Sovanin. The battle seems intense and our protagonist attacks the man several times. The man blocks one of Vlad's attacks and seems to be having difficulty. How fierce the attacks are. His opponent is taller than him. The Count finds Vlad clumsy. Ragmus asks if he really is. "Something shines in him," says the Count, who finds this laudable. Even though he's clumsy, Vlad is doing his best to use everything he's learned. "Vlad, you'd better keep this in mind." Our protagonist continues in battle. All swordsmanship starts from your step. Vlad positions his foot, the position of his feet. Our protagonist bows, looks at the man, and positions himself to attack. If you can deceive your opponents with your shoulder and your gaze, Vlad, with a glint in his eye, stares at the man. The man prepares to attack. You can control your opponent with your movements. The man attacks Vlad, who dodges to the right quickly, as if he had predicted the move. The man can't believe he missed the blow. Fast as a lightning bolt, Vlad gets face to face with the man and attacks him. The blow is so strong that the man is thrown backward. He crouches in pain and can't believe it, thinking that Vlad was definitely aiming for his left side. Without even waiting, Vlad grabs the man by the hair. "Sovanin Squire," says our protagonist, pulling the man by his hair, still on the ground. "You loved laughing in the cafeteria earlier, didn't you?" he asks. "Try laughing a little more now," says Vlad, looking into the man's eyes. He punches the man right in the face, who surely had his nose broken by the amount of blood that gushed out. Everyone watches the scene, stunned. Sovanin and his men have no reaction. Ragmus is shocked by the training and asks the Count if it's okay to beat the guy up like this. The Count tells him to leave them be, that to become a knight, that much spirit is necessary. "And besides, it seems that man is loving it too," adds the Count. Ah, that certainly seems true. Yager, so proud of Vlad, even glows with happiness. Vlad continued to beat the man. Sovanin yells for him to stop. Vlad continues to beat the guy up. Sovanin seems irritated and yells once more for Vlad to stop and asks if he thinks he's kidding. Vlad's glove is stained with blood. He lets go of the man, already unconscious from the beating. The guy just lies there. I apologize. I got too absorbed, says our protagonist, his eyes shining, looking at Sovanin. Sovanin is frightened by Vlad's gaze. Our protagonist turns and leaves, leaving Sovanin with his unconscious squire on the ground. Sovanin glares at him. Vlad tells him to tell the man he's very sorry for everything and asks if he understands, explaining that he can't get his senses back when he's absorbed. You little shit, says Sovanin, irritated. Vlad also apologizes to Sovanin in advance, because for him, it won't just end with this. Before leaving, Vlad says that if the soup is too bland, he'll call Sovanin to spit in it for him. Our protagonist leaves with a psycho smile on his face. Sovanin can't even believe what he heard. He thinks Vlad must be a crazy bastard. Looking at Vlad's psycho expression as he leaves, he thinks that Mr. Joseph brought a dog from the alleys. At the dinner table, Goethe tells our protagonist that he heard he's been beating up other vassals and that the rumor is spreading among the servants. Vlad doesn't pay it much mind and asks if the job of a stable hand is chill while stuffing his face with food. Of course it is, Goethe replies and asks, do you think I'm just an ordinary stable hand? I'm the best stable hand for Count Byzede, but that's not important right now. He says he heard that Vlad has been beating up all the guys in the mansion and that it's a crime. Vlad asks why Goethe is acting like this is news, once again with his mouth about to explode with food. He asks Goethe if he's forgotten that he's always been a criminal and that these simple attacks are just him taking it easy. Goethe is speechless and says it's true. Our protagonist points out that he didn't beat them up in an obvious way, so it's all good, and that they were the ones who chose to fight. Goethe asks, how the hell do you think it's all good? Vlad replies that now no one talks to him unnecessarily anymore, and it's been very comfortable. Just then, someone approaches Vlad's table and greets him. It's a chubby young man, all awkward, whose name is Portly Canner. Vlad looks at the kid and asks what business he has with him. The young man doesn't understand the question. Stuffing his face, Vlad tells him to make up his mind. Either sit down or get lost, and not to just stand there like a tense fool. Portly is delighted by what he hears and can't even believe it. The chubby guy thanks Vlad for telling him to sit down. Little does he know, our protagonist wanted him to get lost. Portly tells Vlad that he's always eaten alone in places like the bathroom. Vlad says that now he's eating his precious sausage. On top of that, the chubby guy says it's delicious. He says his father is the supplier, and the Canner family provides all the meat for that place. His family has been in the cattle and livestock business for generations. Portly says he heard our protagonist asking for more sausages earlier, and asks if he wants some of his. What the hell are you talking about? Asks Vlad. Do you really think this is going to make me a room filled with gleaming meats and sausages? Portly says his father sent all of that for him to eat, but it's too much for just one person. Our protagonist realizes that all the vassals there are young masters from great families. Vlad had forgotten that they are people he would never have had the chance to talk to if he were still in the alleys. He realizes it would be good to make at least one connection there. Not being a fool, our protagonist asks Portly if, from now on, he wants to sit and eat with him. Goethe drools, looking at the meats as if it were paradise. The chubby guy almost explodes with happiness and asks if it's really okay for him. Vlad replies that of course vassals have to get along. I'm not necessarily doing this for the sausages. Yager walks through the halls. He thinks that serving Mr. Joseph and raising an entire human being is not common at all. Yager will only be able to breathe when Maxim and Cade recover. A man calls out to him. The man asks Jaeger where he's going in such a hurry. The man's name is Gregory. Jaeger thinks, damn it. Gregory laughs as he notices the obvious disgust on Jaeger's face. Without much sympathy, Jaeger replies that he's busy right now. Gregory says he's not surprised at all and that he must be very busy indeed, doing all of Joseph's work by himself. Without beating around the bush, Jaeger asks if Gregory has something to say. Gregory replies that someone like Jaeger should obviously be raising a vassal, and that honestly he doesn't think it's too late for that. Jaeger is not very pleased and tells Gregory to focus on his own vassals. Laughing at the situation, Gregory replies that his dear Portly is already grown up enough, but that guy needs to lose some weight. Once again, Jaeger asks what he's trying to say. No more beating around the bush. Gregory asks what Vlad is like and that he seemed to be good. He especially highlights the confident character in his spirit. Jaeger replies that he's busy and asks what point he's trying to make. Gregory says that, as he knows, knights interfering in the affairs of vassals is not very appropriate and can become shameful. Vlad seems to be getting closer to the chubby Portly recently. That child has no friends, replies Jaeger, who thinks he's better than everyone. But Gregory insists that Jaeger tell him to be friendly with Portly. He's my cousin's nephew, and I can't let him get beat up. It's useless to ask others, says Gregory. For free, replies Jaeger. Gregory thumps his chest and says that if things go well, he can ask for help later. Jaeger tells him that Vlad doesn't really listen to him. Being ironic, Gregory says then he's on the right track. Jaeger, already out of patience, points out once again that Vlad really doesn't listen to him. Mocking Jaeger's face, Gregory says that our protagonist is really on the right track. In the stable, Gerda tells Vlad that, from what he can see, the problem isn't him, because he can't even get on the horse. He says that all the horses there are trained, but as soon as our protagonist approaches, the animals run away. This has nothing to do with skill, as even the other stable hands found it quite strange. Vlad gets frustrated and remembers it's always been like this. Dogs, cats, all kinds of animals have always run away when he gets close, as if they hated him. And now it's the same with horses? Vlad thinks about the situation. He remembers riding Jaeger's horse the night they fled from the undead. Even though Goethe led, he rode. Goethe replies that Sir Jaeger's horse is really expensive. Vlad thinks and comes to the grand conclusion that he can only ride expensive horses. He can't just say that. Vlad gets even more frustrated, as Jaeger insisted that he learn to ride at all costs. One of the lady's maids arrives at the stable. She says that Lady Oksana is calling. Vlad asks if she called for him. Our protagonist goes to meet the lady. Upon seeing Vlad, she says how could she imagine that someone like him grew up on the outskirts. The lady gave our protagonist new clothes and said they suited him very well. She tells the tailor not to make them too tight, as Vlad is only 17 and still growing. She says that Joseph grew a lot at that age. The lady says that when summer comes, she will buy new clothes for Vlad, as clothes that match the season are essential to maintain his physical performance. Vlad thanks the lady, all embarrassed. She says that because he saved her son's life, he shouldn't be thanking her. The lady apologizes for calling him while he was training and says he can go now. Vlad thanks her and leaves the room. Our protagonist sighs, saying the lady is just difficult for no reason. He looks at the clothes and wonders how much they must cost. It's so comfortable it doesn't even feel like his. It's not like it's mine anyway, our protagonist thinks. He says he couldn't get used to it. He tried so hard to get into the Bayezid family, but he feels like he doesn't belong there. Vlad feels like he's gained weight, flesh sticking to his soul. He breathes and thinks, looking out the window. As he looks into the courtyard, he sees what looks like a fight. Savanin is beating up the chubby Portly. He calls him a damn pig and asks if he's forgotten what it feels like to be beaten. Savanin says he just let the chubby guy live quietly, and he was having fun. He asks Portly if he likes his new friend. He beats up Portly and asks why these disgusting bastards stick together. Portly continues to be beaten, and Vlad can see it from a distance through the hallway window. Watching this, our protagonist thinks that everywhere he goes, people will always be the same. People who are living their lives, and people who can't live theirs. In the end, they are just scoundrels who take advantage of the weaker ones. Vlad goes on his way. I think I'll wear this for today, he says. Night comes, and the moon shines brightly. Vlad knocks on Portly's bedroom door. The chubby guy, before opening, asks who it is. Vlad replies, it's me. Portly opens the door. Vlad looks at Portly's face and doesn't say a word. Portly asks what he's doing there at this hour. Vlad replies that he needs him for something. The chubby guy doesn't quite understand. Vlad points and asks for a piece of jamon that is hanging. Portly asks if it's for free. Yes, our protagonist replies. With his face bruised from the beating, our dear chubby guy looks sad. He thinks that even if they weren't friends, he hoped they would at least be friendly enough to smile and greet each other. Portly assumes that even Vlad sees him as someone easy to take advantage of. Even so, this is at least better than eating alone in the bathroom. Portly gives the jamon to Vlad. Our protagonist tells Portly not to see this as unfair, as he's only getting a fair price. The poor chubby guy is confused. Vlad tells him that one day a knight said that to him. A knight just realizes the price that is legitimately his. Vlad goes to the courtyard where he meets Savanin and his squires. 14 against 1. Even the bandits in the alleys wouldn't go that far, our protagonist says. Savanin tells Vlad to shut up and says he wants to see how long he can keep this spirit. Without any fear, Vlad tells him to come on since he followed them there quietly. So, shouldn't they do the same? Savanin gets angry. Destroy him! He yells to his men, who rush at Vlad. Vlad smiles and says he's glad he's changed. Our protagonist raises his sword with his eyes glowing and says that tonight it will rain blood. He continues to beat the men, one by one. Sovanin and his men are frightened. "You can't just retreat. He broke us," the men shout. Vlad continues to beat them. "Block him from this side. Surround him, damn it," they shout. Sovanin is amazed, as Vlad is completely different from the training fight. How can this make sense? 2 months ago, this guy could barely brandish a sword. "Don't retreat," shouts Sovanin. "I'll kill anyone who retreats." In the blink of an eye, Vlad appears in front of him. Looking into Sovanin's eyes, Vlad says, "You dare say that, but have you ever actually killed someone?" Sovanin screams, calls our protagonist a lunatic, and asks what the hell he's barking about. With all his strength, Sovanin attacks Vlad, who ducks under his attack. "During the whole expedition, I was busy training single strikes with all my might," our protagonist thinks. Sovanin blocks. The voice in Vlad's head says that the result of training irregular strikes is showing its brilliance. The fight continues intensely. "Keep trapping your opponent in the opening you're creating," says the voice. Vlad hits Sovanin. "I think I get it now," our protagonist thinks quickly, attacking once more. "My opening, my space." He hits him again. This time, the blow is accurate and with full force. A flow that's all my own. Sovanin falls to the ground. He can't move. His leg is injured. Vlad lunges with his sword, ready to finish him. Sovanin, on the ground, screams and cries like an abandoned child. With all his anger and strength, Vlad prepares his final attack. He attacks Sovanin on the ground. The men who were with Sovanin are quiet, with no reaction after what they just saw. Vlad didn't hit Sovanin. The attack hit the ground, right next to his face. Sovanin trembles all over. He can't even get up. Looking deep into his eyes, Vlad tells him to never look at him again and to never mess with the chubby guy either. Still on the ground, trembling and crying, Sovanin realizes that Vlad is serious. Lying down, looking into Vlad's eyes with the moon in the background, Sovanin is sure that Vlad tried to kill him. Vlad gets up, sighs, and says that with this he has repaid the Hamon. The men remain frozen. No one had the courage to react. Our protagonist turns, facing them all, and asks who will be next, and that they have to finish what they started. None of the men have the courage to do anything and just stand there. "If you're not coming, then I guess I will." Vlad, with his eyes glowing, walks towards them. The men tremble in fear but still can't run. Vlad attacks. From a window, someone watches everything. The one at the window is Joseph's father, who, with attention, observes everything and finds it extraordinary. The regular monthly meeting of the knights. In the main hall, everyone is present. Even though it wasn't intentional, on one side were the knights who supported Rudiger, and on the other, those who supported Joseph, and those who remained neutral. Anatolos, the captain of the Order of Knights, begins to read the service calendar. He says it has been reorganized so they can prepare for the absence of Rudiger and the knights who will soon depart on a mission. Next on the agenda is the distribution of the sacred items sent by the church. The Count glances sideways. He notices that the atmosphere has completely changed today. Rudiger's supporters look furious, as if they were going to tear everyone apart right there. On the other hand, Joseph's supporters are fine. Is it really worth being happy about this? The Count smiles. After all, the knights on Joseph's side had been discouraged for a long time. Jaeger looks at the Count and sees that he is smiling at them. Jaeger can't believe what he just saw. "This concludes the monthly meeting," says Anatolos, who asks all the knights to return to their duties. Jaeger leaves the hall with the others. One of Rudiger's knights tells Jaeger that he brought a rabid dog that doesn't even know who it should be biting, and that's why origin matters. After hearing that, Jaeger stops and looks at the man. He and 2 other knights look at Jaeger with great anger. "Not to fight, just to leave. So it's your vassal," says the man. Gregory, laughing, tells Jaeger that it seems the men are boiling with anger. Jaeger asks what he means by that. Gregory replies that Jaeger already knows everything. No need to play innocent. The word has been spoken. He tells Jaeger that he heard that Vlad performed a great exorcism, and that even the training instructor said he couldn't handle him, as he's beyond the standard. Jaeger replies, "Is that so?" Gregory thanks Jaeger and says it's a promise, that he can call him for a task, no matter if it's tiring or difficult. Jaeger says goodbye and says he will keep that in mind. "He made me proud." Jaeger reflects on what he just heard, but he's not surprised. After all, he was the one who taught Vlad this is the least he should do. A gray leather armor and a pair of boots in a chest. Joseph says his father sent this as a gift for Vlad. Jaeger, impressed, asks if the Count himself sent it. Ragmus comments that this is very good for a mere vassal. Jaeger says it's made of orc leather, gray orc no less. "That's right," Joseph confirms. The gray orc is only found in the north. Therefore, an armor made of gray orc leather also means warrior of the north. Joseph says his father must have liked Vlad a lot and believes he has proven himself worthy of this attire. After all, he got his father's approval in just 1 month. Jaeger says that after all, it seems there is no vassal who can compare to him. Joseph says he heard that too and that the rumors are spreading. We can't just sit around lazily, says Joseph, holding a letter. What is this? Jaeger asks. The next step, Joseph replies with a confident face. Jaeger reads the letter and says it's not an ordinary invitation at all. Joseph asks if Jaeger can reply to him. Of course, replies Jaeger. He says he's been repressed too, cleaning up his mess lately. Great, then it's decided, states Joseph. We are going to Daimar. Joseph, Jaeger, and Gregory together. Joseph's fleet makes its way to Daimar. Inside the carriage, Joseph tells Vlad that the city of Daimar is famous for its lemons. He says it's a city to be grateful for, as northerners rarely get to taste fruits. It is also one of the gateways to the central region. That's how important it is for northerners, Joseph tells our protagonist. Vlad asks if that's why Jaeger is taking action. That's right, replies Joseph. After all, a crisis is an opportunity, especially when it's not mine, he points out. Joseph says the Heinl family is in the middle of a succession fight. An invitation from the rightful heiress is basically a cry for help. With a bored look, Vlad comments that the world of nobles is very complicated. Joseph says that in the end, it's a fight for the lands of Daimar, even among members of the same family who share the same blood, Vlad adds. Joseph explains that this happens because having disputes with relatives is a very old tradition of the nobles. The rightful heir of the Heinl family is Alicia. Her uncle, Andre Heinl, claims she was born from an illegitimate relationship. After all, if she disappears, he will surely become Baron Heinl. An empty throne is illuminated by the moonlight. Alicia is the only daughter of the old Baron, but her right of inheritance, being a woman, is limited, which weakens her position. Two men duel in a church. In the end, she had no choice but to prove her innocence through a duel of honor, organized by the church. Joseph thinks that although it's a distant relationship, at the same time, it's very close. But in the end, he is nothing more than an eighth cousin, but that's already enough to claim kinship. Joseph tells Vlad to use this chance and make the Heinl family indebted to them, and that this is an idea his father agrees with. Our protagonist replies that he understands. Through the carriage window, Vlad looks at Jaeger and is impressed, a knight that the head of the family would call to defend. Jaeger notices that Vlad is looking at him and asks what that insolent look is in his eyes. With a foolish look, Vlad replies that he didn't do anything. Jaeger says that he, a mere vassal, dares to ride in the carriage comfortably while the knight he serves is riding a horse. Our protagonist, ashamed, replies that this time he has nothing to say in his defense. Jaeger says that he was finally able to walk around with pride after he finished off the other vassals. But so what? You can't even ride a horse, says Jaeger. He says he can't believe he taught a complete idiot. Vlad replies, I'll probably be able to ride such an expensive horse. Jaeger yells at Vlad and says he should be the one riding an expensive horse, as he is nobler than Vlad. Vlad feels something in his chest. Our hero notices that his heart has been beating faster in the last few days. He wonders if it's due to all the complaining, but it's no surprise. Vlad thinks that Joseph never shuts up when he's in front of him, and that beside him, Sir Jaeger complains about him all the time. Jaeger yelling at Vlad. Suddenly, he feels something different. The ground seems to shake. Our protagonist doesn't know if it's an earthquake. Gregory tells Jaeger that the ground is shaking. Jaeger observes. Again, the ground starts to shake. Jaeger yells for his men to get off their horses and stop. The men dismount. Vlad kicks open the carriage door and jumps out with Joseph. Joseph doesn't understand what's happening. He tells Vlad that his sincerity is admirable, but that he shouldn't panic so much. The tremor stops. Gregory and the others breathe a sigh of relief. Vlad, still not understanding, says that this is his first time witnessing an earthquake. Joseph says that that was not an earthquake. Look, he shows Vlad a trail on the ground. Vlad has never seen anything like it. It's the trail of a giant death worm, a hideous creature, what's left of the fallen dragons. Vlad is amazed by what he has just discovered. Dragon remains? Our protagonist thinks. He stares blankly and smirks. That sounds awesome, says Vlad, smiling. They arrive at the exclusive city of the Heinl family, Daimar, a city with many trees and high walls. Vlad and the others enter the city and go to one of the mansions in the place. Joseph tells Vlad that he can explore around from now on. Our protagonist asks if he should go alone. Joseph says he can take Goda with him and that he should wander freely as much as allowed and see as many things as he can. Free? Vlad wonders. I can do that? Seeing the face Vlad made, Joseph asks if he's dissatisfied. Our protagonist replies no, that of course he would love to, but Joseph says he's thinking about why he brought Vlad with him. He says there will be a duel, and that it's a rare event to see. Not to mention that this time, the duel will be a team event. More than that, there are knights with a collection of different origins in this place. Joseph asks Vlad to observe them and find out what he lacks. Vlad is surprised. Joseph thinks that showing it once is more memorable than telling it 10 times. Anyway, he plans to stimulate him appropriately and hopes that he will expand his world through these experiences. Jaeger tells Vlad not to get beaten up in the alleys and warns that at dusk they should warm up and train. Vlad replies saying he's not that stupid. But while he's still talking, the young swordsman shows some attitude when he tries to make them know he's not stupid. Unfortunately, Jaeger doesn't rate him highly, and even admits that he's lost all faith in our protagonist, especially since he can't even ride a horse. Once again, a wave of shame washes over the blonde kid when he hears this same gist again. And after Jaeger is done mocking him again, Joseph tells him that he must report back every evening. Apart from that, he instructs him to tell him immediately about any unusual movements or behaviors he notices during their stay in the city. When the young master and the knight finally leave, Vlad finally soaks in the fact that he has some free time to himself after so long. So, he decides to have a look around the building and quickly notices that it's smaller than the Bayezid mansion. The place also looks quite old to him, so he wonders if they even maintain it at all. The story about them being famous for their lemons starts to make less sense now, because it looks like they don't even have any money on hand. Just then, the boy suddenly grips his sword, and the moment he does, the voice starts talking again. It claims that it has been in the tree on the hill, which can be seen not too far away. A smile appears on Vlad's face when he sees the tree, and that's when he admits he'll need a place to pray after quite a long time. The scene changes, and we see the mysterious, leafless tree standing quite tall in a graveyard. "I shall give you the sword, and you shall give me the memories," is a quote that we see. And at the same time, someone we can't see yet reveals that it's time for him to give back, since he's been taking for too long. Meanwhile, back inside the Heinel family mansion, Miss Alicia welcomes the visitors and thanks Joseph for coming all the way after receiving her invitation. The young master responds with a smile, claiming that of course he must answer since it concerns the crisis of the rightful heir. He then reminds them that the call of blood is the most important after all. Joseph assures her that Count Bayezid has already allowed the visit and intervention. He informs her that the only thing that remains is her decision. In response, the young lady reveals that she has already made up her mind and then tells him that everything will be done according to the Count's wishes. However, this is only if she comes out victorious in this honorable duel that will decide her fate in the future of the Heinel family. Hearing this, young Master Joseph assures Alicia that she has nothing to worry about, and then adds that this is because Bayezid's sword has always promised victory. After the bold declaration during the meeting in the dark room, Joseph and his men exit the place. On the way out, the other knight comments that they shouldn't take Alicia lightly, and Joseph admits that her temperament as a matriarch was very visible. He can see that she's properly holding herself together, and recalls how she kept the upper hand throughout their meeting. Regardless, Joseph confidently tells his men that their plan will remain the same. Looks like a teamfight tournament is about to start soon, and it has Alicia's future on the line. As we resume the story, we see our armor-clad hero standing in a graveyard and staring at some of the headstones there. His thoughts trail off, and he thinks about how all that remains are memories. Maybe that is why humans are so obsessed with leaving traces behind. It makes sense, since looking back at these traces, as scars, can make the memories of that day come to mind. Vlad stares longingly at one of the graves, and wishes that he could do something like this for his mom as well. Seeing some of the wilted leaves that are on it, he starts to think that the place isn't being looked after well enough. So he decides to clean it a bit by wiping away the dead leaves on it. He suddenly stops, however, when he thinks that the sword might want to say something about his action. He reminds the blade that it's just common courtesy to greet the owners of the land, but the voice from the sword denies saying anything. However, Vlad already knows what it has in mind, so he just unsheathes the blade and allows the sword to look at the grave to its heart's content. After all, he didn't even go to see the knights he was supposed to, just so he could visit the graveyard. In response, the voice from the sword thanks him, confirming that this is what it wanted to see all this while. Vlad kneels before the graves and bows his head with the sword planted in the earth. He stays in this position for a while, and suddenly, a spirit appears behind him. It turns out this ghost is the one inside the sword, and as Vlad maintains his kneeling position, the spirit begins to recall some of its memories. It remembers that the tree in the cemetery was smaller back then, and it starts to wonder when it was that it saw it last. With our protagonist still kneeling there, more memories come back to the spirit, and it suddenly recalls being at the tree with someone the last time it was there. Unfortunately, its recollection is interrupted when it sees something that takes it by surprise. It quickly informs Vlad that something is watching them, and that it recognizes the spirit. The blonde swordsman is shocked to hear this, but before he can fully process everything, the spirit asks to borrow his human body for a while. Even though Vlad is taken aback by this request, he quickly agrees, feeling that there's no issue since it's only going to be for a moment. The boy then closes his eyes and braces himself to be possessed by the blue spirit standing behind him. Sure enough, the ghost enters him, and a surge of energy explodes from his body. Vlad is still adapting to the change when he suddenly sees something that causes his glowing eyes to almost pop out in shock. He even stutters as he asks himself what the creature before him is, and that's when we see it. The gigantic white snake in the tree. While the guy has no idea what it is, the ghost that possessed him informs him that the snake is a spirit too. This blue-eyed serpent locks its gaze on Vlad, and the blonde swordsman is still perplexed as to how it could be a spirit. It's so weird to him, and it makes him admit that he's been seeing way too many strange things. Just then, he notices that the serpent spirit is looking at him, so he informs the spirit inside his body. In response, the sword ghost explains that the snake is actually looking at it since it's the spirit inside of Vlad. All of a sudden, it starts slithering down the tree, and as you can imagine, Vlad becomes restless. He yells to inform the ghost of this, and the latter just tries to calm him down, suggesting that the snake won't bite. However, the young swordsman isn't too convinced by this, because he knows that they can't be sure of that. Despite how big and strange the serpent is, Vlad suddenly realizes that it doesn't even feel threatening at all, and this intrigues him. Our protagonist is rather getting a warm feeling from the snake, and that's about the same time it comes to meet him, face to face. The feeling Vlad is getting is as if spring is in the air, but it's suddenly interrupted when a lady walks up behind him, asking who he is. Hearing the stranger's voice, the boy is startled, and the snake spirit slowly vanishes. The lady asks him how he got to the place, and Vlad is just dumbfounded. This gets her upset, so she angrily tells him that no one aside from the Heinl family members is allowed in the graveyard. From her outfit and utensils, she appears to be a worker in the Heinl family estate, so it explains why she's looking so stern and pissed by his intrusion. After hearing what she said, Vlad apologizes to her and explains that he found himself there when looking for a quiet place to pray. The blue-haired lady finds it strange that he came there to pray, and when he sees the questioning look on her face, he quickly pulls out his badge to show her that he's actually a vassal of Sir Jaeger and not some suspicious person. Our protagonist places it in front of her face, and she carefully inspects it, before finally agreeing that he's not someone she should be wary of. After getting her approval, Vlad smiles in relief and thanks her, before an awkward silence follows. The two just stand there, staring at each other, and the blonde swordsman finally realizes that it's rude to stand by a nobleman's grave after all. At this point, he knows that he's messed up, so he's just hoping that the lady doesn't say anything that would put young Master Joseph in a difficult situation. His fears are pretty valid, because this would get him in trouble, and most likely earn him some serious punishment from Sir Jaeger. So, he decides that he has to tell her something that would stop her from talking about their little encounter to anyone. When no other clever ideas come to mind, the young knight in training suddenly asks her if he can be of help to her. And of course, this takes her by surprise, because she literally just met the guy. She's still in a daze when he asks her if she's a maid, and if she's here to tend to the grave. Once again, this catches her off guard, and before she can even respond, he tells her that he actually cleaned it up a little before she arrived. The maid is still just staring at him with crossed arms, so he just keeps talking, telling her about how leaves were piled up there. She's very surprised to hear that he actually cleaned it up, so Vlad confirms this, claiming that he felt it's common courtesy to greet the owners of the land. Vlad points to the grave, and she turns around, not knowing what to tell him. The boy doesn't stop there, because he suddenly takes her bucket and cleaning tools, suggesting that he'll take care of her duties. She's still speechless at this point, and just allows him to carry on. But that's when Vlad reveals he has a favor to ask. He reveals that he would really like it if she just let their earlier encounter slide. He informs her that Sir Jaeger would be furious if he found out about it. And this confession appears to spark something in the blue-haired maid. Her expression quickly changes from confusion to mischief, and she decides to blackmail the guy by telling him that she'll only grant his request if he cleans the grave well enough. Hearing this, Vlad already knows he's in trouble. He mentally curses, finally confirming that the pretty ones are always the hardest to convince. He's really annoyed, but he knows that he doesn't have a choice anymore, so he just gets to scrubbing, while the mischievous maid smiles in satisfaction as she watches him. The scene changes back to the Heinl family mansion, and inside, an intense clash of swords is underway. Vlad secretly watches the duel between knights and is amazed to finally witness one. As the fight goes on, the voice from the sword admits that one of the knights is displaying some good strength, and Vlad asks if it's talking about Sir Colin. The voice confirms this, and even suggests that the ferocious knight would cut through our protagonist's bones if they were ever matched up against each other. The blonde swordsman doesn't even protest. He just admits that Colin is indeed strong. He's so amazed that he finally realizes why the brute knight is called the Dirty Boar of the Midlands. Regardless of this, Vlad reveals that he finds the other knight, Sir Pablo, to be more impressive. The voice agrees with him, adding that he has excellent shield techniques and is seasoned enough to parry most attacks. The curious kid keeps watching and can't can't believe that a warm-up sparring session before the main event can be this intense. It's pretty overwhelming to him, and he starts to wonder if one really has to be that good to be a knight. The voice reminds him that not all knights are amazing, by pointing out how Sir Vorden is also considered a knight. Hearing this, Vlad agrees and accepts the fact that not all knights are the same. Still watching the duel intently, the boy starts to think he finally understands things. Even though he didn't know them back when he was in Sora, he feels that he now understands what his place in this vast world is, and sighs in exhaustion, knowing that he still has a long way to go on this journey. The day of the duel finally arrives, and we see someone helping another knight tighten his armor. It turns out that it's Vlad who's helping Sir Jaeger with his armor, and the advanced knight just orders him to tighten it more firmly. He obeys the instruction without hesitation, but his mind trails off as he turns to look at the reason for their visit in the first place. It's a mean-looking blue-haired man, and Vlad is surprised to learn that he's Indrahil, the one trying to take away his niece's claim to the throne. Our boy is drawn out of his thoughts when Sir Jaeger tells him to keep his eyes open for the fight, because after all, it's not every day he'll get to witness a genuine duel between knights. Before Jaeger leaves, he tells Vlad not to fret about what happened the previous day, and even though the knight doesn't know exactly what happened, the kid is still bewildered that he knew he was hiding something. When Jaeger sees the boy's reaction, he teases him for being shocked, before explaining that the fear is written all over his face. At this point, Vlad admits that the duel he witnessed in secret was very shocking. After all, the skill of the knights he watched was literally monstrous and overwhelming. However, Jaeger just states that a child should start by walking, trying to make Vlad understand that he's not ready to run yet. He explains that the higher a person's goal is, the longer their path to walk would be. And even though this isn't sweet news to the young swordsman, he admits that he understands. This moment is interrupted when someone yells out for everyone to show their respects. Vlad sees the princess approaching and identifies her as the Master of Hynel before realizing that he's never even seen her before. From what he's heard, she's quite young, and the moment she enters the room, our protagonist realizes that he's messed up, real bad, because it turns out that the so-called maid he met the previous day is actually Princess Alicia Hynel. Vlad almost starts crying at this point, and the voice in his head just tells him to add the crime of insulting a noble to his list of offenses. Hearing this, he can't do anything but curse, since he's already knee-deep in trouble. Alicia is then escorted from the entrance to her throne, and as she walks down the middle, all the knights bow to her. She gets to where Vlad is standing, and he tries to blend in with the others, but her blue eyes lock onto him, making him terrified because she managed to recognize him. At this point, he can't do anything else but keep bowing, since the jig is up already. This mischievous princess smiles knowingly until she gets to her throne, where she enters serious ruler mode. After she's seated, the priest appears and says that they can proceed now that the parties of the duel have arrived. He claims that the gods who look over the place shall attest to it, and states that the rising shall be the evidence. We see that the duel, with everything on the line, is about to go down. It's the battle that would determine Alicia's fate as heir to the throne, making it an honorable, yet brutal duel between her side and her uncle's side. You can tell just how intense this battle will be when you see the knights on either side staring each other down. Before the duels begin, we learn that noble blood is clear blue, because it shoulders the responsibilities, duties, and karma that the warm red can't. However, Alicia isn't ready to let her blood run cold just yet. Soon after, we see the young princess throwing the towel and yelling in fear to stop a bloody duel between two knights. Alicia stops the fight, claiming that she surrenders just so she can save the older of the two knights, who clearly took most of the hits. However, the injured swordsman just stands there, still panting heavily, and refuses to give up. He's covered in cuts and losing a lot of blood, but he still refuses to surrender, claiming that it's not over yet. The priest informs this injured knight, named Sir Duncan, that his master, the princess, has already thrown in the towel, so he urges him to admit defeat. The younger and stronger opponent encourages him to put down his sword, claiming that it was a good fight, and still recognizing him as his captain. Sir Duncan hears this and is speechless, because he didn't expect that the young knight would still call him captain. The old man closes his eyes, feeling defeated, and remembers how he trained his vibrant opponent and raised him to be the future of the House of Hydel. However, what he didn't expect was that he would return as the sword that would cut his master. As this thought runs through Sir Duncan's mind, he just feels ashamed. And that's about the same time that the priest announces that the victor of the duel is Mr. Andres Knight, Sir Chard. Hearing this, Sir Colin, who's also under the uncle, just laughs and commends Sir Chard guard for providing a good head start. Andres just smiles, revealing that he is impressed as well. And while he's still feeling this confidence, the priest calls for the next two proxies to come forward. At first glance, it's easy to see that this would be an insane duel, because Sir Jaeger will now be going up against the big brute, Sir Colin. The two knights stare each other down, and the priest reminds them for the last time that using aura is forbidden. Of course, this is good news for Colin, since he has the advantage of size and strength. The priest once again explains that the fight will end whenever a proxy, or his master, surrenders. The second thing that can bring the duel to an end is a situation where one of the knights is so severely injured that he can't continue the fight. After the rules are announced, Sir Jaeger looks back at his worried vassal, who's watching him closely. The green-eyed knight can see the anxiety in Vlad's eyes, but he thinks that the kid should have a good look at the duel, instead of trying to run when he can't even walk. Jaeger points to his open eye, which is basically a way of telling him to watch closely. This is because the green-eyed knight has decided that his duel will be their class for the day. The advanced knight bravely unsheathes his sword, and he prepares to begin the duel, while revealing that our protagonist's study material today will be none other than Sir Colin, also known as the Warthog of the Central Regions. Not surprisingly, the bigger knight makes the first move by attempting to land a powerful downward slash, but of course, the calm and confident swordsman effortlessly blocks the attack before retaliating with a similarly devastating hit. However, Sir Colin is up to the task, and when he sees that Jaeger's strike had only one step difference, he becomes very confident that he can win the duel. So, he lifts his blade and prepares to take another mighty swing, this time trying to make it a bit faster and a bit stronger. Unfortunately for him, his skilled opponent casually dodges the first mighty strike, so he tries another one, which just ends with him missing again. Even with one eye, Jaeger can see all of Colin's moves. It's almost like he can see what the brute is planning to do next. However, this doesn't deter the wild boar of a man, because he just keeps swinging as fast as he can. Even though he's yet to land a single blow, Andres is pretty glad to see that Colin is as strong as the stories say he is. The blue-haired uncle isn't too bothered by the lack of hits, because he believes that his brute is overwhelming Jaeger and forcing him into a corner. One of the other knights on Andres' side hears this and is pretty disappointed that they would even think something like that. He knows that Colin isn't overwhelming anyone, and it makes him wonder if he's the only one that can see the strange turn the momentum of the fight is taking. He's even certain that Colin must be feeling it too right now. And sure enough, the killer boar starts to get frustrated, wondering why he still can't reach Jaeger after several attempts. The guy is sweating at this point and already getting exhausted, but the green-eyed knight just fans the flames of his fury by playing the role of a matador. With a cold and fearless look in his eyes, Jaeger says, in other words, and this just wakes up the wild boar inside the man. The words infuriate him, and he charges at the one-eyed knight, calling him a son of a bitch. Of course, this is all part of Jaeger's plan, since he anticipated Colin's uncontrollable outburst. Just when the giant knight tries to land a killing blow on him, he takes a lower position. That gives him a perfect opening for the real finishing strike. At this point, the voice tells Vlad to watch carefully, claiming that this is the moment the boy is meant to see very clearly. Colin thinks he's going to finally hit Jaeger, not knowing that he's standing right where the advanced knight wants him to be. Jaeger blocks Colin's strike with blistering speed, and ends up creating a gap between them. The voice takes up the commentary role at this point, and informs the kid that it's an inevitable gap formed when a hit is blocked. It further explains that this is what you call a counterattack technique, and Vlad already knows that it's a technique used to launch a follow-up attack after blocking the first hit. Sure enough, this is exactly what the green-eyed knight had in mind. So the next thing we see is Colin on his knees. The brute is terrified and exhausted because he now realizes that Jaeger is on a totally different level, a level that seems insurmountable to him. So he just accepts his defeat, and the priest announces that Alicia's proxy, Sir Jaeger, has won this round. Hearing this, the princess sighs in relief, while her uncle and his men scowl in rage. Like the champ that he is, Sir Jaeger walks back victoriously to where his vassal is, and when he reaches Vlad, he immediately asks the boy if he had a good look. In response, the blonde swordsman smiles smugly, revealing that he did, and thanks the advanced knight for giving him the opportunity to learn. Despite Sir Jaeger's victory, the contest isn't over, because Alicia and her uncle are currently tied on the number of wins. That's why the last duel is required. And for this tiebreaker, the blonde knight from earlier will be going up up against the purple-haired one from Alicia's side. The blonde swordsman introduces himself as Sir Pablo of Arnstein, and he expects his opponent to do the same before they duel. Unfortunately, this purple-haired swordsman isn't the type for such things, and he just asks the knight why he's so awkward. To him, there's no need for all that formality, since they already know each other. Regardless of the mockery, the blonde guy proves that he's one of those uptight knights by insisting on formality. So, the purple-haired knight is forced to finally exchange greetings, introducing himself as Jubert of Shezad. The voice in our protagonist's head sees Jubert, and admits that Alicia certainly found a good hand. It says that while Pablo and Colin are on the same level, Jubert is way out of their league. In a shocking twist, Jubert suddenly turns to face Joseph and Alicia, which confuses them, because he should already be fighting on the princess's behalf. The young master is very worried because he has no idea why Jubert is bidding them farewell, and before he can even come up with something in his head, the crazy knight just bows before them, and ruins everything by announcing his withdrawal from the duel, from Alicia to Jaeger to Vlad and even Sir Duncan. Everyone on the princess's side is horrified by the news, especially Joseph, who looks like he's about to chew up this purple-haired traitor and then spit him out. On the other hand, this is exciting news to Indre, because he knows that a withdrawal from the duel automatically brings it to a close. The ambitious uncle asks those in the room to confirm his claim, and Joseph just gets even more furious. He finally realizes that Indra always had 4 cards up his sleeve from the beginning, Jubert being the final and most important one. While the young master is bitterly scowling at the relentless uncle, the old man in question announces that he's the only Heinel, and that he acknowledges this before the gods. Even though it looks like Indre has already won, Joseph Bayezid refuses to let it end this way. So, he suddenly announces that it's not over yet. With a confident smirk plastered on his face, Indre points out that Alicia's proxy withdrew from the duel. He even goes on to taunt the young master, claiming that he understands what he's feeling, before stating once more that the duel is over. However, the young master bluntly responds, saying that the fight can't end until he is convinced. With a very menacing look on his face, he then reveals that the Bayezid family has no intention of just accepting whatever outcome the people decide. Joseph Bayezid refuses to back down and insists that the fight is not over yet. So, one of Indre's advisors secretly counsels him, telling him to at least hear what the young master has to say. The advisor reminds Indre that Mr. Joseph Bayezid is a representative of the North, and that since their own knights are subject to the center, things could escalate. He tells Indra that a conflict between the North and the center could ensue if things go wrong at this stage, so the blue-haired menace realizes that his advisor is right. At this point, the uncle is pretty confused, so he asks the young master what he should do now. Hearing this, Joseph is relieved a little, but he also knows that the best-case scenario is already out of the picture, so he decides that all he has to do now is avoid the worst-case scenario. Joseph knows that only a sure-shot defeat can bring the next best result, and only after that can they plan for the future. With all of this in mind, the young master responds to Indra, asking the ambitious uncle to allow the duel to proceed. He claims that they cannot allow Miss Alicia's reputation to be tainted by a forfeit. Of course, Indra instantly asks Joseph if he has someone to stand in for Sir Jubert, and feeling confident that there's no alternative, he agrees to accept the request, if there's someone to fight. The blue-haired man knows that Sir Duncan is the only one of Alicia's knights remaining, and there's also an unwritten rule that guests can't bring too many knights. As such, Indra is delighted and confident, because he believes that there's no way a duel can even take place anymore. However, the young master just stares the uncle down with a challenging look in his eyes, as he reveals that he does actually have someone to fight in Jubert's place. Indra is incredibly shocked and confused to hear this, but Joseph of the House Bayezid suddenly presents to everyone a mighty warrior in the name of Princess Alicia's honor, and we finally get to see who he's talking about, when he suddenly points at our boy, Vlad of Swara. Even though the blonde kid didn't expect this, you have to admit that he sure looks confident and strong. Not surprisingly, Indre refuses to accept this challenge. He fumes in rage, explaining that Vlad isn't a knight, and then claims that he isn't worthy of fighting in a duel. However, Joseph counters this argument by reminding the ambitious uncle that anyone wielding a sword can fight in a duel of honor. Regardless of this point, Indre insists that it can't work because Vlad's opponent is a real knight, and explains that it would be an insult to Sir Pablo if he's made to fight a vassal. Once again, the young master counters the arguments, but this time he snaps at Indre and his men, asking them if they had the honor of the House of Bayezid in mind when they let all of this happen. They're all stunned as he angrily scolds them for trying to taunt the Bayezid house with such a shallow trick. And after that, Joseph vouches for Vlad's reputation. At this point, Indra is forced to comply, so he allows the duel to happen, feeling that the lowly vassal won't be able to do anything significant. Meanwhile, Sir Jaeger is already preparing Vlad's armor for the duel, and the kid still can't believe that he'll be fighting, with a real knight for that matter. Jaeger just confirms this in such a carefree manner, like it's not a big deal. Vlad asks, just to be sure, that he won't die in the duel, so Jaeger assures our boy that he'll interfere if the worst comes. Hearing this, Vlad isn't exactly relieved because he knows that the worst is still pretty bad for him, but Jaeger doesn't even say anything in response. Our protagonist notices the silence and gets pissed at the advanced knight for not saying anything to reassure him. While he's still scowling at Jaeger, the young master suddenly calls out to him before embracing him in a warm hug. As you can imagine, the blonde kid finds this pretty weird, so he gets uncomfortable and tells Joseph that he really doesn't need all this PDA. However, while he's trying to say this, he gets interrupted by Joseph whispering in his ear. He tells Vlad to just hang in there for 10 minutes. This might look like a warm and fuzzy hug, but it's all part of Joseph's plan. The young master reveals that he has a plan and has already given Borden the orders. All they need is for our boy to buy them some time, so Vlad asks him if 10 minutes will be enough. In response, Joseph admits that the more, the better in this case. So Vlad confirms that he understands the assignment and promises to do his best to help out. The hug finally ends, and as Vlad walks away with a determined look in his eyes, the young master tells him to be careful. The boy walks up to Princess Alicia's throne and then bows before her. The princess acknowledges him, so he turns to face his opponent, the mighty Sir Pablo Arnstein. The two fighters face each other, and our protagonist introduces himself as Vlad of Sohara as he pulls out his sword, but Pablo just glares at him in response. The knight is so furious that he drops his shield immediately, and then tells our blonde swordsman that he's not even worthy of hearing his name. Pablo calls Vlad an unworthy brat, claiming that the duel was no longer one of honor the moment he arrived. The knight might think he's the only one who feels insulted, but he has no idea how mad he just made the kid, because Vlad hates it when people talk about worth. The blonde swordsman thinks back to his life in Sohara and wonders why people always hog beautiful and shiny things. Even though he comes from a place of no worth, it doesn't mean that he has any intention of ending up as a nobody. So with this in mind, he wields his sword and boldly asks Pablo what makes him appear so lacking. At this point, our boy's eyes are glowing with intensity, implying that the knight just struck a nerve. Vlad asks Sir Pablo to tell him what makes them so different from one another. And despite seeing the power in the kid's eyes, he just taunts some more, claiming that the Bayezid standards have really fallen. Of course, the guy isn't going to let that one slide, but before he can respond, Sir Pablo tells him that he can ignore the rules of the duel. The knight unsheathes his blade and challenges Vlad to fight with everything he's got, but claims that he'll still nip this fight in the bud. At this point, our boy is beyond furious, so he charges at the knight with all he's got. After all, this is the day he deserves to shine. Vlad takes a massive swing at Sir Arnstein, but the more experienced knight blocks it, and a heated sword clash ensues. The two swordsmen hold this position for a while, before Pablo suddenly notices something strange with Vlad's sword. As such, he pushes the kid away. But of course, our boy just charges at him again, determined to win, because for the first time in his life, he lifted a sword, not for himself, but for someone else. The blue-eyed swordsman rushes to deliver another powerful attack, and the voice in his head advises him to aim for Arnstein's left, the same place he was shielding earlier. Vlad takes the advice, but Pablo barely manages to block the attack. The voice admits that habits are scary, and after our boy's brilliant attempt, Andrei starts to get a little worried, because he sees how quick the blonde swordsman is and realizes that he's no ordinary kid. Meanwhile, Pablo isn't backing down either, but even though he promised to end the fight quickly, he can now see that Vlad is a natural, especially because of his ferocity, which is like that of a starving wolf. As terrifying as the kid looks right now, the more experienced knight still believes that he'll win. So he admits that Vlad has great spirit, but the look in his eyes implies that it won't be enough to win. Our boy sees this look on Arnstein's face, and he can already tell that the knight is planning to deliver a powerful strike. Sure enough, Pablo takes a mighty swing at Vlad, who manages to block it, and that's when the knight stares him down and tells him that he can't win, because he's not all the way there yet. Arnstein's strike is so powerful that it sends our protagonist to his knee when he blocks it. The knight doesn't reduce the intensity at this point, as he just pushes down with great force, causing Vlad to shake while struggling to hold on. The boy from Sohara musters all the strength he can to keep Pablo from taking him out, groaning in pain as he pushes himself to the limit. He thinks about how this fight is like being beaten with stones at this point. As our boy begins to tire out, Sir Pablo lifts his sword and asks him if he's done playing his tricks, right before attempting to land an even more powerful sword strike on the kid. Even though this strike packs a lot more force than the last one, Vlad still manages to block it somehow. Because of the force generated by Pablo's swing, the kid is forced to block the attack with both hands from below. However, while he's struggling to do this, the voice in his head tells him not to block the opponent's attacks head-on. Instead, it tells Vlad to try to parry the attack somehow. Of course, our boy is determined to take this advice. So when the powerful knight takes another big swing at him, he tries to deflect it, and it doesn't exactly go as planned. This time around, Pablo's strike sends him flying in the other direction, and he crashes into a wall. Vlad screams in agony as his back slams into the wall, but he still doesn't fall to the ground. Rather, he lands on one knee like a true knight and prepares to get back up, just as Pablo intends to finish him off for good. The more experienced knight walks up to him like a lion going to meet its injured prey, and as our boy struggles to get back up, he just stares at this kid like there's something running through his mind. All of a sudden, he calls Vlad's performance impressive and admits that even though it's too early, the kid is still worthy of resisting him. Our protagonist isn't exactly flattered by this confession because he still hates when people talk about worth. Pablo suddenly lifts his sword to finish things and admits that it's such a shame he had to meet the promising young swordsman under these circumstances. He tells Vlad to come find him later. But as you can imagine, our boy isn't one to give up that easily. The voice tells him that he's worked hard, and it kind of triggers something inside of him, because his eyes glow even brighter all of a sudden. Vlad sees Arnstein's sword coming down at him to end the duel, but he refuses to let this happen. So in a shocking and unbelievable twist, he deflects the attack with his sword at the last minute. Everyone watching is shocked, including Jaeger, who was preparing to interfere. Indra and his men watch with dropped jaws, and so does Princess Alicia, who can't believe what she just witnessed. Sir Pablo is equally taken aback and wonders, did Vlad just use a counterattack technique? Sure enough, the blonde swordsman is using just that, a technique he learned from the one and only Sir Jaeger. While Pablo is still coming to terms with what just happened, the people watching are trying to make it make sense. They can't understand how a mere squire managed to stop a seasoned knight's sword strike. So Indra convinces himself that it must have been a coincidence. He refuses to believe that Vlad meant to do it, because he sees the exhausted blonde and concludes that he can't even lift his sword. Truly, our boy is almost completely drained at this point, and we see him panting heavily like someone who's about to collapse. But despite this tiredness, the boy from Sohara isn't one to give up, and from the look in his eyes, you can tell that he's ready to keep going. Sir Pablo overhears the murmurs behind him and what Indra said, but he disagrees in his mind, knowing that there's no way what Vlad did was a coincidence. The knight believes that it's something outside of the box and admits that he also has a hard time accepting it. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when our boy vaguely asks him, why? The knight doesn't understand because, as far as he knows, Vlad can't read people's minds, so he expresses his confusion. The blonde swordsman just confuses him some more by asking, why is it only him? At this point, Pablo must be thinking that his opponent has gone crazy, wondering if he lost consciousness or something. Just then, Vlad tiredly mumbles some more gibberish, with his blue eyes slowly shutting. So the knight takes a closer look at him and begins to wonder if the blonde kid is dreaming something inside his memories. We then see how tired the swordsman is, and he indeed looks like someone asleep. We see his dirty shoes in the sand, probably a memory from his childhood in the back alleys of Sohara. He'd always been a boy without rights, but he wanted to be something else. He always longed for shiny things. He wanted abilities and craved opportunities, but most of all, he dreamed of possessing rights. In this flashback scene, the poor blonde boy stands with his dirty shoes in the sand and stares at the special sword hanging on the wall outside a blacksmith. The same sword he had been obsessed with since the first day he saw it, but he could never afford such a rare item. It's things like that which made Vlad desire the rights to go somewhere that shines, a place where he wasn't the underprivileged child. And as this memory of Sohara fades away, our boy wakes up from this trance. His eyes widen with determination and anger as he reveals that he wants to be in this shiny place as well. This sudden activation takes Pablo by surprise, because it almost looks like Vlad just woke up from the dead. The knight can already feel that the fight won't be the same anymore, and the look on his face shows that he's no longer as confident as he was just a few seconds ago. At this point, a flower is about to bloom, a brilliant flower that no one has ever seen before, and this is when we see the insane aura surrounding our protagonist as he gets back up to continue the duel of honor. The next thing we see is the two opponents clashing swords, and this time Vlad isn't shaking. Indra and his men are bewildered when they see this, because they can't even fathom what their eyes are seeing. That's when we see our boy's hands covered in blood as he tightens the grip on his sword. Sir Jaeger is equally shocked to see this, because he knows that he didn't show the technique to Vlad so he would use it. All he did was show it to him to help him focus on the basics. But this genius swordsman is out here pulling off unbelievable techniques. The aggressive duel continues as both swordsmen go toe-to-toe, with neither backing down. Meanwhile, Sir Jaeger is still shocked because his vassal is already using the dangerous technique. The boy takes a mighty swing at Sir Arnstein, who observes closely and concludes that the sharpness at the end of Vlad's sword has already disappeared. This makes him realize that the boy from Sohara is now fighting with a blade full of his well-settled resolve, and he finds it interesting. The young swordsman attacks with all the strength and determination that he can muster, but this just makes one wonder, where does this resolve even point to? Just as the guy is about to deliver the strike, Pablo is already fully ready to take the attack, so they clash swords again. He sees the boy's bloody hands and is instantly horrified, because he fears that his opponent's sword is howling. At this point, he realizes that Vlad's sword is going to bloom any moment now, and while he's busy worrying about that, the young swordsman prepares to take another big swing. Pablo realizes what's about to happen and decides that he must carry out his duties as a knight. The seasoned knight equally raises his sword to match Vlad's attack, and once again, they clash swords. It turns out that Pablo intends to block all of our protagonist's strikes so that he can bring out Vlad's world, which is about to bloom all of its flowers. Our boy holds off the experienced knight, and they remain at loggerheads until Vlad's sword begins to exude some kind of power. Everyone around is shocked and confused when they see this. Even Jubert is bewildered, and so is Sir Jaeger, who realizes that what they're witnessing is the premonition. When Sir Pablo sees this too, he desperately calls for his shield, demanding that someone get him one. Hearing this, a young squire rushes to his aid and brings a shield to him. Now having a shield, he beats his sword against it and finally tells Vlad his name, introducing himself as Sir Pablo of Arnstein. He prepares to continue the tough fight and calls our hero the boy who has rights, as he asks for his name. In response, Vlad looks at him with glowing eyes and reveals that he's the boy born in a place without rights. With this statement, we're once again taken back to his memories in Sohara. We see Vlad leaving footprints in the sand as he walks away from the sword on the wall, but he's not walking aimlessly. He's walking toward the place that shines. And as he makes his way to this magnificent place in his mind, he hears a voice telling him that he has proven his own rights. Our boy beholds this place that shines and continues to stare at it until his blue eyes turn golden. However, they quickly turn blue again, because now the young swordsman knows who he is. So, the voice tells him to scream out his identity with pride, and he does. Our boy charges at his opponent with power surging all over his body and reveals that he is Vlad of Sohara. The aura around him shines so brightly that it turns into a blinding light, which everyone around has a hard time looking at. Even Joseph covers his eyes from the light, but Sir Jaeger anxiously watches on to see what happens. In the same way, Indra refuses to look away. As menacing as Vlad's aura is, Sir Pablo remains undaunted. Rather than covering his eye to the blinding light, he opens it wide as it glows with a burning gold color. This power covers him as he challenges the young swordsman to come at him one more time. Sir Pablo of Arnstein urges Vlad of Sohara to attack. And of course, our boy goes in to resume the brutal duel. He yells like a warrior and leaps into the air with the terrifying aura surrounding him as he attempts to deliver a sword strike that would end the fight. However, his opponent is very much prepared to take on the hit and braces himself for impact by setting his huge shield in place. Sir Pablo's aura is equally fierce, as the energy around him makes him look like he's been covered by an inferno. The clash ensues, and the scene turns white for a while. The next thing we see is our boy's bloody hand, holding his sword, on the ground. Sir Pablo looks at the young swordsman with a smile on his face, like a proud father. He sits with Vlad, who's lying unconscious near him, and admits that our protagonist did very well. Our hero is out like a light, with bruises on his face from the intense clash. But while he sleeps peacefully, Indra takes the opportunity to make some trouble. The troublesome uncle suddenly starts yelling about how Vlad used aura in a duel, which is forbidden. As such, he clamors for the young swordsman to be disqualified for it, but this statement just infuriates Sir Pablo. He's disgusted by the pathetic bastard called Indra. He fixes his gaze on the blue-haired nuisance and is surprised that even after seeing such a beautiful flower, Indra only thinks about the fruit that will bear when the flower falls. Just then, Sir Pablo turns to see Joseph Bayezid and Sir Jaeger walking up to him. They're both aware of what Pablo did during the duel, knowing that he facilitated the blooming of Vlad's flower, so they thank him for acting out his duties as a knight. Hearing this, Sir Pablo explains that he only did what he was supposed to, and admits that it was an honorable moment helping Vlad bloom as well. After that little exchange, the young master turns to the priest there and asks him to confirm if Vlad actually used aura. The priest claims that it's correct, revealing that it was indeed aura. Hearing this, Joseph then asks the priest to pick out which is the higher concept between the divine rules of a duel and the Swordmaster's code. The priest is caught off guard by this question and almost looks like he just saw a ghost. It turns out that the Swordmaster is a title that has been possessed by only one person in the history of mankind. There is a code attached to this honorable title, and Joseph reveals that code is both honor and duty, adding that it is also related to royal authority. After explaining this, the young master turns to the blue-haired uncle and his men. He addresses Indra Heinel and tells him that rule and code are butting against each other. He asks the uncle to choose, does honor come first, or does duty take priority? He explains that no one there can say either of the two comes first, and as such, he believes that what happened must be reported to the Holy See in the royal palace. After explaining this, the young master concludes that the result of the duel will be postponed until they have a definite answer from there. With that conclusion, we're told that all the young and tender in the world have a deserved right to bloom their flower. We see our boy lying unconscious after his clash with Sir Pablo, and the fact that he has finally bloomed his flower makes one realize how beautiful possibility is. The voice says that all the young who can express themselves as their own world are precious, so he tells all his knights that they must dutifully protect those moments. He tells all those who raise their honorable swords to vow by his name that they will carry out their duties. At this point, we learn that the man speaking is the Swordmaster, the founding king, and as all the knights bow before him, he reveals that this is his first code. After the duel, the scene shifts to the Heinel mansion, where we see our hero waking up from some much-needed rest. He literally went toe-to-toe with one of the most powerful knights in the land, and held his own too. Vlad finally wakes up, groaning in pain, and we see that his hands are all wrapped up with bandages since he cut them during the fight. Anyway, the first thing he does is call out to Goth, who seems to be standing by the bed. Vlad asks for some water, so the loyal friend quickly pours him a cup. While he is bringing the water, our boy just groans even more, lamenting that all his bones hurt. Vlad finally gets a hand on the cup, but he's shocked when he opens his eyes properly to see that it's actually the young master, Joseph, standing in front of him. Joseph doesn't mind catering to his needs for now, admitting that he's just glad that the blonde swordsman seems to have recovered his strength. Vlad immediately apologizes for sending the young master on an errand, but Mr. Joseph quickly assures him that there is no need for that and asks him to make himself comfortable. The swordsman receives the cup of water with his wrapped up hands that now make him look like a mummy, and Joseph asks him if the pain hurts anywhere in particular, so Vlad answers that it doesn't. The young master then thanks our boy, admitting that he didn't imagine that the young vassal would do so much in the duel. Joseph then takes a seat beside Vlad's bed and informs him that the duel has now been postponed, all thanks to him. The boy doesn't really understand what he means by that. I mean, he was out like a light after the fight, so he expresses his confusion, and Joseph explains that the duel has been delayed without coming to a conclusion. The young master goes on to tell him how the situation got complicated since the rules of the sacred duel and the Swordmaster's code got entangled. Hearing this, Vlad is instantly intrigued by the thought of the Swordmaster's code, because the voice told him about it once. Joseph elaborates, revealing that to become a knight, one must make a pledge as per the Swordmaster's code. He even tells Vlad that a day would come when he will make that pledge, if things go well for him. The whole conversation is so fascinating to our boy, and he immediately begins to fantasize about being a full-fledged knight. With armor all over his body, a huge sword, and a massive horse to ride, Vlad can already see himself as a knight. Joseph wakes him from the little daydream when he suddenly gets up to leave. He hopes that Vlad takes good care of himself and informs the kid that staying too long in this place might be kind of trouble. However, our protagonist assures the young master that he's fine already and is even about to say he's ready to leave. But Joseph stops him right there, explaining that he can't let that happen. He can't let the future knight jump out of bed without fully recovering, because he's the kind of person who cherishes things that deserve to be. Elsewhere, we see Princess Alicia staring out her window, wistfully, family. She notices how all the guests are leaving one by one and feels very frustrated that she couldn't even give them a proper word of caution. She asks if Indra left also, but her knight reminds her that her uncle's departure was delayed, along with the duel. However, the knight assures her that he has asked the church for personal protection through the priest. Hearing this, Alicia just gets more upset, especially because she now has to see all those who tried to push her to her downfall leave in peace. She claims that it feels like her heart is being crushed, but while she's expressing her sadness, the knight assures her that there will be time for revenge later. The old knight tells her that these difficult times require her to toughen up, and then reminds her that it's important she establishes complete control over Dermer in the meantime. Sure enough, the determined princess admits that she has to do just that. She suddenly asks him how the lemon harvest is going, and unfortunately he informs her that it's not so good. Alicia is worried that production keeps falling, so she asks if they should switch to planting more barley instead. However, Sir Duncan suggests that they just wait and see, explaining that they can't just change the industrial structure so easily. The princess agrees with him, knowing that it's indeed a difficult decision to make at this point. She sighs in exasperation, feeling that even after clearing mountain-like trails, there's always another mountain waiting right in front of her. Alicia suddenly spots something outside the window that catches her interest, so she asks Sir Duncan just to confirm that most knights know how to ride horses. The old knight is taken aback by her question because, as far as he's concerned, all knights should be able to ride horses. To him, you can't call yourself a knight if you can't ride a horse. And that's pretty much the general idea too. After all, horse riding is a virtue as important as the sword. Hearing this, Alicia just keeps gazing out the window with an amused look on her face. She concludes that the gods don't give you everything after all. Sir Duncan goes to check what she's staring at, and is immediately stunned. Looking out the window, they can see Vlad struggling to stay on the back of a horse, like he's at one of those bullfighting competitions. Jaeger just watches in the background, feeling very disappointed, so Sir Duncan can already feel the advanced knight's anguish. Our boy eventually gets thrown off the horse and lands on his back. From the look on his face, you can imagine just how much it hurts, and you gotta feel for the kid, because he just got out of a brutal duel a while ago. Vlad takes a breather while rubbing his back in agony, but Jaeger just reminds him that he said he could ride an expensive horse. Our boy just hits back, suggesting that maybe the horse needs to be a little more expensive. As you can imagine, the short-tempered knight has had enough of Vlad's annoying remarks, so he lands an insane blow on the back of his vassal's head. As he punches him, he advises the kid to think a little before speaking. Vlad groans in pain before arguing that he was able to get on the horse the last time he tried. However, it was Goth who steered at that time. While our boy is trying to explain this, his loyal friend Goth chimes in to defend him, claiming that he did actually get on the horse. Upon hearing this, Sir Jaeger realizes just how serious the situation is. He initially believed that he'd be able to teach Vlad how to ride a horse by himself. So now that nothing is working, he starts to wonder if the horse might actually be the problem. He sees Goth trying to get the horse back to Vlad and realizes that the animal is even backing away from his vassal. Heck, this horse is even shooting death glares at our boy. Jaeger starts to think that maybe there's something ahead that the horse is afraid of, and since he doesn't know what that is for now, he draws the curtains on their training for the day. Vlad asks if they'll practice tomorrow, and surprisingly, the advanced knight suggests that they skip training for the following day too. Our boy is very confused when he hears Jaeger say this, so he asks the knight when he'll learn how to ride a horse. In response, Jaeger explains that they're delaying that part of the training for now, so Vlad reveals that he's heard those words way too many times since he arrived in Dermer. The hot-headed knight bluntly asks him if he has a problem with it, so Vlad decides to get on Jaeger's nerves by claiming that he does have a little problem with it. Upon hearing this, the frustrated knight just sighs, realizing that there's no quick fix for his squire's bratty character. Jaeger just starts walking away, suggesting that they think about the issue when they get back to Sturma, especially since he has work to do later in the day. When the knight exits the scene, Goth finally asks Vlad why horses seem to hate him even more as time goes on. At this point, our protagonist is becoming worried because he's afraid that even the more expensive horses won't ride for them either. Seeing the way things are going, Goth randomly suggests that Vlad tries riding a cow. He thinks it should be easier since cows are definitely duller than horses. But our boy just feels insulted by this idea. He accuses Goth of just yapping all the time and scolds him, telling him to think a little before he speaks. Of course, Goth heard when Jaeger said this earlier, so he hits back at the blonde swordsman and mocks him for continually riding in a carriage when other knights are riding horses. Goth taunts him with this, saying that he's sure Jaeger would love that. Seeing that Vlad doesn't appreciate his help, he reveals that he'll get going, so he takes the horse back to its stable. Seeing how much the horse dislikes him, and how Goth just switched up on him, Vlad begins to wonder what the problem could actually be. That's when the voice chimes in and suggests that the problem might be that the boy is moving too fast. He holds the sword, and the voice continues to speak, telling him how animals tend to be more sensitive to that. Perplexed by the situation, Vlad asks the voice what he should do, so it tells him that he needs to learn how to control his momentum. The voice explains that this is one of the ways to control the mental world, claiming that if he can use aura freely, then he can control his momentum. This whole idea is a bit too difficult for Vlad right now, since he can't even consciously draw his aura out. And even when he does, the aura itself is pretty faint. In response, the voice assures him that this is natural, explaining that using it in real battles requires training and mastery. The voice then reminds him of Jaeger's words, which is basically saying that he shouldn't try running before he can walk. Vlad takes in all of this and just sighs, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He suddenly remembers that they're supposed to return to Sturm after the farewell ceremony the following day, so he stares at the tree on the hill and wonders if he should go back there one more time before leaving Dermer. Inside the mansion, the purple-haired knight Joubert convinces himself that the Lord will understand after hearing his condition, even though he failed his mission. He walks down the halls with this at the back of his mind, feeling that you can't actually blame the sea for making waves after all. In his defense, the stuff that happened during the duel was kind of an unfortunate accident. After all, nobody could have predicted that Vlad's flower would bloom that day. The more Joubert thinks about it, the more ridiculous it is to him. The fact that a lowly vassal could cause so much commotion is something he still can't comprehend. All of a sudden, his stroll is interrupted. When Jaeger holds a sword at his neck, Joubert claims that it's a pretty aggressive hello and assures the advanced knight that he didn't have to go this far. Joubert's eyes glint with mischief, so Jaeger is convinced that he actually has to go this far. The purple-haired knight asks him how long he waited there, wondering if he doesn't have anything else to do, so Jaeger informs him that today is his day off. Joubert suggests that what he's doing is a waste of his day, so the one-eyed knight retorts, claiming that he has to catch up on delayed work on his day off. The mischievous knight calmly stands there and admits that he understands why Jaeger is so upset, but then again, he claims that he had no other choice. So the advanced knight taunts him, calling their encounter a coincidence, because he also doesn't have much of a choice right now. All of a sudden, Joubert uses his finger to slowly push Jaeger's sword away, claiming that the situation must be really upsetting. He then reminds Jaeger that they have the same job, so he expects him to understand this at least. But the green-eyed knight reveals that he's just following orders, because if the master tells him to bark, then he has to bark. The two knights suddenly begin to draw out their aura. Joubert's eyes begin to glow, and the same happens with Jaeger, as they both stand each other down. The cunning knight tries to intimidate Jaeger, but the man doesn't back down. So, Joubert takes the hint and stops using his aura. He raises his arms in surrender when he sees that Mr. Eyepatch means business, and then claims that Jaeger's warning is enough. Even though Joubert just surrendered, the advanced knight doesn't move the sword away from his neck, so he decides to use his words. The purple-haired guy suddenly talks about how wrong it is that people call them swordsmen. But just when he thinks he's about to say something to pacify Jaeger, he tells the green-eyed knight that he's also a dog that only bites when his master tells him to. With a very condescending look in his eyes, he tells Jaeger to enjoy his day off, if he's done barking. He's confident that the knight won't hurt him, because he knows about the Shazar family. However, before he can even finish this sentence, Jaeger punches him right in the face, knocking him to the floor in the process. Joubert groans as he hits the floor, while the green-eyed knight just taunts him, claiming that one little bite is fine, since his lord is a nice man. He says this and then charges at Joubert again. The crafty knight tries to mock him, asking if the punch to the face is enough for him. But Jaeger just delivers another deadly punch. This time, he goes straight for his guts as he reveals that he's not yet done beating him. At this point, Joubert is struggling to breathe. He falls to the ground again and begins to cough uncontrollably. Jaeger tells Joubert that he expects him to understand why he's doing this, since they're in the same industry after all. The crafty knight eventually gets back up and finally admits that this beating should be enough for him. Hearing this, the advanced knight admits that he hopes they can meet again, especially since he can't make him pay completely for mocking Joseph while they're still in the Heinel mansion. Joubert slowly gets back on his feet, holding his belly, and boldly agrees that they'll meet again, sooner or later. He says this because he knows that the Empire is falling apart, and this means that people will band together even if they don't want to, so the chances of meeting again are pretty high. The mischievous knight limps away from Jaeger and just waves him goodbye, saying they'll see each other soon. Hearing this, the advanced experienced knight just agrees, thinking about how that time is surely coming, the time when the sword will be needed more than ever, and a time when their lands will be ravaged by war and death. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, we see that our boy has returned to the tree in the graveyard. He stands before the tree and claims that the spirit they met the last time seemed like an old friend, so he suggests that the voice in his head tries talking to it again. In response, the voice admits that it honestly can't believe that the snake recognized it. It was also very shocked. Either way, Vlad thinks that they should have a quick look and leave before they run into the princess again, because he knows that they can't afford the kind of trouble it would cause them. Vlad quickly kneels before the tree and plants the sword in the ground like he did the last time, as he prepares to let the voice take over his body again. Our protagonist's eyes begin to glow at that moment, and immediately, the white serpent appears in front of him. He's taken aback by how fast it was, and even more startled by how close the snake is to his face. Vlad does his best to stay cool, and then asks the voice to confirm that this spirit is its friend. But the guy in his head isn't even sure. He just hopes that the snake is friendly. All of a sudden, the white serpent spirit circles the young swordsman, like he's an egg. As you'd expect, he's not really comfortable with this, but he just tries to assume that this gesture is the snake's way of greeting him. The voice also believes that he should be correct. So, while they're still speculating, the blue-eyed snake stops and stares right into Vlad's eyes. It gazes at him, and then squints. In general, the snake just starts acting weird, so the young swordsman asks why that's happening. In response, the voice just tells him not to even try understanding spirits, because they're another form of the world. The snake keeps acting strangely, shaking its head all over the place, and the voice tells him that the feeble soul of a mortal cannot understand all that encompasses the world. And this is pretty obvious at this point. The glowing snake suddenly starts to go higher and begins some weird dance ritual, which causes the grasses by the tree to also start glowing. Even the air is suddenly filled with a strange energy, and when Vlad feels it, he realizes that it's actually warm. This is all very confusing to him, but then he suddenly realizes something. The energy surrounds him, and he suddenly begins to understand exactly what it is. Even the voice realizes what's happening and admits that it's surprised, because it didn't expect to see a forgotten enigma there. It turns out that this is the spirit's blessing, and the voice confirms it as the glowing snake maintains its focus on the young boy from Sohara. After that magical experience, the scene shifts, and we see Mr. Joseph leaving with his people. Before they depart, they go to see Princess Alicia, who admits that she's very embarrassed to see them off in this manner. She wishes that she could have held a huge banquet for them, and she expresses this feeling, but Joseph assures her that her intentions are enough for him and his people. He totally understands her situation, because this is exactly the time for her to fix the cracks in the Heinel family. Hearing his kind words, Alicia appreciates his understanding and sincerely thanks him for everything. The representatives of the Bayezid family take one last bow, and Joseph reveals that they'll be leaving now. However, just when they're about to walk away, Sir Duncan asks for a minute of their time. He suddenly asks Vlad to come forward, which leaves our blonde hero quite puzzled. He looks at his master for permission, and Joseph grants it, telling him to go on. As Vlad walks down to meet Sir Duncan, Jaeger suggests that their hosts must have prepared a ceremony. The young master agrees and reveals that he told them to keep the closing ceremony simple, just in case they went forward with it. Sir Duncan tells Vlad to kneel when he gets to them, so the kid does exactly that. That's when Princess Alicia expresses her gratitude to the boy from Sohara. She admits that without him, she wouldn't even be standing there, and then praises him for protecting their honor. Alicia also commends him for shining a light over a duel that was blotted with fraud. The princess believes that no amount of gratitude could make up for what he has done for her, so she humbly offers him what she can. Alicia stretches out her hands with a purple handkerchief in them, and then informs Vlad that she wants to entrust her name to him, even though he's not a knight. She claims that he was even more honorable than a knight. And while she's saying all of this, Joseph realizes that it's just as he expected. He knows that she's a smart woman, so he understands that she's trying to prove her relationship with Bayezid by having a common prospect like Vlad. In other words, this clever princess is showing gratitude and taking advantage of it at the same time. Meanwhile, our boy raises his head to see the handkerchief and is beyond disappointed that this is the so-called valuable reward he's getting. The kid can't even hide his displeasure because he's frowning without even knowing it. He's not sure if he's just supposed to accept the handkerchief from her. I mean, he's still pretty new new to all of this knight stuff. Thankfully, he quickly remembers the time that Jaeger told him to always accept stuff from nobles because it's proper courtesy. The memory rings in his head like a bell, and he also remembers how he got lectured the time he refused Mr. Rudiger's peanuts. As such, he's not willing to receive another beating from his brutal master, so he accepts the handkerchief and thanks the princess for it. Vlad's probably wondering what he'll even need the piece of cloth for, but then again, it's proper courtesy, so it's not like he has a choice. Anyway, it seems that our boy might still be in trouble, because the moment he takes the cloth from Alicia, everyone around gasps in shock. Jaeger looks like he just got a headache, while Joseph just gets nervous because he forgot to tell the boy from the back alleys how to act around nobles. An equally exhausted Sir Duncan finally informs Vlad that he just accepted the gift the wrong way, but the blonde kid has no idea what the old man means. Well, it turns out that there are two ways a lady passes on a handkerchief that symbolizes her honor. The first way is by hanging the piece of cloth at the end of the sword, while the second method is by passing it to him from hand to hand. At this point, Vlad realizes that he messed up, and as he turns around to see all the judging eyes, he nervously asks how he was supposed to do it. We also learn that these two methods have different meanings, because while the first one, at the sword's end, is for honor, the second hand-to-hand method is for love. After the awkward moment, Princess Alicia gets flustered as her cheeks flush red, but Vlad is still trying to process everything. The guy is so confused right now, because he doesn't know that he basically just confessed his love to the princess. Either way, Vlad decides to be Vlad, and mischievously claims that he'll use the handkerchief well, wondering why the guys at the back are making such a big deal out of it. On the carriage ride home, the young master admits that he hasn't been that flustered in a long time. He also feels that he's at fault for not teaching the young squire, and he jokes about how the wandering minstrels won't have to worry about making a living in Dermer for a while. Our boy apologizes for what happened, but Jaeger still scolds him, telling him to always look at him first if he's ever to receive something from a noble in public. He agrees to keep that in mind, but Joseph suddenly congratulates him. Our protagonist doesn't get why, so the young master reminds him that he's now a man honored by a high-ranking noble lady, Alicia. In other words, the boy from Sohara has now risen to the rank of an honorary knight. At the start of this series, our hero is just a boy from the slums, and now he has progressed all the way to the rank of a knight. The story resumes, and as you can imagine, the young boy from Sohara is utterly shocked when he hears that he will become an honorary knight. However, the young master casually explains that Vlad will be treated like a knight in places where Alicia's name is recognized and revered. This is still really big news to the young blonde swordsman. He can't believe that he will be made a knight of any sort, at least not at this age, and it's such a crazy feeling that just overwhelms him. While he's trying to comprehend the current situation, Joseph chimes in again, suggesting that Vlad's knighthood will basically be limited to Dermer, since Alicia just became a baron. At this point, our boy finally understands the situation, and almost seems relieved when he realizes what being an honorary knight means. He knows that becoming a real knight can never be that easy. Vlad holds the purple handkerchief that Alicia gave him as he ponders deeply about everything. The young master interrupts these thoughts by reminding our boy that he got the gift because of a mistake, and he also advises him not to lose the handkerchief because it's actually Alicia's honor and not just a random piece of cloth. The young swordsman anxiously asks Joseph what would happen if he lost the handkerchief, and the young master coldly informs him that he'll have to take responsibility for himself because he was the one who accepted it with his own hands. Hearing these words, fear grips our boy because he can tell from Joseph's eyes that the consequences of such a thing will be more than the young master can handle. With this in mind, Vlad holds the handkerchief tightly and resolves not to lose the special cloth at any cost. Just then, Joseph pulls out a small piece of paper that looks like a contract. He claims that the issues ended abruptly and informs Vlad that he won't be needing the piece of paper anymore, thanks to him. The young swordsman deduces that the paper is a promissory note, and the young master confirms this, revealing that the paper is a certificate that says that Alicia borrowed 10,000 gold. That's a huge sum, so Vlad is taken aback by it. And that's when Joseph explains that the gold was money to secure Alicia's soldiers, in case she lost the duel. If she had lost the duel, she would have been forced to surrender herself, because that would have been the only way to save herself from her uncle. However, the young master also reveals that Alicia didn't actually borrow the gold. Upon hearing this, Vlad asks if there was a reason Joseph made a deal with Miss Alicia, since he already knew that losing the duel means losing the right to succeed. In response, the young master explains that his cause is like a spark in the ashes, which one right encounter with the wind can rekindle. In other words, if Alicia is within the grasp of the Bayezid family, then Indri can't help but feel pressure. At this point, Vlad is starting to understand this game a bit. After seeing how nobles live their lives looking for justification, his thoughts are interrupted when he suddenly senses something strange behind him. Joseph notices Vlad's expression, so he asks the young swordsman what's wrong. The blonde kid reveals that he heard something from the woods. Elsewhere in the forest, it all looks so peaceful for one moment. But then, all of a sudden, huge dust clouds erupt on the horizon, and that's when we see the army of horse riders coming toward Joseph's convoy. Vlad sees this through the window and is immediately horrified by the army of bandits headed their way. Our boy quickly raises the alarm to inform the others and pulls out his sword as well to prepare for the imminent battle. However, just when he's about to lift his sword for the fight, Joseph stops him and quietly tells him to put his blade away. Vlad is pretty confused, but the young master just wears a smug look on his face and assures the kid that he made preparations for this, even before the duel started. In a surprising twist, it turns out that the bandits weren't actually coming to fight or rob the young master's convoy, because the next thing we see is that they're bowing to Joseph. Their white-haired leader informs the young master that they ran a bit late because they were trying to collect the fair price for something. The scar-faced dude remains on his knee and presents Joseph with a bloody sack. Seeing this, the young master asks if that sack is what he requested, because he knows that he ended up asking for something else. Joseph tells the guy that he did a good job and asks him to stand up. The scar-faced bandit leader gets up and immediately spots Vlad standing near the young master. The man wonders if he's the young vassal who received Lady Alicia's honor by hand. Apparently, word about what happened has already spread all over the land, and when he says this, Joseph simply confirms it. The young master is surprised that the news spread so fast, but he tells the bandit leader that he can adore the blonde swordsman later. Our boy gets nervous just looking at the scary bandit's face, and it gets even more frightening when the white-haired stranger somewhat glares at him. Vlad becomes pretty terrified when he sees this. He realizes that the aura he senses from the guy is nothing like what he felt from other nights. Instead, what he can sense is similar to the smell of danger that the back alleys of Sohara reeked of. With this in mind, Vlad feels like his instincts are telling him that the scar-faced man is not one to be trifled with. Joseph suddenly asks the bandit leader to follow the convoy if he's coming back to Sturma, but the scary guy politely declines, claiming that he and his men have to get back a bit quicker. After all, they're using horses. Joseph is a bit disappointed, but he lets them go and thanks the leader for his services once again. In response, the guy claims that he was merely loyal to his duty as Bayezid's hidden sword, which is most likely just a fancy name for an assassin. Hearing this strange title for the first time, Vlad is a little confused and quite frightened, so he starts to wonder who these bandits are. Besides that, he's also really curious about what's in that bloody sack they brought with them. The young master turns around and notices Vlad looking at it, so he asks the kid if he wants to know what the sack is. The young swordsman immediately admits that he is a little, so Joseph vaguely tells him that it contains the world of nobles, which is the world of the cold, brutal, and unforgiving. We get an idea of what's inside, even though it was already kind of obvious with the bloodstains on the sack. Back at home, Joseph's father reveals to his advisor that a group of pilgrims have arrived. In response, the white-bearded old man suggests that the visitors don't seem to want a formal greeting, especially since they said that they'd just quietly see the dragon's trail and then leave. Hearing this, the head of the Bayezid family thinks that these must be the voices of the gods that desire nothing, because he hasn't seen such sincere pilgrims in a very long time, even though they don't seem to want any greeting or attention. Joseph's father still thinks that it should be okay to look after the pilgrims without their knowledge. His advisor already knew that he would say something like that, and the Bayezid head just claims that it's only because one has the right to enjoy what they're deserving of. Seeing that the nobleman really wants to do this, the advisor assures his master that he'll make preparations to watch over the pilgrims. Besides that, the master would also like to talk about his second son and Vlad. He heard about the great feat that they accomplished this time around. The advisor confirms this, revealing that there was a word in the report that would make even an old man's heart race. Count Bayezid is intrigued by this and links it to the swordmaster's first code. He feels that it's a nostalgic word that he hasn't heard in a very long time. Elite education began with the selection of those with proven blood and talent from the start. These young swordsmen were practically diamonds in the rough that were managed with care during their training. That's why it's rare for a situation to reach such extreme points that would require the call for the first code. Joseph's father feels that it must have been a rare sight in today's times, when knights are nurtured so preciously, and the advisor suggests that the master would have loved it if he had been there to see Vlad in action. The count agrees, but he claims that he's not the only one who would have loved it, because he's sure that a few other people would have loved it as well. Thinking about our boy's feat, the golden generation of Bayezid comes to his his mind, and he feels proud just thinking about it. Joseph's father believes that at this rate, the old guys will come with treats in their hands for the newbies. And upon hearing this, the advisor reveals that he's sure Joseph would love that. The head of the Bayezid family closes his eyes and thinks back to the time when his second son was practically gasping for air. He thought that Joseph had given up at that time, but the young master surprised him by crawling through the mud holding him back until he brought a shining thing into their home. That's right, he's talking about the shining boy from the back alleys of Sohara. Unfortunately, this good feeling quickly changes as a wave of sadness washes over the father's face. He believes that he has a lot to think about indeed, because in the end, he can only choose one of his two sons. Elsewhere in Sturma, the other vassals are having a meal when one of them suddenly informs the others that Vlad is back after completing his mission in Dermer. They all start to discuss the things they've heard so far. One wonders if it's true that the blonde kid actually dueled a knight, and another heard that our boy created his own world as well. As you can imagine, Sobanen, who's still Vlad's biggest hater among the vassals, refuses to believe the rumors. He claims that the stories are ridiculous and impossible because as far as he's concerned, the kid from the back alleys can't use aura. While they're all gossiping, someone suddenly walks into the hall, and we see that it's the man of the moment. Vlad admits that he's starving, and thinks about how it's been like a month since he last entered the place. He sees all the vassals dining at their tables, and he also notices how they all look afraid the moment they see him. They quietly turn back to their meals, and this makes Vlad realize that it doesn't matter if someone comes from a high or low status family. Whether the gap in status between them is big or small doesn't matter anymore, because the children's alley fight is over. And this is all because of the appearance of that one person who trod in a different world from the rest. The next thing we see is a plate of sausages being devoured by our favorite blonde swordsman. Vlad munches down on the food, making it obvious just how much he missed the place. Unfortunately, he's not able to enjoy his meal in peace with all the other vassals staring at him and whispering about him. It's starting to get on his nerves because it's becoming too uncomfortable to deal with while eating. When he says this, the fat kid eating next to him informs him that it's going to be like this for a while, especially since everyone here roughly knows what happened in Dermer. Vlad casually locks his fingers as he realizes just how quickly the rumors spread. The vassal is pretty much our protagonist's only friend in the place, so he's the only one who cares enough to ask Vlad what his plans are for vacation. The blonde swordsman is taken aback by the talk of a vacation, so his buddy realizes that he didn't know, and then informs him that the vassals get a vacation period twice a year. He explains that all the followers have received holidays this week already, so this makes Vlad wonder if he's going to get one too. After all, he's quite new here, and he's not even a disciple from a precious household. On top of that, he doesn't even have anywhere to go for any kind of vacation. Upon hearing this, the chubby kid's face lights up, and he doesn't even hesitate to invite Vlad to his family home for the vacation. It obviously won't be a problem, because his dad is the one officially inviting Vlad to the house. The kid nervously admits that he's never actually taken a friend to his place before, and Vlad can already tell that he had no success on previous attempts. At this point, his determination to convince Vlad increases, so he assures our boy that the serving part for guests is done properly at his house. He claims that they even provide unlimited, freshly roasted meat. The offer sounds good, but Vlad still has to think about it to know if it's worth coming over. Seeing the hesitation, the chubby vassal suddenly remembers that Vlad once said he was looking for horses. He reminds our boy how he once revealed what his household does. As such, he explains that his family can arrange horses from anywhere near this area, and of course, this finally catches Vlad's attention. He's intrigued. But then the kid reveals that they even have some horses that have a better pedigree than Jaeger's horse. In other words, they have more expensive horses. And upon hearing this, our boy immediately agrees to spend the vacation at the guy's place. Vlad is a bit too serious about it, but the fat kid is just happy that he gets to have a friend over at his place for the holidays. Later that afternoon, we see Sir Jaeger beating the stuffing out of our boy in the name of intense training. The advanced knight casually uses his sword to slap Vlad in the face during their sparring session, but of course, the relentless swordsman doesn't go down that easily. From the look on Vlad's face, you can tell that the pain is taking a toll on him, and Jaeger notices this, so when the kid tries to attack, he counters it and tells Vlad to focus. The green-eyed knight is literally toying with him right now. The guy holds one hand behind his back and uses the other to frustrate all of Vlad's attempts to land a hit. Despite being countered over and over again, our protagonist doesn't give up. He keeps throwing everything he's got at the advanced knight. But Jaeger just seems upset when he sees that the kid is trying to do something beyond his abilities. So he lands a killer strike on Vlad's back. Under normal circumstances, such a blow should paralyze a man, even though they're just using wooden swords. However, our boy survives the brutal hit. He obviously needs some time to recover from it, so he finally falls to his knee to catch a breather. While he's resting, Sir Jaeger reminds him that he told him not to try something if he knows he can't do it. Apparently, Sir Jaeger is mad because he feels that Vlad now thinks he's big enough to try things that are beyond his capacity, just because he dueled with a knight in Dermer. Our boy is stunned when he hears this, but he doesn't say anything. He's probably still trying to catch his breath. Unfortunately, Jaeger gets even more upset and concludes that the vassal is ignoring him. The blonde swordsman is shocked again when he hears this too, but still, he's too stunned to speak. Jaeger glares at him angrily, and when Vlad realizes that the knight means business, he becomes afraid, so he quickly apologizes to Jaeger. After the apology, Jaeger tells Vlad not to come to the training ground if he feels like he's being forced to do it. Furthermore, the advanced knight also makes it clear that he doesn't want Vlad to come to him anymore if he now feels that he can train without him. After these short statements, he draws the curtains on their training for the day and walks away, telling Vlad that he can leave. Our boy is obviously in a bad mood, so he quietly walks away in the opposite direction. Sir Jaeger looks back at his vassal and admits to himself that he's proud of the young swordsman's results from Farshine, as well as his other achievements. The advanced knight is certainly proud of him for this, but he feels that Vlad's qualities are still unpolished. And just like sand on a seashore, Jaeger thinks that our boy is still weak enough to be blown away by a huge wave at any moment. This bothers Jaeger because he knows how dangerous it is. But what can he do except guide the kid? Elsewhere, we see Vlad walking down one of the hallways with his sword. The voice in his head suddenly speaks up, reminding him that it told him to focus on the basics. The voice claims that it would have been angry at Vlad as well, but the young swordsman explains that he was just trying to bring out the aura again. The voice responds by reminding him that not all knights can use aura. It also explains that this doesn't mean that knights who can't use it have a low level. The man in his head informs him that aura only manifests the possibility that one can rise higher. He also tells Vlad that he shouldn't forget that it hasn't been long since he wielded the sword. In essence, he's just trying to tell the boy from Sohara to be patient with himself, because a great flower only blooms with a solid foundation after all. He goes on to assure our boy that Sir Jaeger wouldn't have scolded him if he wasn't worthy, so he advises Vlad to think over what the advanced knight told him again. After receiving this little pep talk, our protagonist calms himself down and sighs as he decides to take the advice. Our boy is already used to contempt and ridicule, but he feels really bad about today, because what he saw on Jaeger's face was a look of disappointment. He thinks back to the expression he saw on the advanced knight's face, and as far as he's concerned, it feels even worse than being hit in the back with a wooden sword. The voice in his head makes the already sad moment even worse for Vlad by reminding him that he couldn't even bring up the vacation thing because of how mad Jaeger was. Our boy is really pissed when he remembers that he didn't get a chance to talk about the vacation, but he quickly calms himself down and discards the thought, feeling that he shouldn't even care about a vacation in this situation. He looks at the sword and smiles, thinking that he should practice swinging it today, until he clears his mind of any thoughts. Later that night, when everyone else is probably sleeping, the young swordsman goes to the woods and begins swinging the sword endlessly. He grips the handle firmly and takes big swings, following the path of the sword. He does it to the point that he creates a huge slash in the earth. By this time, he's pretty tired, so he pants heavily and catches his breath. The voice in his head suddenly suggests that they wrap up the exercise for the night, but Vlad is surprised that it wants to end it already. The voice informs him that he already met the daily quota a while ago, and explains to him that he'll only exhaust himself if he burns out too quickly. As you can imagine, the stubborn boy from the back alleys doesn't want to hear this, but the voice keeps trying to change his mind. It reminds Vlad that everything he's been working hard to achieve will all be in vain if he ends up suffering an injury, or worse. After hearing all of this, the young swordsman finally agrees to call it a night, even though he's not too happy about it. He stares up at the moonlit sky, feeling troubled at first, but after a while, he starts to feel something different. It's more like a feeling of confidence that washes over him as he stands outside that night. He finally starts to see reason with the voice in his head, as he realizes that he only just obtained something that shines. While he's literally glowing under the night sky, Jaeger comes outside and sees him from the balcony. Seeing the young boy shining so brightly, he can't help but watch him. He sees how Vlad's gaze doesn't shift from the moon shining down on him, and this sight makes the advanced knight feel something inside. When Vlad doesn't shift his gaze, Jaeger looks up at the sky as well and concludes that his vassal is like a wolf that chases the moon. The knight and his disciple just keep staring at the moon that night, and while they're busy stargazing, the scene starts to shift slowly. In a pretty cool transition, the scene changes. And the next thing we see is the night sky in a place called Trinova, which is actually a county of another place called Ravnoma. Unlike Sturma, which is currently peaceful enough for Jaeger and Vlad to stare calmly at the moonlit sky, Trinova is presently on fire. fire. The county is burning on the inside and the outside, and as the flames consume all the structures around it, all that can be heard are the screams of the residents and the crackling of the fire. As you might have guessed, this isn't some natural disaster. The city is actually under attack. Inside the throne room, we see that a massacre is underway. Bloody corpses of knights lie all over the room, and the last living knight is suddenly confronted by the killer. He's already seriously injured, but this mysterious assassin had been wondering where he was, just so he could finish the job. With a bloody sword in hand, the unknown killer walks toward the knight and suggests that the wounded warrior was only fulfilling his last duty. The injured knight pants heavily and struggles to talk as he points out how the killer ultimately came all this way to find him. It's at this point that we get to see who this assassin is, and surprisingly, it turns out to be Godan, the same dangerous man who killed Vlad's boss back in Sahara. With his dying breath, the injured knight tells Godan that he doesn't need to follow orders blindly, just because the saying goes that the Lord's name comes before honor. He reminds Godan that the knights of the former Count Gaidar weren't like that, but the ruthless assassin just informs him that's the reason all those knights are dead now. In response, the injured knight tells Godan that his light will also go out one day. But until then, he wants the killer to pass one last message to Count Gaidar, saying that he'll be waiting in hell. The moment he says this, Godan raises his sword for the finishing blow and assures the dying man that he will pass the message before sending him to the afterlife. Vlad is surprised when he hears Master Joseph telling him about a vacation. He probably didn't expect this kind of news because he had already made up his mind to focus on his swordsmanship without any breaks. However, the young master informs our boy that he will in fact be going on a vacation because he's been invited by the Knorr household. He asks to confirm this, and Vlad is surprised that Joseph even knows about it. He is about to ask the young master how he even found out, but before he can even finish talking, Joseph explains that rumors spread quickly. Apparently, Sir Grigori's vassal, Patri, has been babbling all about it in excitement. Upon hearing this, Vlad immediately realizes how the news got to Joseph. Patri probably blabbed about it to Sir Grigori, who then told Jaeger, and of course the advanced knight ended up telling the young master about it. At this point, he's already sure what's going on. Joseph claims that he was going to give Vlad a vacation anyway, so now he feels that there's no reason to send him when he's already decided where he wants to go. Our boy thanks him in response, but he's still a bit pissed at Jaeger for ratting him out. He glares at the knight, but Jaeger pretends like he didn't do anything wrong. Joseph notices the awkwardness in the room and becomes quite confused at first, but then he immediately concludes that something has happened. He knows that the awkward silence will be gone if he interferes, but he decides to keep quiet because he knows that some relationships are just meant to be respected and left alone the way they are. The tension in the room continues to build, and after a while, Vlad admits that it's getting hard to even breathe. Even though he's very annoyed with the advanced knight, he still feels that it would be better if he just greets Jaeger and excuses himself. While he's still pondering on this, the green-eyed knight suddenly speaks up and reminds Vlad that a knight must never let go of his sword at any moment, even though he's on vacation. Our boy is caught off guard by the statement, but he also knows that it's totally true, so he accepts the advice without argument. Jaeger warns Vlad, promising him that he'll notice the effects if he misses a day of training. But even worse, he tells him that other people will notice if he skips training for even just a week. The advanced knight knows that Vlad is not the lazy type that would need to be told about training, but he feels that it won't do any harm to remind him, because he won't go astray when he's constantly being kept in check. With this in mind, he simply tells his young vassal that they'll see when he gets back from his vacation. Vlad is so glad when he hears this because it means that he's finally gotten Jaeger's permission and approval to go. Joseph notices just how happy the young swordsman is, but then quickly tells him not to get his hopes too high about the horses. After all, his current problem will probably be difficult for even the Canner household to deal with. The young master practically cuts Vlad's joy short with this statement, and then he tells our boy to analyze how much the horses reject him so that he can find out the range at which they start to avoid him. Vlad takes the advice, confirming that he understands it, and so the young master tells him that he can leave until they meet again after a week. The young knight in training starts to walk out of the room, but then he stops when Joseph suddenly tells him that he doesn't need to get gifts on the way back. Our boy is stunned to hear this, but then he assures the young master that he won't forget. In the young boy's mind, Joseph is actually saying that he needs gifts, because he remembers that the guy seemed to enjoy the jam that Patri got him before. Vlad finally exits the room. leaving Jaeger and Joseph alone in there. The young master still can't believe that the Canner household actually invited the young boy from Sohara to spend vacation with them. Jaeger already seems to know why Joseph is so concerned, so he suggests that Vlad might meet a certain someone, if he's lucky. The young master agrees, recalling how both Vlad and this mysterious person are both really notable figures. In response, Jaeger asks what would happen if someone was keeping an eye on Vlad and this person, which leaves Joseph speechless for a bit until he comes up with an answer. Joseph suggests that anyone who would keep tabs on them would also be the kind of person to simply ask for something when they want it. Despite knowing that this is most likely the case, Joseph reveals that he has no plan to give anything that is asked of him if that's the case. Elsewhere, we see our protagonist being rather perplexed. He doesn't seem to know what's going on, and he certainly has no idea where he is. It turns out, he's just being given a new cloak to test out. Not surprisingly, Joseph's mom is the one responsible for this latest gift shower, and even though our boy is pretty overwhelmed by the whole thing, she seems to think that the color suits him well. As far as she's concerned, he's well suited to leather armor, and even more than that, she feels that everything suits him well because of his strong bones. This is why she doesn't mind making him new clothes, because it's worth her while just seeing him try them on. Despite being very shy and uncomfortable, he's also really grateful, so he thanks Lady Oksana for her kindness. After that, she asks him about his invitation to spend a vacation with the Canner household. Vlad confirms that the rumor is indeed true, so she reminds him that people always need to be well-dressed and presented neatly whenever they are invited to someone else's place. She explains that this is just basic manners, and a way not to give one's parents a bad name. The young swordsman just feels down and speechless when Lady Oksana says this because he knows she is actually right. But then she drops another bombshell by telling him that he shouldn't give her a bad name. In other words, she's telling him that she's pretty much his mother. Lady Oksana embraces him again, but he is so stunned by what she just said to even move. It's like he's frozen in shock, and his eyes just widen as he tries to process everything. As for the kind woman, she just gives him a warm smile in response. Her yellow eyes shine as she looks at Vlad, and he immediately gets flustered. He is blushing so hard that his ears are even turning red at this point. As such, he just accepts her advice and assures her that he will not give her a bad name while he's away on vacation. Vlad bows his head as he says this, and while he's still in this position, she surprises him again by informing him that she'll assign a tutor to him when he returns from the vacation. After all, she doesn't want him making any more mistakes, like when he received a lady's honor with his hand. She suggests that such a blunder should only happen once, and our boy is so embarrassed when he remembers what he did, so he nervously asks her to forgive him. Lady Oksana informs him that the title of a knight is similar to that of a semi-aristocrat, and for this reason, he needs to learn the appropriate way to act at all times. When she says this, he takes in her advice and promises to keep it in mind. The kind woman then reveals a basket of fruits, carried by a servant, and tells Vlad he can take it along with him. Apparently, Joseph brought the basket, because it's not good manners to go to someone's house empty-handed. Once again, the young swordsman bows before Lady Oksana and thanks her for her careful consideration. In response, she just waves it off with another gentle smile and tells him to have a relaxing time during his vacation. Later, we see our protagonist making his way out of the place, basket of lemons in hand. He closes the door, but then, suddenly, starts to feel suspicious about something. He looks out the window and sees his reflection, and how different he has become since he left Sohara. Looking back to his time in the back alleys, he sees his former self and admits that everything feels so unfamiliar to him. The young swordsman feels that it's like he's now wearing clothes that don't suit him. He keeps staring at the reflections on the glass window, and then he even sees his red-haired best friend from the back alleys. Unfortunately, she's scowling at him in this mild hallucination, and even the appearance of his former self doesn't look happy with him. Their judging eyes continue to glare at him, and he starts to feel bad when he remembers that Jemima is allegedly staying in a convent now. At this point, he can't bear to look at the images anymore, so he turns away from the glass window with his eyes closed. Vlad can only hope that she's doing well right now, because he believes that she'll also be wearing clothes that don't suit her now that she's in the convent. With this in mind, the boy walks away from the accusing reflections and makes his way down the hall. Elsewhere, people are talking about the new attendant that is getting famous in the Bayezid household. They've heard about how the genius vassal pulled out Aura and Dermer, but that's not all they've heard about him. From the rumors going around, they've also been able to discover that Vlad is incredibly handsome. We finally get to see that the people gossiping are actually sisters, in the convent. Some of them are busy talking about how good-looking the talented vassal is, while a redhead among them is busy scrubbing the floor. All of a sudden, the other sisters start describing what they've heard about Vlad's appearance, talking about his blonde hair and blue eyes. The person scrubbing hears this and pauses suddenly. The sisters feel that he could be of a noble origin, and since he pulled his aura at such a young age, they think that he could also become a knight who represents the North. The redhead disregards the little gossip when she hears them suggesting that the guy is of noble origin. It turns out that the sister scrubbing the floor is actually Jemima, Vlad's old friend. With all the things they're saying about the talented vassal pulling aura and becoming a knight in the near future, she concludes that it can't be Vlad, because she feels that there's no way he could have grown so rapidly already. But then again, she feels that it would be nice if he's alive and doing well. At this point, Jemima is distracted, so the other sisters notice that she's no longer working and try to bully her. They ask her if she's just playing around and remind her that she hasn't donated. They claim that she should think of repaying what she owes by working all her life. As such, they tell her to finish scrubbing the floors and then do the dishes if she doesn't want to get scolded by the head sister. The three bullies keep talking about how Jemima has nowhere to go if she leaves the convent, and how she also doesn't even have anyone to get her out. So, they feel that it wouldn't be such a bad thing for Jemima if she gets used to working there continuously. They leave the room, telling her to keep working and finish everything before it's time for lunch. You'd expect the redhead to be mad or offended after being treated this way, but surprisingly, she just smiles as she continues to scrub the floor. She feels that it's a good thing she knows all of this from Rose's smile, but then again, she starts to feel bad when she remembers something. Jemima remembers that this place isn't for everyone. Just as she's thinking about this, a memory starts to play back in her mind. In this flashback, we see the head sister talking about how the convent is one of the places closest to God. She explains that they cannot house girls who put themselves in filthy places. Apparently, she's talking about the lowborn girls that she doesn't want in the convent with her. However, the spokesperson, Marcella, who brought them, insists that the girls are all virgins, and that the bishop watched over them. Regardless, the head sister claims that they can't just take in all the girls all of a sudden. However, Marcella doesn't want to hear that crap, so she snaps at the head sister and reminds her of how much money she has donated to the convent. She's very upset, because she knows that the sisters can feed the girls for 10 years and still have money remaining with the amount she's donated. The head sister tries to argue, but she's at a loss for words. Before she can come up with a counter, she's cut off again. But this time, it's by Jemima, who asks Marcella where she is going to be staying. However, Marcella tells them not to worry themselves, and after that, she leads them into the convent, not minding what the head sister has to say. But just then, the head sister stops her and tells her that she can't enter the sacred building. The gray-haired lady, Marcella, admits that she wasn't even hoping to. She asks the head sister to take care of the kids and informs her that they're all good at work. Just then, a group of men appear out of nowhere. They spot the woman and the girls with her, so they charge at them. When the woman hears the men coming at them, she yells for the kids and the head sister to get in quickly. They manage to run inside the building in time, but unfortunately, Marcella gets caught by one of the scumbags. She struggles to free herself, but to no avail, and Jemima can only scream in horror as she's equally dragged away to safety by the head sister. The hoodlums take Marcella away and leave the others. They drag her back into the woods by her hair, and despite all her struggles, she's still unable to escape. The doors of the convent are closed behind her, meaning that Marcella is now completely at the mercy of the bandits. The flashback ends, and we catch up with Jemima, who's still scrubbing the floor in the present. She starts to sob as she recalls this memory, and also cries when she remembers Vlad. Elsewhere, we see the guy standing outside a house, looking dumbfounded by the sight in front of him. He's left in awe after he sees the Canor household mansion, and finally realizes why they're said to have so much influence in Sturma, even though they are not a noble family. He had a feeling they were wealthy, but what he's looking at right now is just insane as far as he's concerned. As he enters the gate with his chubby friend, he's greeted by an old man along with several other servants. This old-timer turns out to be the family butler, which explains why Patri is so excited to see him again. He runs toward the man with outstretched arms until he gives him a big, warm hug. The kid admits that he missed the old man, since it's been a very long time. The butler reveals that he's also happy to see the boy after such a long time. Patri quickly asks after his father. The butler informs him that his dad is currently welcoming the guests that suddenly arrived. Since the man of the house is currently occupied, the butler suggests that Patri and his guests look around the pasture, which is the pride of their household. Vlad politely accepts the offer, claiming that he's cool with it, so the old man thanks him for being considerate. However, Vlad has one special request, which is to see where the horses are first, because he has big expectations. Of course, the butler doesn't have a problem with that, so he assures the guy that they'll do that in a while. He claims that the lord of the house will introduce the horses personally, but admits that it's not a bad idea to take a look at them before then. With this in mind, the old butler shows them the way to the place where the horses are kept. Our protagonist was probably hoping to get better results with the horses by coming to the Canner family estate, but unfortunately, there's not much progress because the horses here find him just as repulsive as the others before. It's like they're all terrified of him, because the moment he starts getting close, they freak out and run for their lives. Even the cattle run away when they see the boy. Vlad is obviously disappointed with this turn of events, but all he can do is just stand there and allow the embarrassment to consume him. The poor guy feels like he should just die already, because not only are the animals running away from him, but now even the cows won't let him ride them. As for the sheep, well, they don't want him either. So when the butler sees this, he realizes that it's a really serious problem. The old man feels that it's probably supernatural, so he asks Vlad if he's visited the church for this matter yet. As you can imagine, the young swordsman doesn't think it's that serious, so he assures the butler that it's not a curse, because his guarantor is even Priest Andrea. The old man is surprised to hear this, but Vlad just ignores him. He's too busy going crazy from his current problem. He watches the farm animals continue to run away from him, and he starts to feel that it doesn't even matter if he uses aura. He can't ride horses anyway, so what's the use? He starts to see himself eating dust, running after other knights while they're all making cool cavalry charges. He says this, feeling devastated, and Patry is also hurt by this. So, he decides that he's going to help his new best friend at all costs. He promises to show Vlad all the horses in their pasture until they find one that suits him, because he believes that they'll surely have the right one for him. Our protagonist has his hope renewed a little when he hears this, and Patry assures him that they'll get him a horse he can ride. He reveals that there are beautiful horses Vlad hasn't seen yet. The horses with a good pedigree that the lord of the house brought. Patry promises that he'll persuade his dad to show Vlad the horses, and then suggests that they look at the others tomorrow. The chubby friend encourages the guy to just enjoy his first dinner in their house, and later that evening, we see that the Connor household welcome feast is being prepared. Patry shows Vlad the kitchen, full of people roasting all kinds of meat, and the young swordsman confesses that it's indeed a spectacular sight to behold. There's nothing moderate about the Canner household after all. Just then, Patry notices that his father is back. Lord Orson Canner appears and apologizes for not being around to welcome the special guest personally. The guy greets the lord as well and introduces himself as Sir Jaeger's squire. The lord just laughs excitedly in response, claiming that he already knows, since the rumors about the genius vassal have already spread all over Sturma. Lord Orson welcomes him once again, knowing that his guest is the boy who activated the swordmaster's discipline, as far as he's concerned. Vlad is a new star who has been born in Sturma, and he's glad that Patry has made a great friend. Orson suggests going inside to chat while the meal is being prepared, and expresses his delight to be hosting such precious guests. At this point, Vlad remembers that he wasn't the only guest to arrive earlier, so he wonders who the others are, and if they're going to sit together. Patry suddenly reveals that all the other guests are Bayezid natives, so this makes the guy a lot more curious. They finally enter the hall, and Vlad is bewildered when he sees a familiar person sitting comfortably inside. He wonders what the man is doing there, and it turns out this guy has also been waiting for Vlad because he suddenly wears a creepy smile and reveals that it's been a long time since he saw the blonde kid. Realizing that it's Sir Lutcher, Vlad and Patry both greet him, and the boy admits that he wasn't expecting to see him. Lutcher invites Vlad to join him for a meal, claiming that the food looks too good to refuse. The swordsman is embarrassed at this point and immediately regrets rejecting the nuts that Lutcher offered him back then. He looks around and notices everyone glaring at him, so he concludes that they all hate him for insulting the first son of the Bayezid family. Besides that, he also beat up their squires earlier, so they have more than one reason to hate him. However, he feels that he'll gain nothing if he's intimidated by them, so he decides to man up and accepts Lutcher's offer, claiming that he's been waiting for it. Lutcher is intrigued when he hears this, so he smiles mischievously, and then asks if they can meet at the same time tomorrow, since Vlad is on vacation. Our protagonist is taken by surprise with this question, and then Lutcher suggests that they go somewhere together when they meet. The next day, Lutcher and his knights ride horses out to a desert-like place for some reason, and Vlad is extremely bored because he's been dragged along. Just then, a beast woman from the Liu family named Dorothea confronts him. She accuses him of staring at her, and asks if it's his first time being with a beastman tribe. He bluntly claims that there's always a first time for everything, so she adds that it would have been weirder if he had actually seen them before. She heard he's from Swara, so she wants to know how he became one of the Bayezids. In response, he suggests that him being a Bizid is just as weird as Lutcher's mage being a beastman. She gets offended by this, and then asks him if he's ever really used aura, because she doesn't get how he can't ride a horse. I mean, even chubby Patry can ride one, but Vlad tiredly informs her that things just happen in life. Dorothea insists that his case is too much, but he's already tired of her babbling at this point and starts to regret coming on vacation. He wonders why it's falconry out of the blue, and the beast girl disturbs him again to see if he's listening to her. Vlad asks her if all beastmen are this talkative, so she accuses him of being racist for asking something like that. He then asks if all mages are talkative, so she claims that he's discriminating against her job. Lutcher finally comes to the rescue when he tells Dorothea to give Vlad a break. However, the beast woman just calls the guy a bastard and accuses him of making ugly expressions whenever he looks at her. Lutcher just blames her for pestering him so much, which leaves her defeated. One of the knights suggests a spot, and Lutcher agrees with it, since they can get a better view on all sides. Patry thinks that they might have come hunting, but the grumpy swordsman doesn't care. Besides, he doesn't think they're here to hunt, because they've not let the falcon out of its cage. Just then, a knight calls Lutcher's attention to something in the distance, and that's when they see that it's a group of pilgrims. He didn't expect to see them, so he tells his men to raise the flags to show the people their intentions. The Bizid family banner is raised, and Lutcher decides that it's now time to start finding prey. Elsewhere in the plains, we see a herd of horses, but while all the others are grazing together, one of them is singled out. The black majestic horse stays on the cliff like the king of all the others, but while it's just chilling, a bolt of energy hits it from under the earth. Right at the start of this episode, we catch up with Lutcher's army as they track the group of pilgrims from across a cliff. While the pilgrims are walking on foot and pushing their wagons along the wilderness road, Lutcher and his bandits follow them closely, but they don't make any form of contact. It's almost like they're just stalking the travelers, without any intention to approach them. Seeing this, Vlad begins to feel bored. As far as he's concerned, this little experience is not hunting, but rather, it's more like an escort for the pilgrims. As such, he concludes that Lutcher didn't come to this deserted place for the falconry in the first place. However, while he's still grumbling and complaining in the back of his mind, the wagon he's sitting in suddenly bumps into a huge rock, and the impact from the collision is so great that he almost gets thrown off. At this point, the motion sickness starts to set in as the little journey gets even more frustrating, so he decides that it would be better to walk. The guy starts to get off the wagon, and when Patry sees this, he asks him if he's okay. He already has an idea what's going on, so he asks Vlad if he feels like puking, but the young hero claims that his condition isn't that bad. But then again, he has no choice but to admit that his heart has been thumping continuously for a while. At this point, Vlad is already sweating and holding his chest because of this feeling. As the boy continues the journey on foot, Patry asks him if it's because the carriage was shaking so much. But Vlad doesn't even know what he can blame, so he concludes that he'll probably be fine if he just walks for a while instead. As he looks around, he realizes that the view of the place is actually pretty good, and it seems that Patry has already been thinking about this for a while, because he claims that he's been wanting to show it to the young swordsman. The chubby friend reveals that the grassland they're currently on stretches all the way to Varna. He claims that monsters even appear sometimes, but he thinks that it's nothing to worry about this year. As they reach a point on the cliff, Vlad expresses his shock to hear that Sir Joseph is the one to thank for no longer having monster troubles. Our protagonist doesn't understand how the young master is involved in such a thing, so Patry reveals that the current peace is a result of the subjugation from last winter, which Vlad also participated in. Upon hearing this, a smug look appears on the guy's face because he remembers just how impressive his performance was. He decides to get a little cocky too by suggesting that he has a little stake in it as well. Before the chubby kid can even respond, they're both distracted by a sound coming from the distance, and Vlad gets concerned immediately. He wonders what could be causing the noise and the dust in the air. That's when we see a herd of wild horses running through the plains, right in the direction of Vlad and Patry. The moment the guy sees the danger heading their way, a wave of horror washes over him. But it's not just fear that he's feeling, there's something else. Among all the horses charging at them, there's a distinct black stallion at the forefront, and the whole thing gets Vlad so rattled because he has no idea what's going on. The horses don't even slow down a bit, and with each passing moment they inch closer to Lutcher's little band of knights and bandits. From the top of the cliff, Lutcher and his men can see that it's a herd of wild horses speeding below. They notice that the horses are quality ones too, but due to the current circumstance, Lutcher feels that they're unwelcome for their traveling guests. But then again, he suddenly notices that they're traveling south, and he doesn't know why. The other men realize this too, and they're also puzzled immediately because it doesn't really make sense. It's strange to them, since the horses should actually be heading north by this time, because that's where the new sprouts will grow. Besides that, the horses are running way too fast for a normal migration, so they realize that the herd's movement feels strangely urgent for some reason. As such, Lutcher starts to think that the horses are being chased by something. He's not the only one feeling that something is off, though, because Vlad is also being overly troubled by the horses. It appears that his heart is thumping fast again, and this time, it's even worse than before. At this point, he sees the black horse in front again, and from the look in the animal's eyes, Vlad realizes that the horses are frightened. He keeps looking into the horse's eyes, and he's so concerned, because he doesn't know what would make such a huge herd so afraid. He wonders what it could be, and while he's deep in thought, the knights on the cliff conclude that there's an earthquake. However, our protagonist doesn't believe that it's an earthquake, because he remembers this particular vibration very vividly, like it was just yesterday. In other words, he knows exactly what it is. And before he can reveal this, we get to see it for ourselves, because something shoots out of the ground behind the horses. It's almost like a volcanic eruption with the kind of force that it shoots out with, and as the dust starts to clear a bit, we finally get to see the massive worm monster showing its ugly head. The black horse from earlier gets even more terrified at this point, and everyone around to see the huge monster is instantly overwhelmed by fear. Vlad is particularly horrified because he's all too familiar with this beast. His eyes almost pop out when he sees the giant worm, because he instantly identifies it as one of the remnants of the fallen dragon. It's none other than the death worm. This destructive freak of nature is so powerful, and it doesn't even hide what a menace it can be. The death worm digs in and out of the ground like a high-powered drill on steroids, and right now, this unstoppable force has only one thing on its mind: to kill every horse in its sight. The death worm easily catches up to one unfortunate horse in the herd, and with a single bite, it takes off the animal's head. The beast girl in the traveling band witnesses this gory scene, and instantly feels that something is strange. Well, it turns out that this killing machine shouldn't be going on a rampage with this killing spree, and that's because the death worm isn't supposed to be a carnivore. This leaves her very shocked and confused because she has no idea why it's happening. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter if she knows why or not, because right now, this massive maggot is hungry for a taste of blood. A horse's leg dangles out from between the worm's teeth. There's obviously something wrong with it, so the girl notices that a strange energy is flowing out from its forehead. The situation gets a lot more difficult from here, because the death worm's sudden entrance has shifted the wild horse's course. Now, the herd is running directly toward the innocent pilgrims whom Lutcher and his men are supposed to be protecting. One of Lutcher's men informs him of the horrible development, and he's just as confused as the informant. The strange energy continues to radiate from the death worm's head, and because of it, the horses refuse to slow down. The horses keep running for their lives, and unfortunately, they're still headed in the direction of the pilgrims. As you'd expect, the massive, bloodthirsty worm follows the herd, which just puts the pilgrims in even more danger. The innocent pilgrims begin to run for their lives, but it's only a matter of time before they're either trampled by the horses or devoured by the deadly monster at the back. As a result, Lutcher decides to take action immediately. So he calls out to Dorothea and asks her what the death worm reacts to, since she's the expert around here. Unfortunately, this expert is as terrified as anyone else. She does not seem to have any plan, and it also looks like the death worm doesn't have any weakness she knows of, because it doesn't have eyes or ears. However, she knows that it reacts to underground vibrations, so that would be the only way to get its attention. Lutcher notices that the beast girl is scared out of her mind, so he demands that she pull herself together and find a way to lure the death worm away from the pilgrims. Hearing the first Bayezid's son give such a stern order, Dorothea snaps out of her fearful state and takes up her assignment. Sir Lutcher takes charge of the situation immediately, and then orders Vlad to take Dorothea to higher ground so that he can protect her. He wants them to send him a signal the moment they find a way to get the big worm's attention. Of course, the guy is brave as hell, so he's up to the task, and the second he's given this order, he accepts it and gets to work. Patri watches the genius swordsman, and he's just in awe of how brave the kid is. Speaking of brave men, Sir Lutcher takes command to face the herd of wild horses and the death worm behind them. He lifts his sword high in the air to get the attention of all his men. He doesn't care if what they're about to do makes sense or not, and he lets everyone know it. Lutcher informs them that the only thing important right now is being where one is meant to be and doing what needs to be done. The Bayezid family's first son gives this motivational speech to lift the courage and spirits of all his followers, and they all pay attention with so much admiration for him. He reminds them that it's their duty to uphold the mission information they receive from the Count. At this point, all the knights are pulling out their swords with a renewed sense of courage, and as Lutcher yells for them to protect the pilgrims, they all charge forward on their horses. Sir Lutcher takes the lead, and they all follow with unwavering faith. Lutcher rides his horse, summoning every ounce of courage he can muster, but he also knows that this current decision goes against all the norms. The whole situation is weird, but that's why he's so certain that there's a human being behind these abnormal events. With this in mind, Lutcher charges on, feeling insulted by the person responsible for this. At this point, the knight is literally like fire rushing to burn the enemy, because he thinks that the person who caused this must be very brave to even think of trying something like this in the land of Byzid. While Lutcher and his loyal warriors are going head-to-head with the dangers, we see Vlad, Patri, and Dorothea are staying on the higher grounds. The Beast Girl tosses a bag of mysterious jewels on the ground, while the boys are busy watching the action below. She's trying to remember which one of the jewels is the vibration engraving, because she's forgotten the color. Vlad doesn't seem familiar with the concept either, but that's when the voice in his head informs him that engraving is a type of mystery with divinity and aura. The voice reveals that mystery fulfills the Trinity, and at this point, things start to make sense, and he realizes that she's Sir Lutcher's mage for a reason. After all, she probably wouldn't have access to such magical items if that wasn't the case. Suddenly, a fiery tornado emerges from under the ground, and this makes Vlad and Patri turn around so they can see what it is. The moment they look over at the flames, they're horrified, because they quickly realize that it's not just fire, but actually the death worm emerging from under the ground, engulfed in flames. However, that's not even the craziest thing, because they also see that Sir Lutcher is actually fighting the deadly worm within the flames. It's an unbelievable sight to behold, and this just makes Vlad realize how amazing Sir Lutcher is. Our protagonist is flabbergasted, and concludes that the knight is on a completely different level from anything he's seen before. However, the voice in his head doesn't seem so impressed. It tells Vlad that the attack is shallow, and this starts to make sense when we see that Lutcher actually didn't prepare well enough for this face-off. The death worm makes the knight look so tiny, and even though Lutcher has activated his flaming sword, he can also see that he's at a huge disadvantage here. He's probably thinking, damn it, at this point, because there's almost no way for him to defeat the massive worm now that it's made itself so huge. Regardless, he refuses to give up. He challenges the death worm and mocks it, because he doesn't believe that this big maggot is the toughest dragon. Lutcher is as fearless as they come, but this death worm has a point to prove, so it doesn't back down either and goes in for the kill. The monster executes a killer nosedive in an attempt to bury Lutcher and his horse, but the knight urges his animal to get out of there fast. Thankfully, the horse manages to run out of the target zone before the death worm can drill itself into the ground. The other knights see that it was an extremely close call, so they're all concerned about their leader. They ask Lutcher if he's okay, but he just reminds them that they shouldn't let their guard down. He knows that the death worm isn't the kind of beast to run away from a fight so easily, so he wants all his men to stay sharp in case of an ambush. Vlad watches the whole thing, and he's so tense at this point. The voice in his head equally admits that the situation is getting complicated, because no matter how excellent a fighter is, he can't do anything about an opponent that's underground. Lutcher also knows this, so he refuses to sit around and wait for a sneak attack. As such, he orders his men to get busy and seek out the death worm, because he's very certain that the creature is just hiding somewhere and waiting close by. The knights under his command are still as loyal as ever, so they acknowledge the instruction and get to work immediately. As the men begin to search the area, Sir Lutcher can't help but feel restless. He turns around frantically, wondering where the hell the death worm could be hiding. Just a few seconds after the search begins, one of the men yells out to inform Lutcher that he's found it. Unfortunately, it's headed right for the innocent pilgrims they've been trying to protect. That's when the Bayezid's son turns around to see the death worm speeding toward the pilgrims from under the ground. The monster is already so close, but this doesn't stop Lutcher from trying to save the people. He charges on his horse and orders all of his men to follow the deadly creature. Vlad can see the terrible turn of events from up on the cliff, and at this point, he knows that there's not much time left. He tells Dorothea that they might have to speed things up now, but when he turns to look at the Beast Girl, she looks incredibly confused. It's almost like she doesn't even have a clue what she's doing, so the guy is disappointed and angry. The scowl on his face makes this very clear, and then he goes on to scold her for playing around during an emergency. Upon hearing him say this, the Beast Girl snaps at him and insists that she's not playing. She feels insulted that he would even think she's playing around at a time like this. She's still holding her painted tail like a creep, and insists that what she's doing is a unique method of the werebeasts. Sure enough, the page she was painting on begins to glow, and it starts to look like she actually knew what she was doing. She claims that she was almost done with it, even without Vlad pestering her. Dorothea is so angry right now, and she even takes out her anger on Patry by calling him a fatty. She gives him the painted paper and asks him to get it to Lutcher immediately. Apparently this is her signal, and she reveals that they can use it by either rubbing or cutting the paper. However, the chubby guy is just stunned that she's actually referring to him because he probably didn't even expect to be so involved in the matter. Dorothea just yells at him in response, telling him that the marking spell exhausted her completely, so much so that it'll even be hard for her to walk. As for our protagonist, well, he can't even ride a horse, so there's no better person to deliver the message as things stand. The voice in Vlad's head reminds the guy that he'd still be slow, even if he could ride a horse. After all, a death worm is faster underground than it is on land. And because of this, the voice concludes that Lutcher's knights can't even come close to chasing it down with their horses. Upon hearing this, our protagonist gets so serious all of a sudden, because this means that there's only one way for him to save the pilgrims from the monster before it's too late. He snatches the paper from Patry's hand and dashes off, leaving them confused. They're stunned when they see him running away, but he doesn't tell them anything other than the fact that this is their last resort. Dorothea is so weak that she can't even stand up or go after him, so she just sits on the floor and desperately asks him what he's going to do, but he just ignores her and jumps down the cliff, which just angers her to the point that she concludes he's a lunatic. I mean, you can't blame her, because he literally just jumped off a cliff without even giving it a second thought. Vlad slides down the hill, thinking about how Mr. Joseph and Lutcher are both vying for the position of the family head. On top of that, the knights on Lutcher's side are elites of Bayzid, so there's not really any need for a vassal like him to take action in a situation like this. However, the mere thought of that damn creature just won't stop bothering him. He can still remember it, down to his bones. Vlad can vividly remember how it feels to have his home destroyed by a huge worm you can do nothing about. As the guy makes his way closer to the target, the voice in his head tells him to focus the strength in his toes. But that's about the same time that he trips on a rock. Vlad tumbles down the hill, and as he keeps falling, the voice tells him to roll up his body like a ball to cushion the fall. The boy tries his best to achieve this, but he's unsuccessful, so by the time he reaches the bottom, he slams into the ground. Vlad just lies there at first, and those looking down at him are afraid that he's dead. But then, he groans in pain and gets up. Patry sees this, and a tear of joy runs down his face because he's glad to see that his guest is still alive. The fatty is relieved, but Dorothea is just baffled by how the blondie is still alive after falling from such a height. Vlad manages to get himself up and admits that he didn't even expect to feel okay. He wipes the dust off his body and feels like he should have broken a bone or two. At this point, the guy feels a weird sensation again, and that black horse from earlier turns toward him. It's almost like they are connected in a way. The young swordsman starts to glow with a bright blue light, and the horse just keeps staring at him with so much longing in its eyes. The voice in his head then reveals that this is the blessing, and claims that he would have died from the fall if it wasn't for the snake's blessing. The boy sees his body glowing so brightly, and it's all so awesome to him. The voice in his head admits that it is indeed awesome, and then suggests that they visit that tree later. With renewed energy, Vlad jets toward the target again, assuring the voice that they'll get another chance to go there. But for now, the only important thing is sending the message to Lutcher and saving the pilgrims. Just then, the boy notices something strange about the pilgrims, and that's when he sees a certain old man pushing the wagons, so he stops right in his tracks. Vlad realizes that this old man is Priest Andreas, and he's shocked that the father is the one leading the pilgrims. Seeing this, he begins to wonder where Sir Lutcher is right about now. He sees that they're still very far away, so he's sure that the death worm will get to the pilgrims first. At this rate, he's afraid that the priest will be in danger, so he looks at the marking spell in his hand and realizes that he has a hard choice to make. The voice in his head calls the situation a coincidence, and then reminds him that it comes in the form of fate and forces people to make a choice. Our protagonist curses when he realizes how tough the choice is, but while he's deep in thought, the death worm inches closer to the pilgrims. Vlad knows that he doesn't have time for hesitating. He decides that he needs to take action immediately. And if he's going to do so, then he can't hesitate. With this in mind, he activates the spell by himself. As he imbues the sword with magic, he stabs the earth and challenges the bastard death worm, revealing that he's here and ready for a fight. This sends energy through the earth, but the voice still feels that it's not enough. It tells Vlad to amplify the vibration, so much so that it amplifies his world. The guy does just that, and continues to amplify the vibration in the earth. This triggers a massive surge of aura out of his body, and he remains in the kneeling position for a while. Vlad continues to strain his body, hoping to bring out the kind of power that could destroy the death worm. The plan is to generate the kind of power that would force the monster to come out. And after Vlad increases the vibration so much, the massive killer worm blasts itself out of the earth, searching for a worthy adversary. Lutcher is stunned when he sees this, just like Dorothea and Petrie, who are bewildered by the terrifying sight in front of them. But while everyone else is afraid, Vlad just stands bravely with his sword in front of the death worm, and he makes the remnant of the fallen dragon very aware that he is here and ready to fight. The death worm throws itself at the guy, its mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. It goes in for a killer dive, but just when it's about to hit Vlad, the blonde swordsman dodges the strike, causing the monster to bury itself in the ground once again. The force from the crash pushes Vlad back several meters, but he still manages to stay on his feet and maintain his balance after the insane vibrations from the killer worm's attack. The kid groans in exhaustion, but he doesn't back down. Instead, he holds onto his aura-infused sword and prepares for another round against the terrifying creature. At the same time, the death worm also gets back up, and the voice of reasoning in his head finally decides to speak. It tells him not to think he can even go up against such a beast, and then advises him to back down. The voice informs the boy that his current world isn't deep enough to fight the creature. As far as the invisible guy is concerned, Vlad has already managed an incredible feat by just keeping it bound in one place. In response, the pumped-up knight in training reveals that he's aware of all this. With his glowing eyes, he looks back at the horsemen coming to his aid, but he's surprised that they're still so far away. At this point, he probably feels that he'll have to face the creature by himself, because even though Lutcher's men are speeding toward him, they still won't make it in time for the death worm's next attack. Sure enough, the killer maggot goes in for another strike. This time, it opens its massive mouth and looks like it's about to swallow the blonde kid from Suara. Even in the face of death, the boy doesn't show any sign of fear. He grips his blade and stares the terrifying monster dead in the eye, ready to take on anything that the worm throws at him. The death worm suddenly drives itself into the ground again, and this time it sends more powerful shockwaves, flinging the knight in training away. Our protagonist rolls and tumbles on the ground, but he quickly gets back on his feet, frustrated that the death worm just went underground again. The worm drills its way into the ground before the dust even starts to clear, and by the time Vlad goes over to check, all he sees is a massive hole in the earth. He looks around in confusion, wondering where the deadly creature is now, because he already knows that it's going to try and sneak up on him. His wild eyes scan the area as he becomes completely alert. He turns quickly, looking all over the place from left to right, hoping to see where it's going to attack from. However, after a short while, he doesn't sense the death worm's presence anymore, and that's when he realizes that the deadly monster might be heading towards the pilgrims. Because of this, the boy starts to panic, and just when he's thinking that the worst is about to happen, he senses the death worm again. His eyes widen in horror when he realizes that the gigantic killing machine is right under him, and he stands there frozen in shock, with no idea what to do next. The earth beneath him cracks away, confirming what he sensed. And at this moment, it looks like this might be the end for young Vlad. The voice in his head yells at him to move quickly, and he tries to get out of there as fast as he can, but despite his efforts to escape, he already knows it's too late. The death worm blasts itself from under the earth and swallows the boy in the blink of an eye. Lutcher and his men witness the tragic scene from afar, and the young leader is devastated. Lutcher refuses to let the death worm take Vlad from him, so he tries his best to pick up the pace on his horse, but it's pretty obvious that he might not make it in time. The death worm just sits there after swallowing the young swordsman, like it's trying to digest its food or something. It slobbers all over the place and remains still, giving Lutcher enough time to close the distance between them. However, he suddenly sees something blasting through the worm. To his surprise, it's Vlad. And what's even more shocking is the fact that the kid is riding a horse. Not just any horse, but that mysterious black horse we saw earlier. Lutcher's eyes almost pop out when he sees this, but it turns out that he's not the only one baffled by it. Apparently, even Vlad can't believe that he's riding an actual horse. It's almost like a dream for the kid, because he probably never imagined he'd find a horse that would let him ride. The voice in his head is also taken aback by this sudden turn of events, so it decides to guide the boy by telling him to look at the horse's forehead through his world. Without hesitation, Vlad does just that, and sees a strange aura radiating from its head. Our protagonist feels like he knows what it is, and the voice completes the thought by revealing that the horse is actually a spirit. Just then, that strange, smoke-like aura turns into some kind of glowing sickle attached to the horse's forehead. This makes it look like a unicorn, and as it charges forward, the voice is surprised to see that Vlad has found himself a horse with one-horned blood mixed in. The scene becomes bright all of a sudden, and we see the kid having the time of his life as he rides the magical horse through the fields. Vlad is so excited that he can't even stop himself from laughing out loud. His laughter fills the air, and it's almost like he's in a dream. He starts to imagine what a horse's point of view looks like. The powerful horse springs into the air, and all you can think about is how crazy it feels to ride such a fast animal. His little daydream is interrupted when Sir Lutcher and his men suddenly catch up to him. Lutcher asks the boy if he's all right, looking pretty concerned, so Vlad assures him that he's good. The knight glances at the sword in Vlad's hand, and he's surprised to see that the boy has already imprinted on it. It's glowing with mysterious symbols, and he remembers how the young swordsman threw himself at the ferocious monster without hesitation. Because of this, he's intrigued by the boy's mindset of being ready to risk everything for others. He didn't expect such a trait from a boy this young, and so he concludes that Vlad has thrown himself into action with the discipline of a swordmaster. With this in mind, Sir Lutcher finally commends the guy for his great and courageous decision earlier. He claims that the boy executed his duty more honorably than any of the other knights here. As you'd expect, the young boy from Sawara didn't expect that, and he's taken aback by it. However, he manages to shake off the shock and quickly thanks the first Bayezid's son for the compliment. Sir Lutcher suddenly asks Vlad if he thinks he can maneuver the new horse according to his will. The protagonist seems surprised when he hears this because he honestly doesn't know the answer to that question. Lutcher then reminds him that the pilgrims will only be safe when the death worm has been cut down, so he makes it very clear that they have to place their bets immediately. Vlad seems overwhelmed by the monster, and it's almost like he's afraid, because he tries to remind Sir Lutcher that the creature is a fallen dragon's remnant. However, just when the fear tries to speak out, the knight stops him, revealing that he can deal with the big worm. This shocks the boy, but it also gives him renewed strength and courage to fight. The two swordsmen make eye contact, and Vlad can already tell that something crazy is about to happen. The terrifying deathworm comes around for another clash, so Lutcher suggests that Vlad will be able to lure it away, since he has the engraving from Dorothea. Besides that, he's riding a great horse, and the knight is confident that the boy can perform the job. Because of this, the young swordsman starts to doubt if he'll be able to ride the horse. He looks at the horse with uncertainty, and the gentle creature stares back at him with a very vulnerable look in its eye. Because of this, he finally realizes what is going on. He understands that the black horse is here to save its herd as well. With this in mind, he gets some extra motivation and courage to keep fighting. So, he springs forward with the horse, feeling that they should give it a go together. The black horse gives him the kind of energy he's expecting, so he's confident enough to tell Sir Lutcher that he can actually lure the giant death worm away. Upon hearing this, the knight orders the young swordsman to go around the hill and return to him. He claims that he'll be ready on the other side when Vlad gets there, so the boy blasts into action without any hesitation. Vlad rides away from the rest of the knights and bandits, and of course, the giant death worm follows him immediately. He looks back at the monster and sees it following him with incredible speed, so he's glad that the plan is working perfectly. As such, he urges the horse to run even faster, and when the others see how the black stallion blazes through the grass, they're astounded by the incredible acceleration. Sir Lutcher is impressed when he sees it too, and a small smile creeps up on his face because of it. He's glad to see that both Vlad and his new horse are great together. After all, that's going to ensure their victory over the death worm. Speaking of the death worm, it's still hot on Vlad's tail, and despite the horse's insane acceleration, it manages to cover the distance in a short while. The voice in his head tells him to put the sword down, and explains that he has to let his existence flow through the engraving's vibrations. Vlad looks at his glowing sword and does exactly what the voice tells him. He puts the sword down and drags it along the ground as the horse speeds along. His eye begins to glow again because he starts straining himself to control the power of the sword. In a short while, powerful surges of energy are produced from the sword, leaving a bright trail wherever the horse passes. Now, Vlad can see that a dragon is chasing him, and this realization gives him the willpower to keep pushing. The horse doesn't slow down either, and they both push themselves to the limit, hoping that they can defeat the deadly death worm on their tail. A voice informs Vlad that this dragon is following the shining inside of him, and as the guy continues to lure it away, we see that Sir Lutcher and his men have arrived to protect the pilgrims. The knight orders some of his men to move the pilgrims to a safe place, and tells the others to prepare for any emergency that might come up. The loyal men take the orders and get right to work. Elsewhere, Vlad is riding the horse, and it looks like they've managed to outrun the killer maggot. Unfortunately, that's not the case, because in the blink of an eye, the death worm blasts itself out from under the ground. This time, it's even closer to the boy than it was before, and when Lutcher sees that the kid is coming toward the rendezvous point, he starts to prepare for what's ahead. All of a sudden, Sir Lutcher starts to prepare himself and his sword for the clash. A fiery aura surrounds him, and in the midst of it, he taps the blade of his sword with his finger. The next thing we see is a huge pool of magma, which suggests that this is actually Sir Lutcher's own world. Vlad is still dragging his sword along the grass and creating a glowing trail for the death worm to follow when he's suddenly stunned by what Lutcher is doing. He's dumbfounded by it, and when he takes a second look at the flood of molten magma around the night, the voice in his head confirms that the guy momentarily expanded his world with this move. It informs Vlad that this is a method used only by knights that can deeply observe themselves, and as we can clearly see, Lutcher Byzid is certainly one of them. The voice admits that the guy actually turned out to be a much greater knight than it thought initially. Now, we can see that the once seemingly gentle leader is in fact ferocious. Vlad listens closely to all of this with his mouth wide open because he's still in awe of Sir Lutcher's power. He probably never imagined that the gentle guy would have so much power inside of him. But now, Vlad realizes that the knight is easily capable of burning down his own world. Anyway, in the real world, we see that Vlad is still being hunted down by the death worm. It's just a few feet away from catching him at this point, and although the black horse has amazing speed and stamina, it's only a matter of time before the relentless beast gets them. However, the high-speed chase is suddenly interrupted when the killer maggot senses something that distracts it completely. The creature suddenly slows down, allowing Vlad and his horse to extend the gap. This should be a good turn of events, right? Not exactly, because the boy notices that the monster stopped chasing them, so he turns around to check what's up. That's when he realizes that the death worm is now heading right for Sir Lutcher. The voice sees this as well and curses, because it knows that the dragon's remnant just detected the threat of Lutcher's world. The knight is still busy concentrating his power, so he probably has no idea that the destructive worm is speeding toward him. By this time, our protagonist already understands the gravity of the situation, so he's just as frustrated as the voice in his head. He curses as well, and finally snaps in anger. He decides that he can't let things continue like this, but he also knows that he's far too weak to get the maggot's attention away from Sir Lutcher. He's so confused, and then suddenly, the black horse turns around so swiftly that he almost falls off. He struggles to hold on, perplexed at how the creature just changed course without him doing anything. He yells out, trying to regain control of the horse, but it just ignores him and starts running after the death worm at full speed. When Vlad sees what the horse is trying to do, he simply asks the bratty creature where it's running, but the horse still ignores him. Just when it looks like the horse is going crazy, it takes things up a notch and starts running in circles. It runs so fast that it looks like there are two of it, and this somehow gets the worm's attention. Vlad is probably dizzy by now, so he yells at the horse, because he's afraid that they're way too close to the death worm. Unfortunately, his little attempt to scold the horse is once again ignored. The horse suddenly starts neighing loudly, like something is up, and then even the voice in his head is shocked because it can't believe what's about to happen. The horse starts to glow, and by this time, the blonde swordsman is starting to understand what's actually happening. He's surprised by it, but then it's confirmed when the glowing horn appears on the horse's forehead again. Seeing this, the voice reveals that Vlad's world and the white snake's blessing are resonating with the mysterious animal. Just then, both Vlad and the horse begin to glow, and as the black stallion goes up on its hind legs, the voice also reveals that a long-forgotten divine secret is rising up from the memories of this world. Meanwhile, the death worm is still watching patiently and waiting for a perfect moment to strike. While that's happening, Vlad and the horse finally merge their powers. They're ready for action, and when the monster sees this, it goes in for the kill without hesitation. The worm lunges at them, so he urges the horse to charge as well. With insane force, the horse takes off, and as it runs, we realize that this duo is made up of a unicorn without a horn and a knight without a horse. It's a funny scenario at first glance, and one would think that they stand no chance against a deadly monster. But the truth is that on the horizon where they both meet, they become one powerful force. As far as this story is concerned, this union of a knight and his horse signifies the appearance of a single white star that just happened to appear in the pitch-black night sky. The horse blazes through the fields, and the boy tightens the grip on his sword as he prepares to strike. At the same time, we see that Sir Lutcher's sword is already bright red with heat. Because of how intimidating it looks, the voice in Vlad's head still feels the boy, and his new horse aren't doing enough yet. It informs them that Lutcher's world is slowly getting stronger, so it claims that it's just a matter of time before they lose the giant worm's attention again. The protagonist grunts when he hears this, because he's already straining himself so much to compete with the knight's power. Unfortunately, he realizes that he's reaching his limit, which means that he can't squeeze out any more aura to keep the monster's attention. Despite the boy's exhaustion, the horse doesn't slow down, and just keeps galloping furiously toward the target. Just when it looks like the duo is down and out, Lutcher's men arrive with reinforcements. They urge him not to give up and encourage him to keep fighting. All the eyes of the knights and bandits suddenly start glowing, and with the power radiating from them, the voice in the boy's head is confident that it's enough to face the death worm. One of the knights rides faster until he catches up to Vlad, and then tells the kid to keep riding at the same pace until he goes past Sir Lutcher. Meanwhile, the head knight in question is still very distracted by his power concentration and looks almost absent-minded. Vlad speeds toward him and calls out, hoping to wake him up from the trance. That's when Lutcher finally opens his flaming eyes again, and as the army of knights rides past him, he commends the boy for a job well done. Vlad and the others have successfully lured the death worm away from the pilgrims. Now Sir Lutcher feels that it's his turn to take over and take on the deadly creature. With this in mind, he begins to expand his lava world again and informs the dirty maggot that it's in Bazid territory now. This is a land where chaos shall not be brought by creatures like it. Lutcher's eyes burst into flames, and with the way the veins in his face bulge out, you can tell just how furious he is. With this insane, pent-up rage, the knight creates a flaming tornado and swings it at the death worm, telling it to be gone for good. A huge, concentrated beam of fire comes down from the sky after the tornado disperses, and this transforms the whole place into a terrifying hellscape. With the firepower generated, Lutcher blasts the death worm. The flames are mighty and extremely terrifying, to the point that all the pilgrims watching are horrified by the sight. On the other hand, the knights under Lutcher's command are just excited to see their boss displaying such incredible power. As for Vlad, he's just stunned because he finally realizes that this is the world of a knight that has the ability to contemplate over himself, a true world. The death worm is continually burnt by the unlimited flames, and as our protagonist witnesses the insane show of power, he admits that this is a sight light years away from common sense. Seeing the knight's world is like watching a mountain that goes up to infinity for him. The kid is left in a state of awe, and he begins to wonder if Godon can even do something like this. He thinks about Sir Jaeger, and Sir Pablo too, wondering if they're even at this level. Then finally he asks himself the big question, will I be able to do this too? The voice hears his thoughts, and assures him that he's capable of such insane powers, but only if his world is so unspeakable that nothing can ever cause it to waver. After a while, we see that Lutcher has completely vanquished the monster, and as he watches the remaining flames burn wildly, Vlad appears behind him, asking if he's okay. The knight smiles as he welcomes the boy back, before commending him for a job well done. Vlad is worried that the flames will burn down all the grasslands at this rate, but the knight just assures him that everything will be fine, because the grasses are pretty moist. He claims that the flames will only last for a while, but more importantly, he reveals that he wants a refreshing glass of beer. Lutcher tries to get up, but his shaky legs fail him, so he falls back on his butt, and then the voice suggests that the consequences of expanding his world for a limited time have finally caught up with the knight. Lutcher teasingly asks if Vlad won't help him up, but the kid just flops down beside him and claims that he'd rather fall as well. The senior knight finds it amusing, but he doesn't have a response to Vlad's antics, so he just smiles and changes the topic. From what he saw earlier, Vlad is an excellent rider, but that doesn't tally with all the rumors he'd heard. In response, the boy explains that he wasn't the problem, so Lutcher takes a look at the horse and admits that it's remarkable. Vlad agrees with him, and that's about when their quiet conversation is interrupted by Lutcher's men, who've come to celebrate the victory. They praise the kid for an awesome performance and claim that it's good enough to make them open up their vassal slots. One of them commends Vlad specially, claiming that he hopes they meet again, so the shy boy thanks him nervously. Just then, someone else calls out to the boy, and he's surprised to see that it's Father Andreas. He's so glad that the priest is safe, and the old man just excitedly claims that he finally sees what he didn't earlier. During Vlad's clash, he saw a bright light, and even though he had seen it before, he wasn't sure what it was. It was like a light that pierced through the pitch-black darkness. All of a sudden, the old man goes on his knees and holds the boy's hands, leaving him stunned. He then thanks the guy, calling him Vlad of Swara. The young knight is so confused by this, but the priest goes on to pray to the Lord, claiming that the boy who received God's will has acted solely on it. Still on his knees, Father Andreas prays for the Lord to comfort the young boy who protected his world, and prays that he blesses the shining boy with his pity and compassion. On this day, Countless hearts turned into a single light, all because this young boy's world expanded. As the story continues, we catch up with a certain character back in Bayezid on a warm evening. The sun is setting, and the lighting is sitting perfectly on the noble family's mansion. Inside, we see a familiar hand with scars holding some kind of letter. And then the owner of these scarred fingers suddenly asks if he's sure that the content of the message is 100% correct. Here, we see that it's Count Bayezid asking his special advisor about a surprising message he just received. The white-haired advisor assures the Count that the letter is correct, and then informs him that Dorothea was the one who sent it through the crystal ball. Upon hearing this, the nobleman grits his teeth in rage, because all he did was send the youngsters out just in case. But now, they've gone and done something else. He suddenly snaps and asks the advisor if it was dark magic again, so the old man confesses that some of them have settled in the north. In response, the Count remains furious, because he feels that the Empire is being too lax about the threats, and for this reason, the old cursed beings are slowly sticking their heads out. Count Bayezid thinks deeply about all of this, and looks really bothered by it. The nobleman stares out the window in rage, but then his advisor reminds him that they also have some relieving news. He feels that that should at least count for something, so the master agrees with him. The Bayezid family head admits that his advisor is right, because the name of a certain young prodigy keeps popping up nowadays. While all of that is happening back at home, we catch up with Lutcher and his men who are still out in the wilderness. They're currently camping out for the night after successfully saving the pilgrims from the massive death worm. To be fair, Vlad did most of the work, but that doesn't really matter right now, since they're all enjoying the quiet night, seated around fires to keep themselves warm. The pilgrims are with them as well, but while everyone is supposed to be relaxing together, we suddenly notice that something strange is going on. For some reason, Vlad is seated alone with a fire to himself, and he's not even close to the others. Apparently, he prefers some time to himself, and when we get a closer view, we see that he's cleaning his sword after the hard-fought victory earlier that day. As he tends to the blade, he notices many scratches on it, and realizes that the sword really went through a lot during his fight against the death worm. He didn't expect that the blade would suffer such damage, and while he's still thinking about this, Sir Lutcher appears behind him all of a sudden. The knight straight up asks him why he's acting pitiful all by himself, and the blue-eyed kid is surprised to hear a voice coming from over his shoulders. He turns around to look at the knight, who's casually taking a seat beside him. Lutcher asks Vlad where his fat friend is, so the swordsman reveals that Dorothea took Patri away earlier because she needed him to do something for her. Upon hearing this, he asks Vlad where the priest is, and the blonde swordsman informs him that Father Andreas is currently with the pilgrims. This explains why he's sitting by himself, and of course, the knight gets it immediately. With a bottle of wine in hand, Sir Lutcher concludes that everyone is busy and sighs in pity for the lonely blondie. Feeling bad for the boy, he stretches out his hand and offers Vlad a sip from his bottle of wine. As you can imagine, the underage kid is shocked to see this, and he politely declines the offer by reminding the knight that he's currently polishing his sword. Before he can complete this excuse, Sir Lutcher calls him out on it. He already knows that the boy is trying to refuse his offer, so he reminds Vlad that he's saying no to him. Again, Lutcher goes for the guilt-tripping technique, and reminds Vlad that he didn't take peanuts from him the first time. Besides that, the kid also didn't pull him up when he asked for help, and now, he's crowned it all by rejecting his wine. Thinking about it now, the knight concludes that the boy has rejected him each time he's reached out, so he feigns sadness and asks Vlad if Joseph told him to do all of that. Of course, the blonde swordsman knows exactly what game the knight is playing, so he's annoyed, because it would only lead to Master Joseph getting in trouble if word gets out that he refused the first son of the Bayezid family more than once. With this in mind, he is forced to accept the wine, so he takes the bottle from Sir Lutcher and assures the manipulative knight that Joseph didn't put him up to anything. Upon receiving the bottle, Vlad is surprised to see that it's whiskey, and Lutcher notices the shock in his eyes. So he proudly informs the kid that this is the liquor of nobles. At this point, the boy is a lot more relaxed than before, so it doesn't take him more than a moment to take a sip from the bottle. Vlad gulps it, thinking about how Lutcher and Joseph are certainly related. If he wasn't sure before, now he is certain that they're brothers, because even though their personalities are different, they've actually got the same tastes in the end. The boy from Swara enjoys the whiskey so much that he downs the whole thing, and while he's busy going bottoms up, the knight stares at his sword for a while. Looking at the blade, Lutcher suggests that Vlad have it checked properly when they get back home. This statement finally forces the boy to drop the bottle. He wipes the excess off his face, feeling a little dumbfounded at first, before informing the Bayezid's first son that he actually visited the family's blacksmith a few days ago, who told him that the handle of the sword needs to be taken off. Lutcher finds this a little suspicious because he doesn't understand why they need to take off a perfectly fine handle from a sword. In response, Vlad explains that the blacksmith said the handle was attached to the blade recklessly. Because of this, he either has to find the person who made the sword, or he'll have to take the handle off completely. With his bottle of whiskey back, Sir Lutcher just teases the kid, suggesting that the owner of the sword is as reckless as the blade itself. He says this while gulping down his liquor, but then suddenly stops drinking when Vlad informs him that he's not going to take the handle off. The knight is pretty confused when he hears this, so the kid explains that he can't do it because he doesn't want to lose the sword. Vlad begins to remember the people back in Sawara, like the old blacksmith who made the sword, and of course his red-haired best friend. The boy lifts the sword, claiming that it holds so much within that he can't let go of it, and this leaves Sir Lutcher speechless for a brief moment. He stares at the boy in awe, and then finally regains his composure to keep trying to persuade him. The knight reminds Vlad that he still needs to repair the sword, even if he doesn't want to lose the memories, especially since it's already starting to look pretty dodgy. In response, the blonde swordsman agrees with him, and then insists that this is the exact reason why he has to travel back home, in search of the person who made the sword in the first place. Upon hearing this, Lutcher asks the boy where this mysterious blacksmith is, but Vlad is reluctant to admit it at first. The guy keeps his mouth shut after hearing the question, but then again, he decides to reveal that the person who made the sword is in Sawara. The knight isn't too surprised to hear this. In fact, it makes a lot of sense to him, because he's heard the boy call himself Vlad of Swara several times. Lutcher teases the kid, but deep down, he knows that the boy is a special talent from the Shining Swara, best known as Vlad of Swara. The senior brother thinks about the name and can't help but admit what a fitting nickname. To him, this is just the perfect title for the future swordsmaster, because earlier on the battlefield, the boy actually shone brightly. The image of Vlad fearlessly riding the majestic black horse earlier flashes across Lutcher's mind, and it makes him realize something. After replaying the memories of the day in his mind, Lutcher finally understands. This was the reason his younger brother has been running around everywhere. Vlad keeps lifting the sword with so much determination in his eyes, so the knight gets up and suggests that he should be able to get the sword fixed soon. At first, the boy doesn't really understand what the senior knight means by this, so he expresses his confusion. That's when Lutcher tells him that someone will acknowledge it sooner or later, if he hopes for the repair desperately enough. Vlad is stunned once again when he hears this, and this time he can't even hide the confusion on his face. While he's still looking up at the senior brother in a daze, Lutcher pats him on the shoulder and begins to take his leave. However, before he exits the scene, he makes sure to tell Vlad that he's been doing a good job living up until now. The statement catches the boy off guard, so he's surprised and sits there while Sir Lutcher finally leaves. The knight tells Vlad to rest up and informs him that they'll be leaving straight to Sturma the following morning. Our protagonist watches as Sir Lutcher walks away and immediately admits that the leader is right, because he believes that someday he'll actually be able to fix his sword. Vlad thinks deeply about it, knowing that the sword is the reason he has a place to return to. And with this feeling, the memories of his life in Sawara begin to play back in his head. He remembers his boss back then, and his life back in the bar, which leaves him very emotional and pushed to tears. From a cliff, we can see him still sitting alone with his fire, while the rest of the knights and pilgrims have fun on the other side. Just then, the black horse he rode earlier returns, and watches him from the top of the cliff. The animal remains quiet, and the more it stares at him, the more we see how connected they are. They practically have the same kind of energy radiating from their bodies, suggesting that they are probably meant for each other. Back in Sturma that same night, we catch up with Lady Oksana, who's quietly doing some stitching and embroidery to pass the time with one of her maids. She doesn't appear to be an expert just yet, because she's still asking the maid if her work is good enough. Of course, the young girl commends her stitching skills, claiming that the Countess's work is identical to the drawing they're trying to replicate. In excitement, the maid also shows Lady Oksana the book, so the Countess asks if she can move on to the next crest. The little girl gladly shows her the next drawing she's supposed to work on, but Lady Oksana quickly picks up the needle and thread to start stitching, claiming that she doesn't even need to see the drawing. Apparently, this next symbol is very familiar to her and vividly engraved in her mind, so she begins effortlessly, even though it's her first time making it. Lady Oksana reveals that she and her siblings only watched their mother do it and never actually tried it themselves. In response, the maid suggests that the Countess watching her mother makes it even more precious, to which the lady agrees. The noblewoman claims that it's actually precious, and suggests that the art is a tradition that's now gradually being forgotten by the people. She thinks about the knights of these days who were raised so preciously, and feels that they're not even worthy to lift up the flag that belongs solely to them, and no one else. Speaking of the knights, the scene changes to the next morning, when we see that Lutcher and his men are already prepared to begin their journey to Sturma. As usual, the red-caped son of the Bayezid family family leads the way, and as they set out, one of his men calls his attention to a marvelous sight. The guy is so amazed, claiming that he's never seen anything like it in his life, so Sir Lutcher actually turns around to see a huge herd of wild horses running nearby. The horses are literally running side by side with the knights and the pilgrims, so the guy is stunned since he would never have imagined something like that would happen. Seeing all of this, Sir Lutcher calmly admits that it's a rare sight indeed, and suggests that it might be the first and the last time it's ever going to happen. As the herd slowly departs from them, the red-caped leader glances back at Vlad with a mischievous look on his face. Our protagonist is back to a life without a horse, and so he's stuck inside the carriage while the rest of the knights ride their horses like real men. He seems pretty bummed about it, and Lutcher notices because he believes that the kid and the black horse must have been special to each other during their short encounter. Now it's all over, so they have to return to their lives without each other. And as you can imagine, Vlad is taking it a lot harder than the wild horse. He's thinking the same thing as Sir Lutcher, and he looks out the carriage with a long face, knowing that it's now time for him and the amazing stallion to part ways. The powerful horse blazes through the plains, and the boy tries to contain the pain he's feeling because he knows that he has a purpose to fulfill. Besides that, the horse also has a duty to lead its herd, so it really can't work out between them. All of a sudden, the horse stops in its tracks as it reaches the edge of a high cliff. It's forced to stop following the knights and their convoy, so it gets on its hind legs and makes an iconic stance for Vlad to remember. At this point, it's clear that this is goodbye for the two of them, and our protagonist already knows that this is it, the last time they'll see each other. Later that night, a storm rocks Sturma. In the house of Bayezid, it seems to be having a really rough time, with lightning and thunder all over the mansion. The Count sits in his office looking really frustrated, but it's not exactly because of the storm. Apparently, he's received some troubling news about the fall of Count Rebnoma, so he's still trying to come to terms with the whole thing. He covers his face like the most frustrated person ever, and listens to his advisor who confirms that they just received the urgent news. The nobleman already knew that the West's activity had been strange for a while now, but he never expected that it would end up like this. So it makes him wonder how and when Count Gaidar's house even acquired such strength. Apparently, the houses of the West made an alliance with Gaidar at the center of the plan, so now it seems that even Rebnoma, the true leader of the West, got defeated by being outnumbered. He didn't stand a chance, since he didn't have enough people on his side for the battle. Now that things have gotten this bad, Count Bayezid finds it surprising that the royal family hasn't done anything about it. In response, the advisor claims that they can't usually find out anything about matters that concern the center. The frustrated ruler gets up from his chair with this realization and thinks about how the North has a stronger identity than any other region, because it was free from the royal family's influence, thanks to the unshakable wall built around it. Consequently, they were ignorant of the happenings around them, so it led to the fall of the Count's family. Bayezid can't believe that a guardian of the Pact family would fall so easily, and because of this, he feels that the rules and traditions of the past have become meaningless thanks to the new holders of power. The nobleman fears that these are turbulent times, and his advisor agrees, claiming that the empire should know where to draw the line. Count Bayezid is afraid that the fall of Count Rebnoma's family is the sign of a new age, and as he looks out the window, he realizes they have more trouble to handle. It turns out that the so-called pilgrims are actually refugees from Rebnoma, and now they've come to Sturma with the old pact. Elsewhere, Vlad discovers what happened, and he's torn because he doesn't know what to do next. Helping pilgrims was meant to be a good thing, but now he's helped Lutcher, and he knows that Joseph won't be happy about it. He can already imagine Sir Jaeger's face, so he's sure that the green-eyed knight might even beat him to death this time around. It's not like he can do anything to change his fate, so he knocks on Mr. Joseph's door. The young master asks him to come in and informs him that he's a day early. Joseph is strangely calm and claims that he's a little hurt about what happened. He asks the kid if he's hurt, and Vlad explains that he's fine, but the young master still advises him to take care of himself, which he agrees to do. The blondie is quite confused because it looks like everything is all right. Joseph looks normal, but upon closer inspection of his face, Vlad realizes that he's screwed because the hidden frown becomes more visible by the second. Joseph starts talking about Swara, claiming that he doesn't know much about the back alleys there, but he reveals what he heard about a conflict and asks the boy if it's true. Our protagonist is surprised to be asked such questions, but confirms that it's true. And then Joseph asks him if he can't send a letter back to Swara, which baffles the kid some more. When Vlad asks what he means, Joseph finally talks about Jemima, calling her the boy's lover in the convent, but the swordsman clarifies that they're just friends. Joseph claims that he's known all along, and suggests that Vlad can't send letters back home because he's afraid of people there getting hurt. The young master claims that he would like to solve that problem, but points out how much effort is required. He suggests that the man named One-Eyed Jack is valuable, and Vlad confirms, because he knows that Moneybug has formed connections with the most powerful people in Sawara. Suddenly, Joseph starts talking about how much Vlad has gone through for him, and suggests repaying him accordingly, as per their promise to each other. The kid is confused, so Joseph shows him a flag that represents a knight's honor. In old times, knights went around carrying flags like this, and the young master was bummed that he could never possess one. For this reason, he resolved to have a knight who can, and now, the boy has checked all the boxes. Joseph believes that Vlad is a knight worthy of carrying his own flag, and promises that the Bayezid family will give him their full support. After all, he's the man who received Lady Alicia's name, and also a vassal of the Bayezid family. As such, Joseph wants him to raise his head with pride under his own flag, and return to his hometown with it. The young master wants Vlad to go slash the worthless people binding him so he can find his true freedom, and then come back to him. Sir Jaeger gives his approval in silence, and after seeing this, the young boy from Sawara is deeply touched. The protagonist thinks about all he's been through to get to this moment, from the unadorned sword given to him by the girl and the old man, to the identity token given to him by the priest. He was even given the handkerchief with the noble lady's name on it, and now he's been presented with his very own flag, with the family's crests on it. All of these would go on to form the boy's roots, and all of these were the boy's accomplishments as well. Vlad is so honored when he thinks about all of this, so he gets on one knee like a true knight, and with tears running down his face, he promises to do as his young master commands. The story continues with a scene in the Count's throne room. We see Father Andreas standing in front of a huge chest, with chains tied all over it. Behind him, the pilgrims are all on one knee to show their respects to the nobleman. The leader of the Bayezid family stares at the chest wrapped with chains, and is surprised to see that it's the proof of the pact. By this time, the box is glowing with a menacing red aura, making it pretty obvious that whatever is in there isn't exactly a friendly object. The Count is reluctant to accept the reality, but when he finally asks if it's the proof of the pact, the old priest quickly confirms it, revealing that the dragon's fragment is even inside the chest. Within the mysterious box lies a fragment of the prime dragon of perfection, a massive dragon with scales like gold. The magnificent beast was taken down by the founding king, and Father Andreas makes sure to remind the nobleman of all of this. As you can imagine, Count Bayezid's interest is piqued, and he just hums in response, not knowing exactly what to say. It's a pretty dumbfounding piece of information, and to think, such a rare item is in a chest sitting in the center of his throne room. He's just left speechless. Seeing the reaction, the elderly priest apologizes in advance, because he's about to deliver even more shocking news. With a bow, Father Andreas informs the nobleman that Count Rebnoma's family was the only one in the West who could protect the pact. Hearing this alone, Count Bayezid figures out what's going on, and he reveals that he understands clearly. The leader of the Bayezid family already knows that the old priest is asking for assistance now that Count Rebnoma's family has been defeated, so he immediately promises to give the pilgrims his knights. The nobleman is determined to assist them, and vows to help them move the proof of the pact as safely as possible, to the best of his abilities. He also knows that they're probably really tired after such a tedious journey, so he kindly asks them to make themselves comfortable in his mansion. The Count claims that he would even like them to stay as his guests until the preparations are done. Upon hearing all of this, the gentle priest thanks the Count, and with all of that out of the way, the pilgrims get right to business. The hooded men cover the ominous chest with a white tarp and then quickly lift it out of the room. Count Bayezid watches the hooded men make their way out of the room with a scowl on his face. It appears that he's troubled by something. And we're not the only ones who can see the gears turning in his head, because his advisor also notices his bad mood. As such, the old man decides to calm his boss down, telling him that he shouldn't worry about what's troubling him. In response, the nobleman shoots up from his seat, but his advisor just reminds him that the pilgrims didn't have a choice. Count Bayezid suddenly starts walking down the steps from his seat, still feeling very upset, and claiming that he already knows all of that. The nobleman believes that from the West's perspective, the only guardian house of the pact equal to them would be the ruler of the North. He feels that the ruler of the North is the only person those in the West even consider a threat. You can't really blame the Westerners for thinking this way, because from what we can see, the Iron Duke, Timur Baranov, looks like one menacing figure. With his glowing red eyes and a massive blade, there's no doubt that the ruler of the North is a formidable force. Count Bayezid keeps bothering himself with this feeling, and even though he knows that there's really nothing he can do about the situation, he can't help but think about it, because it's currently a burden that refuses to get off his shoulders. The nobleman zones out as he stares out the window, thinking far and wide, but then he's suddenly drawn back to reality when he sees something very shocking on the other side. The Count's eyes eyes pop out in disbelief when he sees a familiar flag, and then admits that he hasn't seen it in a very long time. The advisor hears him thinking out loud, so he curiously asks what the matter is, and then quickly goes to have a look for himself. Looking out the window, the white-haired advisor realizes what is making the Count so intrigued, and he too is quite taken aback by the sight, so much so that he also admits he hasn't seen that flag in a long time. We finally get to see the sight keeping the two old men glued to the window, and it turns out to be the crest that Lady Oksana was sewing earlier. It's the flag that she made for Vlad, and as the Count watches the waving flag on the moving carriage, he feels that the kid should have at least rested a while before setting off again. The advisor also sees Vlad leaving and suggests that perhaps the boy couldn't help himself. He's a knight after all. And with this in mind, Count Bayezid totally gets it, claiming that he wouldn't be able to control himself either. I mean, the kid just got his own banner as a knight, and not just any kind of banner, but the flag of the powerful Bayezid family. So you can't really blame him for wanting to show it off immediately. As for the nobleman, he completely understands what it feels like to be a knight who is his own master. That's right, our protagonist Vlad is now regarded as a knight banneret, and that's a really cool feat in knighthood. Count Bayezid keeps staring at the kid with admiration, and because of this he's completely in support of the journey. He's proud to have such a person flying his flag, and so he wants the boy to go all the way back to his hometown. He wants Vlad to do what is his rightful duty, and as we can all see, that's exactly what the guy is off to do. The scene suddenly shifts from the vibrant city of Sturma, and then we're taken all the way back to the dark and terrifying slums in the back alleys of Swara. There, a swarm of lowlifes is outside, waiting for a very famous lady of the night. Apparently she's in high demand because all the men can't wait for her to come out. They yell outside her chamber, shamelessly claiming that it's their turn to be entertained by her. Of course, this kind of argument usually gets settled when the highest bidder steps up, because they all feel that the person with the most money should have the lady first. One of the men suddenly yells out for her to pour him a drink, and we finally get to see that this mysterious, sought-after woman is actually Marcella. She completely ignores the barking scumbags outside and carefully puts on her makeup. While she applies her lipstick slowly, someone else inside her room complains about how the men outside are making a fuss like rutting pigs. Apparently, the mysterious boss is fed up with the noise, so she'd really like Marcella to quickly go out there and entertain them if she's done with her makeup. Just then, we're introduced to the boss, who honestly looks like a mean old witch from a cartoon. The pimp reminds Marcella that she has to serve as many people as she can, because that's the only way she can pay her debt, and she says this with a very mischievous look on her face. She clearly enjoys seeing Marcella toyed with by different kinds of dirtbags, especially since she gets paid for it. The highly demanded lady just glares at the old woman, probably wishing she could squeeze the life out of her with just her eyes. The fearless old hag is obviously a tough nut as well, because she just scowls at Marcella in response. An intense staring contest ensues, but it comes to an end when the mean old lady suddenly grabs Marcella's face. She holds up the young woman's face and makes her look into the mirror. It turns out that the old bitch actually wants to see how long Marcella can keep up her confident act. As far as she's concerned, they've got a lot of time, and as such, she believes that Marcella is going to be stuck with her, even when her body starts rotting. Hearing such a thing would make you wonder just how much the girl owes this old hag. Marcella looks like she's about to break at this point, but then all of a sudden, the look of fear completely disappears from her face, and her confident demeanor returns in a flash. With a very unfazed and bombastic side-eye, she looks over at her boss and taunts her by telling her to have a long life. As you'd expect, the old bitch is shocked by Marcella's confidence, so it even makes her quite worried. She's really confused and disappointed that the young lady is still her confident self, even after she's been stepping on her all this time. Seeing that Marcella isn't going to break anytime soon, she gives up her attempts to intimidate her and just walks away. On her way out of the room, she just tells the young lady to hurry up and go out. Once the old hag is out of the scene, we finally get to find out what's actually going on in Marcella's mind. The young lady finally finishes her makeup and starts to think about how she's climbed into a pretty good position for a person who's just selling her body. Regardless, she admits that it was a remarkable journey, because at least she got to choose her destiny. This little monologue is probably what she tells herself whenever she's about to do her job. Marcella gets up from her seat and struts down to the door of her chamber, where the eager men are still waiting for her. The moment they see her coming out, they start clamoring again, hooting and arguing about which of them has been waiting for her. Walking out to meet the devourers, Marcella admits that the destiny she chose was the path to destruction, but it seems as though she doesn't even care. The old hag comes out as well, now that her favorite export is ready to perform. She teases the hungry men, asking if they've really been waiting that long for Marcella, and seeing how eager they all are, she asks for the highest bidder to reveal himself. After all, the man who desires the honey of the black rose for the night should be able to show his gold coins. The auction begins, and the desperate men start making their bids. Some even offer to combine their gold just so they can afford a night with Marcella. But of course, the madam informs them that it doesn't work like that. It quickly turns into a situation of every man for himself, and as the men start arguing again, the old hag just expresses her delight that Marcella keeps making her so much money. She considers the young lady a wilting flower, and decides that she's going to suck her dry till there's nothing left. Just then, one of the men makes an offer of 4 gold, and the madam quickly accepts it. The other men are still wallowing in disappointment when someone else suddenly makes an offer of 100 gold. The entire place goes dead silent after that offer, because everyone is too shocked to even speak. The silence is finally broken when the madam chokes on her smoke and starts coughing. Everyone else turns around to see the filthy rich person who would even make such an offer in the first place. They're all eager to see who it is, and the madam simply asks again, just to confirm if she heard right. Sure enough, the mysterious person repeats what he said, stating that he's willing to pay 100 gold for Marcella. The guy walks up the creaking stairs to reveal himself, and this sends chills down Marcella's spine because the sound is so familiar to her. She recognizes it all too well, because it's the same sound that brought destruction to her nest a while ago. That's right, it's the sound of the same man who killed her husband, the man who turned her life upside down, and the reason our protagonist had to leave his hometown. It's the notorious Night Godin. Marcella hasn't even seen his face yet, but she's already getting goosebumps just thinking about him. The ominous, hooded man finally makes it up the stairs and into the room without saying another word. All the people in the room are still overwhelmed by his offer, so much so that the old lady asks him once again if he really said he is going to pay 100 gold. She still can't believe anyone would make such an offer, so she just keeps asking him to be sure. Well, he's probably tired of repeating himself, so he just ignores her and makes his way through the crowd to where the terrified Marcella is waiting for the inevitable. As if the other men weren't already intimidated enough, now they can see just how menacing he looks. They all admit that his aura is no joke, but as curious as they are, none of them dare say a single word to him. The hooded man finally reaches the counter, and then asks the ladies if he can order something. Hearing this, the old bitch assumes that he can easily pay around 10 gold, even if his 100 gold offer was a bluff. With this in mind, she quickly brings out the menu to serve him, but he stops her, telling her that there's no need for the menu at all. In a shocking twist, we suddenly find out that the person under the hood isn't actually the mercenary Night Godin. The hooded man declines the old lady's offer, claiming that he's always missed a particular dish, even after he left the town a while ago. Apparently, it's been on his mind all the while he was away. So now that he's back, the first thing he orders is the grilled sausage and black pudding dish. The moment he makes this order, Marcella's eyes widen in shock as she realizes exactly who the man under the hood is. The dish is very familiar to her, so she already knows that there can only be one person in the world asking for it. Sure enough, it's none other than our protagonist, Vlad. He takes off his hood, revealing his blonde hair as he makes his former master Jorge's usual order one more time. Marcella is absolutely speechless when she sees him after such a long time. Not to mention, he's paying tribute to her late husband on his return to Suara as a knight. Seeing all of this, she realizes that the gold offer didn't come from a filthy place of desire. The memories come flooding her mind as she remembers the child Jorge brought home. She remembers the color of his blonde hair because she bathed him when he was just a little boy. Marcella remembers it clearly, and while she's still finding it difficult to believe, Vlad simply assures her that he is actually back. Seeing this, she just covers her mouth to lower the sound of her soft sobs. She's pushed to tears just by looking at the young man she raised. Emotions fill the atmosphere as Vlad looks into her eyes. It's been a long time since they last saw each other, but the love between them hasn't dwindled even one bit. The kid smiles softly at her as they share this really touching moment in silence. It's the kind of reunion you want to last forever, but it's suddenly cut short when Marcella realizes where they are. There's still a swarm of eager men waiting around to sleep with her, so she's very sure that Vlad is now in danger. As such, she quickly wipes the tears off her face and whispers for him to get out of the pleasure house as quickly as he can. She already knows how wild the men can get, so she tells him to leave. Marcella secretly informs him that the place is being run by subordinates of the notorious one-armed Jack, and she doesn't want that guy to find out that the blonde swordsman is back in town. She keeps whispering to him, and the old bitch notices, but she can't make any sense of what Marcella is telling him. It's all gibberish to her, so she gets quite curious all of a sudden. she's surprised to see that Marcella and the mysterious man already know each other. Besides that, she senses that the atmosphere feels unusual too, now that they are talking secretly. Feeling really uncomfortable, she decides that she should try separating the two reunited friends quickly before an unexpected situation arises. With this in mind, she beckons to some of the shady-looking armed men sitting at a table in a corner. A very mean-looking guy in particular looks at her and instantly gets the message just from her eyes, without wasting any time. He signals his men, and they all leave their seats like warriors on a mission. It's almost like they have a telepathic connection, because even without saying a word, they all know that Vlad is the target. The guy senses the growing number of people surrounding him, but he looks like he couldn't care less, seeming very unfazed. He just continues his conversation with Marcella and states that there's a calculation that needs to be done before he pays the amount. The madam is curious about this sudden calculation, so she chimes in and asks him what he's talking about. In response, Vlad calls the name One-Armed Jack and reveals that there's something he needs to get from the man. As you can imagine, such a statement won't go down well with the guys who run the establishment, because they're subordinates of One-Armed Jack. The scar-faced guy is particularly enraged when he hears this, so he draws his sword and urges the others to deal with Vlad for saying such a thing. He feels that the kid is ridiculous, so he calls him a crazy bastard. He's mad that Vlad would even call his boss's name like that. But while he's still ranting, the young knight decapitates him on the spot. The guy falls flat on his back right in front of his men, and in a matter of seconds, the floor is full of blood. The old lady is horrified when she sees the pool of blood, so she screams, but Vlad just shuts her up immediately. Sure enough, she zips it instantly, and then the guy threatens to take it from her as well, if he doesn't get enough from the bastards. You'd expect the other guys to cower after seeing their leader lying lifeless on the floor, but that's not the case, because they actually draw their swords, determined to deal with him. They feel that he's just running his mouth, and demand to know who he is and where the hell he came from. The protagonist braces himself for the coming fight, holding nothing but a small dagger. But then, it's not just any ordinary dagger. It's the last dagger of his late master, Jorge, and this is what he calls himself as well. The other guys are dumbfounded when they hear this, so they stare at Vlad in shock, wondering what he means by that. It only takes a few seconds for them to remember that the man in front of them is Jorge's old boy, so they're even more confident that they can take him on. As much as they're surprised to see him, they also begin to underestimate him. The guys feel that their master would give them piles of gold, even if they can get just his head. They claim that he should have just kept hiding, even if he manages to somehow survive. Despite all their threats, the boy is unfazed, so he tells them to just come at him and stop babbling. He wants them to try, just like that day, back when they tried to kill him. The moment he says this, he starts to release a terrifying aura, which leaves all the thugs absolutely shocked that this is the same kid they knew a while back. Right now, he doesn't look anything like the boy they once knew. Instead, he takes the form of a bloodthirsty wolf. With such a terrifying demeanor, they're all afraid to even move, so he decides to attack them instead. Vlad takes out all the men who even dare to draw their swords in front of him. At this rate, it's one scream per life. The protagonist is practically in beast mode at this point because he's not sparing a single soul. He's ready to take the lives of all the men, as many as the tears that Marcella shed because of them. The boy decides that he won't stop until a fair wage is paid through their blood. While the young knight is busy making a bloody mess of all the guys at the pleasure house, the scene changes, and we find One-Armed Jack drinking himself into a stupor in his home. For some reason, he's thinking about Jorge. He feels as though the Suara back alley has belonged to him ever since Jorge disappeared. However, he still isn't satisfied. He wants more and feels that he should rise higher because he believes that he can't just stop there. This is the same reason why he hasn't hesitated to take what belongs to others. The insatiable man was determined to keep using the corpses of his enemies as scaffolds to go higher and higher. But even after rising to the top, One-Armed Jack realized for the first time that back alley life is determined by the ones up there. The guy thinks about all of this and just goes back to his drinking. He drowns himself in alcohol, remembering how he firmly believed that everything can be obtained only through victory. Nevertheless, even though he has failed, he consoles himself with the fact that he's gotten to the position he is in today. As much as the victor in the power tussle was Jorge, the one who died was also Jorge. With this in mind, he accepts the fact that the same thing could happen to him one day, and that his fate would be decided by someone up there. He curses the damned world he lives in, and just then, his men barge in with bad news. They inform him that they've been surrounded, but he's too drunk to process it all at once. The guys reveal that the entire back alley has been overrun by soldiers, so much so that even their back door has been blocked. The men start to argue all of a sudden, believing that the soldiers are the security guards of Suara. The confusion comes up because they feel that they've already made monthly payments to them. One suggests that it's just a regular patrol, but others don't agree because of how many soldiers there are. The invaders have clearly come with a plan, and when one-armed Jack hears this, he just starts laughing. He expected this because he always felt that such a day would come. He just didn't know it would be today. Regardless, he's glad that it's here already, because rather than anxiously waiting, it's better this way, since he feels that destruction right before his eyes is even more exciting. The scene changes from the bar, and we see a group of soldiers lined up with their weapons in another part of the small town. One of the high-ranking men in Suara suddenly goes to meet the knight, who happens to be Sir Vorden, and informs him of some news. He reveals that they've received orders, confirming that the garrison's arrangement is complete. In response, the fat commander just asks the guy if the other alley is completely blockaded as well. The terrified man responds by confirming this, and he claims that they did their best to make sure of it. It turns out, that man is actually the mayor of Suara. Unfortunately for him, the commander isn't convinced that he and the others actually did their best, because he feels that if they actually did, the matter wouldn't have gotten as big as it did. The mayor is really ashamed of himself, but all he can do is just stand there and hide his face while the soldier scolds him. The commander seems very upset that the count found out about what happened, so he makes it very clear to the mayor. In response, the embarrassed town leader admits that he doesn't have any excuse for what happened, but he also reminds the commander that one-armed Jack is a very talented man. He claimed that he doesn't have any excuse, but all of a sudden, he tries to start making them. Unfortunately for him, the knight doesn't even let him start, because he quickly cuts him off by clearing his throat. He gives the man a death glare which sends chills down the guy's spine. At this point, the mayor realizes that there's no way he's going to outsmart the knight. He's puzzled, and it makes him wonder how a mere soldier is so well informed about the activities of the back alleys in Suara. Realizing that he can't lie to the knight, the cunning mayor tries another plan. He suddenly claims that he's glad that the cancerous group of Suara will be eliminated, now that the fat knight and his men are here. It turns out that everything this man says just ends up annoying the knight, because when he hears these words from the mayor's mouth, he just glares at him again. As far as this soldier is concerned, the cunning man is the real cancer. He's very angry about the whole situation because he can't even believe how a mere back alley boss is controlling such a huge system. The knight feels that the mayor is the reason why one-armed Jack has so much power. After all, the only way someone else can have so much power over a place is if the mayor is condoning all the activities and hiding them under his title. It's also pretty obvious that the price for the mayor to overlook such criminal activities is some kind of huge compensation. Clearly, these compensations are basically bribes. And the reason why the knight is so sure is because he's someone who's taken bribes in the past. Just like a hunter can spot another hunter, the fat commander can easily spot a corrupt official at first glance. The mayor is still really unsettled right now, and so he tries to change the topic quickly by asking the knight when the other knights will arrive. The ones that will go inside have yet to reach the city, so the mayor is really concerned about that, especially the knights from the house of Byzid who have been sent to the city. He's still talking when all of a sudden, the fat commander informs him that the knight from Byzid is already here. The mayor is shocked when he hears this, and as if on cue, a knight emerges from the darkness. This mysterious knight has blood all over his boots, suggesting that he just got out of a bloodbath, and the fat commander quickly introduces the mayor to him. The corrupt leader is horrified when he sees that it's just one person who came, so he quickly turns to Sir Vorden and asks him if the lone soldier will be okay. He's afraid that the knight from Byzid won't be able to handle the situation, so he suggests that his own knights from Sora take care of the job, since he's already deployed the best of them. Unfortunately for him, Sir Vorden doesn't agree with his idea. The advanced knight claims that such a thing can't happen under his watch, and this leaves the corrupt mayor absolutely stunned. He's shocked that his authority means nothing to the commander, so he asks Sir Vorden to explain why his idea can't work. In response, the senior knight reveals that it's because Mr. Joseph put his heart and soul into setting this up. It turns out that this little arrangement and deployment of soldiers was simply a means of setting up Vlad's official debut fight. And since that's the case, there's no way Sir Vorden will sit back and watch someone ruin it. Now, we see our protagonist make his way out of the darkness. His armor and coat are covered in the blood of the goons he dealt with earlier, and it's giving off a really disturbing vibe. So Sir Vorden quietly goes over to the kid and asks him if he'll be okay fighting alone. He whispers this to the boy so that the mayor doesn't hear him. The senior knight informs Vlad that there are over 50 enemies waiting inside, and then reminds the kid that he won't be able to face Mr. Joseph's wrath if anything bad happens to him. Because of this, he wants to be absolutely sure that the young knight knows what he's getting into. In response, Vlad calmly assures Sir Vorden that he'll make make sure he doesn't take the blame, even if he gets hurt by any chance in there. Unfortunately, this doesn't make the fat commander any less worried, because he practically just explained how he can't let the kid get hurt under any circumstance. At this point, he's starting to get really uncomfortable because he doesn't even know what Vlad is going to do next. To make matters worse, the boy doesn't even respond to him and just keeps staring at the building in silence. After a while, Swordsman realizes that nothing he says is going to change the boy's mind, so he sighs in exhaustion as he decides to let Vlad go. Before that, he reminds the kid that he promised to protect him from any punishment if things go south, and Vlad confirms it. Hearing this, he quickly gives the boy the banner he's been holding, claiming that Mr. Joseph asked him to give it to him in front of everyone. Sure enough, all the other soldiers are standing right behind him, so they see the little ceremony as it goes on very clearly. The senior knight gives Vlad the banner, and he receives it without hesitation. The protagonist buries the pole into the ground, allowing the banner to spread out. When the other soldiers see it, they're shocked, because they all felt that carrying banners to battle was a forgotten tradition. After such a cool display, they're all very curious to find out who this mysterious young knight is. They start to wonder who on earth the kid is because they can't even wrap their heads around the fact that he received his own flag at such a young age. It's all really unbelievable to them. And then one of them suddenly talks about how the knight was personally sent by the house of Bayezid. While the ordinary soldiers are being overwhelmed by the boy's impressive display, he's busy pumping himself up for battle. With his banner pole planted in the ground and his cold blue eyes fixed on the target, he gets himself into battle mode. Vlad decides that right now, this land is his domain. Under the honorable names that attest to him, he exercises his authority and his aura, even in the lives of all those who inhabit the place. With such powerful words running through his mind, his eyes start to glow. And while he's asserting his dominance, Swordsman opens a scroll and then calls out to the back alley scoundrels. The senior knight yells for them to hear him and calls out to one-armed Jack as well. Swordsman informs them that they've disobeyed the rules and laws of the Bayezid family and that they've been sucking the life out of the people. Because of this, Peter Bayezid, the rightful owner of Swara and head of the family, has sent this message to the lowlifes of the back alleys. Swordsman reads the letter from his master, revealing that he has sent a proxy on his behalf because he can no longer stand the wickedness of the people in Swara. From the letter, Bayezid claims that all the rights Swordsman exercises are guaranteed by him and by the Church of Faith. As such, the fat commander angrily demands that one-armed Jack and his henchmen come outside immediately. He demands that they open their doors that instant so that they can allow the rightful proxy inside. With this command, the soldiers behind him start hitting their weapons on the ground to create a loud rumbling, just so that they can get the attention of one-armed Jack and his men. They chant the Bayezid family name over and over again until it becomes too annoying for the scoundrels to ignore. The thugs get mad when they hear all the commotion, but the knights and soldiers don't stop making noise. They chant about how God protects their proxy and express their confidence, believing that they will kill one-armed Jack. While they're saying all of this outside, the big bad boss sits in his chair and quietly drinks yet another bottle of alcohol. Back outside, the chants continue, and our protagonist waits patiently for the criminals to reveal themselves. Swordsman finishes reading the Count's letter from the scroll and informs the boy that he now has the justification and the people on his side, unlike before, when they weren't even sure he could handle the situation. Since that's the case now, the senior knight tells Vlad that he can let it all out without hesitation. And once the boy receives permission to go into beast mode, he thanks Swordsman and gets right down to business. Vlad unsheathes his glowing sword before marching to the door of the house, and as he makes his way there, the fat commander reminds him to be careful. At this time, the voice in his head comes up again. The voice is sure that one-armed Jack must be preparing already, so it advises the boy to expand his vision, because it knows that the big bad boss is going to come for Vlad's life from all directions. Hearing this, our protagonist mentally prepares himself for the fight ahead, and the voice also assures him that this battle will be different from all the others he's been in before. The voice gives him a little pep talk, claiming that one of the basics of battle is to take the initiative. It advises Vlad to make a really fancy start to the fight, and so, the blonde swordsman begins to channel all the power he can muster into the blade. Several thoughts rush through Vlad's mind as he prepares to face the notorious one-armed Jack all by himself. He remembers the day that Jorge died, and begins to feel that maybe his boss would still be alive if he had never called Godin. Even before that, he wonders if Jorge would still be alive if one-armed Jack had never threatened him in the first place. He feels that he wouldn't have needed to call Godin if that had never happened. The many ifs and maybes continue to haunt the young hero, and because of this, he feels that there's only one solution in the end. Vlad decides that he must kill one-armed Jack, because that's the only way he can be just a little free from the guilt that constantly haunts him. With this in mind, the boy charges at the big bad boss with his glowing eyes and sword. Vlad lands the first powerful strike, and the locked door comes crumbling down in an instant. All the goons who were guarding the place are sent flying everywhere. The blast from the strike leaves the place in a mess, and when Vlad finally enters the building, all the goons are injured and disoriented. Vlad realizes that one-armed Jack's world is eating into his own. So he concludes that this is the reason he must put an end to it, right now. This is the only way he can cut off the messy connection and move forward. The protagonist marches into the place and then introduces himself to the goons, informing them that he's the one and only Vlad of Soara. The blonde swordsman claims that he's here to end their quarrel. He holds his blade and stands in front of the enemies, waiting to see their next move, but none of them even moves a muscle. They wait in silence, so when Vlad sees this, he points his sword at the big bad boss and calls out to him. The boy raises his glowing sword, informing one-armed Jack that he's back in Soara, and as you can imagine, he's back for revenge. Vlad yells out several times before the one-armed mafia boss finally decides to respond. He sits in his chair and listens carefully to the voice, only to discover that it's actually really familiar. With this in mind, he finally gets up from his chair and slowly straightens himself up as a sinister laughter erupts from his lungs. Apparently, he's already recognized Vlad's voice, so now that he knows his opponent is a kid, his confidence goes off the roof. He finds it amusing that the blonde boy from the back alleys is the rightful proxy that has been sent to get his head. Not surprisingly, he's heard a lot about Vlad's amazing feats, but it doesn't make him any less confident that he can defeat the boy. One-armed Jack realizes that the rising star is the one knocking on his door, and so it makes him very excited because he relishes the challenge. While the big bad boss finds the whole situation to be some kind of easy game, the boy is very determined to prove the one-armed villain wrong. He fixes his gaze up into the house and waits patiently for his opponent to reveal himself. It appears that the bad boss's overconfidence rubs off on the goons all of a sudden because they instantly get the courage to fight their adversary. One of them loudly encourages his mates to attack the blonde swordsman, disturbing their peace. So of course they all rush towards Vlad with their weapons. The men charge at the boy bravely, feeling that they've got the upper hand. And of course Vlad doesn't hold back either. He equally throws himself at them with his trusty sword in hand. Not surprisingly, the blonde knight overwhelms them with his speed and strength immediately. The thugs are horrified when they see how ferocious he is, but at this point, it's already too late for them to retreat, because he rips them apart mercilessly. The protagonist slashes through all of them with the speed of light, leaving a bloody trail of dismembered body parts in his wake. One of them tries to sneak up on him from behind, but the insanely quick swordsman senses the attack coming and counters it immediately. Vlad turns around in the blink of an eye and slashes the guy's head clean off. The severed head flies across the room, splashing blood all over the place before finally landing on the floor. When the other thugs witness this gory display, they finally realize that it's the same ruthless blonde kid that once walked the streets of Sohara. They're all very familiar with him, and it appears that they all hold one grudge or another against him. So this only makes them more determined to bring him down. With this in mind, they charge at the boy with nothing but the intention to surround and defeat him. They refuse to back down from the fight and use their numbers to try to intimidate him. The goons successfully surround the young knight, and once they see that he isn't attacking either, one of them encourages the rest to pounce on Vlad together once they get the chance. As much as they all want to see the blonde swordsman defeated, they're also really afraid of the kid. The thugs are all aware that Vlad is extremely skilled with the sword, so they're very careful about how they fight him. Stepping forward recklessly against such a knight would only get them killed, so they're reluctant to make the first move. After a few moments of keeping the terrifying swordsman at bay, the goons realize that they're not ready for what comes next. None of them is ready to strike, and Vlad just casually waits for the next unfortunate person to try him. It doesn't take long before they start begging each other to step forward, but even then, nobody is willing to sacrifice himself. I mean, that's literally what it is right now, because anyone who's crazy enough to challenge Vlad all alone is practically digging his own grave. The whole thing gets really boring quite quickly, especially since the star swordsman is eager to give one-armed Jack a taste of his blade. Seeing that none of the henchmen are brave enough to step forward, he decides to take matters into his own hands. The blue-eyed killing machine cuts through their murmuring all of a sudden with a cold statement. He calmly tells them that there's no need for them to think so hard about their next move. After all, he's going to cut all of them into pieces anyway. Since that's the case, it doesn't really matter what they decide, because they're only going to end up dying at his blade. As the beam cuts them to pieces, all they can do is scream in agony. And after a few seconds, we see that all those who were surrounding him are now covered in blood and lying lifeless at his feet. The remaining henchmen left standing are just dumbfounded by what they just witnessed. They have no idea how they can stop someone like Vlad. But then one of them suddenly suggests throwing an iron fishnet on the kid to trap him. They get right to it, and in the blink of an eye, our hero sees a huge fishnet being thrown at him. Without wasting a second, he runs out of the way to evade it, so the henchmen decide that they'll just throw everything they can find at him. Unfortunately for them, Vlad is way too fast for their plan to work. He dashes out of sight all of a sudden, but someone finds him hiding behind a pillar. Determined to catch the blonde invader, they work together to block the exits. Those on the lower floor try to force the boy upstairs so that the ones there can ambush him with all the blades at their disposal. Of course, Vlad hears the plan, so he figures that it would be too reckless to pass through the second wave of fighters head-on. Seeing the dangers ahead, he tries to be careful, but they taunt him and challenge him to come at them if he's confident. Thankfully, the young knight is a lot smarter than to fall for that, so he decides to stop using aura against them. Just then, he spots a rope tied to a pole and recalls how Jemima always complained about it. Seeing how heavy the curtains that are tied to it are, he comes up with a plan to get above the henchmen waiting for him, without actually having to fight them. Vlad cuts the rope and grabs it, allowing the force from the heavy curtains to carry him to the higher floors. He makes it to the first floor in the blink of an eye, so the other goons below rush upstairs. Seeing the scanty security on the highest floor, he's surprised that they are the only ones there, but he's also happy, because it means he can take them out much quicker. Vlad lunges at the sons of and they don't hold back either, but of course it only backfires on them because they're no match for the extremely skilled swordsman. He stabs the first guy in the neck, and it just reminds him that the sword's blade is sharp beyond limits. To make matters worse for them, they're attacking him stupidly, so he just swats them like flies. They're so bad at fighting that he feels Sir Jaeger's wooden sword is probably way more dangerous. After the little massacre, the star swordsman sighs in relief, feeling that he's done with that, but then he suddenly senses an attack coming at him. His insane senses and reflexes allow him to dodge the arrow shot at him in the nick of time, but this doesn't stop the archers from shooting at him even more. The other henchmen encourage them to keep shooting because they want to make sure that the knight doesn't reach the highest floor. The archers shoot everything they've got, over and over again. They release their arrows, but the boy just runs toward them and jumps over the railings to reach them on the other side. While still in the air, he practically breaks some of the arrows shot at him before killing the archers with deadly slashes as fast as the speed of light. Vlad casually sighs after this, like it was some easy chore. He admits that it was quite a hassle getting up there, and while the other goons are staring at him like he's some ghost, he just grabs a kettle and gulps down whatever is inside it. The henchmen are too terrified to say a word, so they just watch the bloody knight with their jaws on the floor. Vlad quickly spits out the content of the kettle, suggesting that it's trash before asking the remaining fighters how they want the next round to go. With a scary smile on his face, he explains that he has to keep going with the fight, especially since he's got to collect the rent for letting them stay in his house all this time. These words send more chills down the spines of the thugs, and Vlad figures that they must have really thought this place was their territory. Unfortunately for them, that was a fatal misjudgment on their part, because this place is actually Rose's Smiles, otherwise known as Vlad's Nest. Elsewhere in the city that night, we see Vlad's old friend, Harbin, at the harbor, who somehow senses that one-armed Jack has gone mad. The guy looks so tired of the crime boss and his goons, because he knows that even the thugs in the market don't cause as much trouble as they do. Looking really frustrated in his office, Harbin tries to write a report but keeps getting distracted over and over again because he just can't stop feeling uneasy whenever he remembers that there's a crazy, big, bad nuisance on the loose in the city of Sawara. He's so confused because he has no idea what he's even supposed to do at this point. One-armed Jack intends to keep looting openly with the help of his henchmen, and this worried fellow is afraid that he won't be able to do anything to stop it from happening. Still thinking about the crime boss, he finally stops writing and suddenly recalls how things got worse after Jorge's death. It turns out that one-armed Jack became a totally different person after Vlad's guardian died. Even though the notorious criminal leader used to suck debtors dry before that, he never went as far as he's doing now. Jorge's death gave one-armed Jack the confidence to finally go out of control. So now, he's making life miserable for debtors and pushing things to a dead end for them. With everything that's been going on, the worried young man concludes that he doesn't see any hope in the town if things continue like this. At this rate, it will take only a few months before the entire entire back alley economy begins to collapse for good. Thinking about all of this is clearly really frustrating and stressful, so it's no surprise when he finally admits that the situation is driving him crazy. You can't blame him though, especially since he doesn't even know how the hell he's supposed to report that someone took away so much of their contraband in such a short time. He probably feels that it won't even sound believable by the time he's done writing it, so he's just stuck on that page, pen in hand, his mind troubled. While he's busy wallowing in frustration, someone suddenly barges into his office, informing him of some shocking news. Turns out it's one of his men, who just rushed in to let him know that the back alleys have been blocked up. The young man with short hair looks like he ran a mile to break the news because he's panting heavily and gasping for air. But Harvin isn't too concerned about that right now, because first of all, he wants to understand what the hell the kid is talking about. It doesn't make sense to him, because he can't even comprehend how someone would block the back alleys. It sounds straight up impossible to him, so he asks the kid to explain himself. It's at this point that the breathless boy informs Harvin that some people from Sturma who came to Sawara are the ones who caused the blockade. He also reveals that they came to catch one-armed Jack, and then goes on to tell Harvin how all the guard soldiers of Sawara have them surrounded from all sides, even as they speak. Hearing this news, he just gets even more exhausted than he was before. Harvin concludes that one-armed Jack must have really crossed the line this time, because it's not every day that people from Sturma come looking for a criminal in a place as chaotic as Sawara. Even though he's a little relieved about it, he also knows that he can't just feel happy about the fact that one-armed Jack has finally met his Waterloo. The reason he feels this way is because he knows that it will only rain blood over the back alleys if the powerful crime boss finally leaves Sawara. While Harvin is still pondering on this bittersweet feeling, the young informant suddenly suggests that he should be close with one of the visitors. He's shocked to hear this because he doesn't know who the guy is talking about, so he asks, and that's when he finds out. The guy is talking about Vlad. This just leaves Harvin even more stressed out because he doesn't get why the man is talking about Vlad all of a sudden. In response, the guy nervously admits that he didn't see Vlad with his own eyes, but he goes on to inform Harvin that there's apparently a blonde guy in the party that came from Sturma. As you can imagine, this pisses Harvin off, because Vlad is clearly not the only blonde person in this world, so he snaps at the worker and quickly gets back to writing. However, that's when the guy reveals that it's not all. He then reveals that the blonde young man actually called himself Vlad of Sawara. Harvin freezes in shock when he hears this, and there's no doubt that goosebumps cover his whole body at that moment. He finally lifts his head from the paper and gives the worker his full attention so he can confirm what he just heard. His eyes widen in disbelief. It sounds impossible, but the young, short-haired worker just confirms his statement without any doubt. The guy even reveals what he heard about Vlad planting his flag in front of Rose's smiles not too long ago. Harvin starts shivering all of a sudden, and when his subordinate notices it, he gets concerned and asks him if he's okay. Harvin doesn't say a word in response. He just zones out completely. He thinks about how he's been hearing countless rumors all this time. It's no surprise that Vlad's exploits reached his ears over the last few months. But Harvin clearly chose not to believe them back then. He heard of how Vlad's aura manifested during Damra's Duel of Honor. Harvin also heard the story of the young vassal of Bayezid who accomplished an amazing feat in the hunt of a death worm. Clearly he's aware of the tales of the newest rising star going by the name Vlad of Sawara, but he just didn't want to believe them. However, right now, he realizes that everything he heard might actually be true, but he still doesn't want to believe the rumors. Not yet. So he finally gets off his chair and storms out of the office with his walking stick, so he can go and check things out for himself. While Harvin is getting ready to go play detective, we catch up with our protagonist, who's still in the middle of a bloody battle at Rose's Smiles. The intense bloodbath goes on, and Vlad continues to show no mercy. He uses a deadly strike to slash the foot of one of the henchmen, and right after maiming the guy for life, he swiftly turns around to take care of the thug who bravely tries to sneak up on him from behind. Vlad lands a devastating slash right to the guy's neck, taking him out in the process. But this ruthless display doesn't slow down the onslaught of attacks coming from all the other goons. They're still fearlessly running towards Vlad with nothing but the intention to kill him. But as you already know, they really don't stand a chance against him. Equally motivated, Vlad dashes forward with insane speed and charges at the incoming attackers so that he can slay them with a single slash. And that's exactly what he does. Because before any of them can even figure out what's going on, he slashes them all at the same time, with the same slash, and with the speed of light. The move is way too fast for them them to comprehend, and before they can do anything about it, it's already too late, because they're probably missing a body part. Blood spiders all over the place, leaving our protagonist completely drenched in it, as well as his trusty sword. With every strike, Vlad displays true mastery of the sword, and even the spirit inside the blade becomes surprised. He watches Vlad in action, and admits that his form and technique would leave anyone speechless after witnessing the way he moves. The spirit is in awe of the talent that the blonde swordsman possesses, and he's equally intrigued by the fierce effort the boy puts into his battles. Besides that, his strong will, deeply rooted inside him, can be felt by everyone around. And so, the spirit concludes without a doubt. This young boy is a natural-born slaughterer. Just as he says this, Vlad confirms his thoughts by driving his sword straight into the heart of the last thug who dared to try him. It seems he has gone full beast mode at this point, because he stares right into the dying man's eyes like a psycho killer. With a twisted smile on his face, he tells the thug that he had all the time in the world, so he suggests that the guy put his fallen tooth back in his mouth before passing on. But then again, he also reminds the guy that he won't really be needing them anymore, so he pulls out the sword from the man's chest to put him out of his misery. Vlad holds the sword to the dying guy's face, and before he can make any other move, the voice in the sword suddenly tells him that he's done enough. Clearly, there's no way the thug is surviving a stab to the heart. He's pretty much done for at this point. Vlad hears the voice, and that's when he finally snaps out of his kill mode. He looks around him, a little bit surprised by the number of bloody corpses around him, so he decides to chill and agrees with the voice, feeling that he's actually done enough already. Vlad feels that he couldn't exactly replicate the scene from that day, but he's pretty satisfied with the results so far. So he decides that it's about time they put an end to the whole mess. Vlad's sword sparkles, even though it's covered in blood. After making up his mind to finish off one-armed Jack for good, he closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and makes his way up the final flight of stairs to meet the one-handed crime boss. The dark stairway is filled with the creaking noise from each step Vlad takes, and after a while, he makes it to one-armed Jack's room and quietly walks in. Vlad breaks the eerie silence by informing the crime boss that he's arrived. The young swordsman stands by the door while Jack sits at the small bar in the place. He doesn't even need to turn around to know that the person standing there is the rising star. He welcomes the knight with his back still turned to him, and then offers the kid a drink. He pushes a glass to the side and asks Vlad if he wants one, but when the protagonist doesn't say a word, he simply concludes that the blonde swordsman is no fun. Looking into his own glass, he ponders on the fact that the kid in front of him really is Vlad of Sawara. One-armed Jack reveals that he heard the rumors, but he admits he didn't believe them back then. He gulps down the content of his glass and then wishes that he had brought Vlad in way earlier. Seeing the intruder in his place, the crime boss feels that he should tell his manager to beat the shit out of Vlad, but then again, he's well aware that can't happen, because he's very sure that the blonde kid has already killed the manager. One-armed Jack finally gets up and then starts laughing all of a sudden. He's glad that his man got killed by someone he knows, at least, so it's a lot less annoying than it should be. The crime boss admits that he kinda left Vlad on the back burner because he didn't want to deal with the kid. However, he's also a man who likes to make things certain, so now he feels that he has to finish the job. One-armed Jack suddenly reaches for his blade and unsheathes it. Now, the big bad boss has got a hook and a blade pointed at Vlad, and when he sees this, he senses that messy connection again. Vlad feels that this is the reason why one-armed Jack's world is eating into his own. Right now, he can no longer sense that endless feeling of reverence he used to have for the one-handed crime boss back then. Now, he's certain that one-armed Jack's world is not capable of holding him. And with this feeling in mind, he lifts his sword and prepares to face his opponent head-on. Right before making the first move, Vlad informs the crime boss that he's about to strike. So, of course, the big guy is excited to see what skills the kid has got under his sleeves. Our protagonist charges into attack, and as he dashes forward, he can't help but think about the one-handed man's existence. Even so, he decides that he's going to give his all in this fight, just so he can treat the crime boss with respect one last time. Vlad goes in for the kill and makes the first powerful strike, which Jack blocks. He tries to increase the power behind his attack, and the big guy keeps resisting it. However, the guy is just too strong for him, so it doesn't take long before he forces the crime boss back. The two warriors are pushed back by the impact of their strikes, and just when Jack thinks he's getting a breather, Vlad comes back at him, hotter than the first time. Vlad puts everything he's got into the second strike and shows no mercy to the old man, because he knows that this is the way to show respect in the back alleys. It's their way, and so he refuses to hold back in this clash. Once again, Jack blocks the strike, but this time around, it's just way too much for him to push back. The big man's knees begin to shake as he struggles to stay on his feet against the relentless blade. Eventually, his body gives in, And so, he's forced to go down on his knees because he realizes that the kid is just stronger than him. At the same time, Vlad simply intensifies the strength behind his attack, determined to defeat the big bad boss. Because that's just how things work in the back alleys. They're brutal, beyond bounds. One-armed Jack grunts and groans as he keeps struggling to hold the ferocious swordsman back. It looks like it's all over for the big crime boss. A look of fear washes over his face. Unfortunately for Vlad, that's not the case. Because all of a sudden, the big guy summons enough energy to push him away. It's almost like Jack got possessed by a spirit, one that gave him a massive power boost. And even Vlad can't believe it when he gets shoved away. A terrifying look appears on Jack's face all of a sudden, and any slight sign of fear completely disappears from him. He raises his blade in an attempt to deliver a deadly strike. Thankfully, our protagonist is quick enough to deflect the hit, so he blocks it and evades the next attack. One-armed Jack admits that it's all shocking to him because he never imagined that the rising star, who used to wield a wooden sword, has changed so much beyond recognition. Seeing this, the crime boss concludes that Vlad surely had to be at least this good before even daring to come back to the back alleys. He admits that the kid's progress is truly admirable, but even though he's impressed, it doesn't mean that he's going to go easy on the protagonist. In fact, it makes him want to go all out against the young swordsman. One-armed Jack probably feels that he has a lot in common with Vlad because it turns out that he also used to have a dream. It doesn't really come as a surprise when this crazy old mafia boss reveals that he actually used to dream about having all those shiny stars in the sky for himself. Back when he was a kid, he wanted to hold the stars in his hands at all costs. He also knew that he needed a lot of strength if he wanted to achieve that. That was the only way he would be able to grab those sparkling stars that filled the night sky. But as time went on, he realized that he needed even more strength and even more blood on his hands in order to make this dream come true. One-armed Jack reveals that he did everything in his power to achieve his dream because there was absolutely no boundary between good and evil in this chaotic place called Swara. As you know, the ruthless crime boss clearly means that he had to kill more and more people to reach the level of power he wanted. Despite everything he did and all the people he killed to get this power, he didn't get the slightest bit closer to touching those stars he so desired. It didn't make sense to him. He tried so much, and it yielded nothing. He still desired them, even though the stars had lost their sparkle due to being covered by blood and greed. One-armed Jack didn't mind, because they were still his very own stars, as far as he was concerned. The little flashback comes to an end, and we see the big bad boss being blinded by a bright light. It turns out that the source of this light is none other than Vlad. He's about to unleash a powerful sword strike, and it's pretty obvious that it's an incoming attack. However, Jack is just too distracted by the light entering his eyes. The old man thinks about how much it would take to grab what shines, and is bewildered by the fact that Vlad is swinging at him with a sword that's literally shining like a star. While he's still thinking about this, the powerful slash finally gets to him, and the next thing he sees is that his second hand has been severed off. That's right, Vlad just turned Mr. One-Armed Jack into Mr. No-Armed Jack. Vlad slices the arm off with ease, and then goes in for the kill. As he attempts to land the finishing strike, everything around him begins to glow brightly. His eyes and his blade shine like stars, as the power from his aura looks like it's about to go into overdrive. At this point in time, Vlad looks like he's at the peak of his powers, right after taking off Jack's remaining functioning hand. He tries to land a second hit, but then suddenly ceases the attack. The crime boss screams in agony as he sees his severed hand fall to the ground. He just keeps groaning, while the young swordsman observes patiently. One-armed Jack looks like he's about to start crying one moment, and the next thing we see is a completely different look. A sinister smile appears on his face, and he lets out a villainous laugh all of a sudden, making it so clear that this guy is really a sick bastard. I mean, he just got his last good hand sliced off like a piece of meat, and all he can do is laugh about it. It's pretty surprising that he doesn't go into shock because he's losing so much blood right now. The twisted bastard just keeps laughing, and then claims that Vlad's performance has been excellent. Is he so impressed that he wishes Jorge could be alive to witness the young knight's display? As you can imagine, One-Armed Jack is the last person on Earth who should dare call Jorge's name in front of Vlad, so it's not surprising when our protagonist gets mad and attacks him. He leaps into the air to deliver another slash and tells Jack to shut the hell up. Sure enough, he lands the hit, but the insane slash gets deflected by the psycho crime boss. As far as Vlad is concerned, One-Armed Jack doesn't even deserve forgiveness. He's determined to kill the guy, because he had a hand in Jorge's death while devouring the Broken Rose's smiles. After all, he's the son of a bitch who sold Marcel off, and after recalling all of these sins, Vlad concludes that Jack deserves a miserable death. With the desire for revenge and the rekindled feeling of grief in Vlad's heart, he goes in for the kill. He stabs Jack. And finally, It appears that he's got the job done when we see the big guy screaming in pain. Unfortunately, we're fooled once again, because the screams quickly turn into sick laughter, and Jack suddenly claims that this is a happy day. He feels they should throw a big party and celebrate, because the day for Vlad to climb higher than him has finally come. Of course, Vlad just tells him to shut the fuck up, right before dragging his sword deeper into the big guy's chest. A calm silence follows, and Jack simply admits that this is a much better way to go out than being crushed by a huge world like Jorge was. Jack is glad that he meets his end at the hands of a young warrior trying to climb higher. Just then, the swordsman asks him if he has any last words, and that's when the psycho tells him that he did a great job. Jack also tells him to take some rest before he leaves Suara, but this just annoys Vlad, so he forcefully pulls out the sword from the big guy's gut, just to make sure he bleeds to death. While struggling to stay on his feet, Jack claims that Vlad has done enough to finish the job. He admits that he's lived an evil life. He doesn't regret it, because it was fierce regardless. With his dying breath, he brags about what a great job he did, even though he got taken out by a rising star. One-armed Jack concludes that he had a great life, before finally calling Jorge's name one last time, and then falling to his death. Vlad watches the big guy plummet down from the high floor and ponders on what just happened. Revenge is sweet, so it's only natural for it to be done. But still, the young knight can't help the lingering bitterness in his mouth. He should feel glad and relieved that Jack is finally dead and that he's avenged Jorge. But right now, he doesn't have that feeling of fulfillment in him. Our protagonist looks over at the drink left for him. He gulps it down and sighs in exhaustion. The moment he drops the empty glass, he remembers what Jack said about how he'd climb higher, so he thinks about it for a bit, before suddenly dropping a coin on the counter. He's returning it to his late boss, because he believes that a knight should only receive what he's paid for, something that Jorge taught him. Vlad leaves the empty glass with bloodstains, as well as the bloody coin to pay for his drink, before walking out of the place for good. He leaves Rose's Smiles, a place where people who pass by stop and stagnate like water for a bit. On the way out, he glances at Jack's lifeless body, and thinks about how today, a stagnant drop of water flowed outside of this world, leaving a small ripple in his own. The story continues a few moments after Vlad's epic victory over one-armed Jack. While the boy is still in the building, Sir Vorden becomes a little worried, because he notices that it's suddenly ominously silent inside Rose's Smiles. As you'd expect, it makes him really curious too, because he has no idea what on earth is going on in there. Mere seconds after this thought, the senior knight suddenly sees someone walking out of the burning building. He's absolutely shocked, and the fact that Vlad made it out alive is both relieving and worrisome at the same time. Vlad walks out victoriously, his sword covered in the blood of all the henchmen and villains he slayed inside. Sir Vorden is speechless when he sees the cold look in the kid's eyes. It's such a terrifying look, so much so that all the other warriors are equally afraid. They all freeze in fear because it almost looks like they've just seen a ghost. It turns out that he is also covered in blood, from his head to his toes, and this explains why the soldiers are so terrified. They can't believe that it's all blood on Vlad's body, but it's true. And what's even crazier is the fact that only a few drops of that blood actually came from him. The soldiers stare at him, a look of horror plastered on all their faces. It's absolutely unbelievable that the blonde knight managed to take down over 50 people, all by himself. Even though they can see it with their own eyes, they cannot help but admit what an insane feat it is. The soldiers just keep staring at the boy with the same fear in their eyes. They don't even know how to react, and they're also really afraid to get close to Vlad. Not surprisingly, Sir Vorden is just as speechless as all the other soldiers. He has known the kid for a while now, and he's aware that Vlad is a prodigy, but it's like the boy just keeps outdoing himself over and over again, to the point that no one can even guess his limits. Sir Vorden stares at the boy as well, and admits that what he feels for the young knight is now beyond respect. As far as he's concerned, the feeling he's having now is more like fear. And honestly, you can't blame the man for thinking this way. The boy literally just massacred a whole gang of deadly henchmen all by himself, not forgetting the fact that he defeated the notorious and dreaded one-armed Jack as well. Vlad notices that the others just keep looking at him in silence, so he sighs in exhaustion, which somehow makes them even more afraid. Realizing how terrified they are, he decides not to go near them. So, in the blink of an eye, the blonde swordsman turns around and starts walking away. Sir Vorden is shocked by this, but he doesn't say anything. He is just a few steps from disappearing into the shadows again, when someone finally summons the courage to speak up and calls out to him. The kid turns around when he hears his name, and that's when he discovers that it's Harvin who called him. He calls Vlad again, which leaves the young knight very puzzled. The swordsman ponders it for a bit, And it's clear that he remembers the name, but he doesn't exactly believe that it's real. So he turns around, only to see that the other soldiers are holding Harvin back. Apparently they can't let him through, and since he can't get to the terrifying knight, he decides to yell Vlad's name as loud as he can. Vlad finally sees Harvin and realizes that his old friend is really there, and he's utterly shocked. Just then, Sir Vorden notices Vlad's expression, so he concludes that they both know each other and tells his soldiers to make way for Harvin. Without wasting a second, the soldiers clear the path and allow Harvin to pass. Vlad's old friend walks toward him with the aid of a walking stick, and the young knight just keeps staring at him. It's almost as if he still doesn't believe his eyes, and Harvin is equally left in shock when he sees how much the blonde boy has changed. Right now, Vlad looks like a shadow of his former self because of how dangerous he's become. So Harvin cautiously approaches him and asks him if he's okay. Ever since the kid walked in and out of One-Armed Jack's den, he's not been the same. It's been like a part of him died along with the henchman. But the moment he sees Harvin up close, that changes, and his expression brightens up a bit. He's so relieved to see that it's really his old friend, which makes him let down his guard. Vlad suddenly drops his sword to the floor and smiles before falling. Thankfully, Harvin catches him in time, and that's when he finally reveals just how much pain he's in. He tells his old friend that he's hurting so much, claiming that he feels the pain all over his body. Of course, Harvin is pretty confused, because he knows that Vlad did most of the damage inside the building, so he asks the blonde swordsman what actually happened. And that's when the boy tells him that he finally feels like he's back. The scene changes, and the next morning, Vlad wakes up to a beautiful view of the city. It's almost like he's the Prince of Swara right now, because he can see almost everything from his room. As cool as it might be, our protagonist feels that he just can't get used to it. His bright blue eyes peer out the huge balcony, which towers over all the other buildings around. And he concludes that the reason he can't relate to it is because it's not a view of the back alleys where he grew up.